to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Skylar, can you,
Just read off the names of the board members to take roll call.
Ms. Lisa Sun?
here,
Steve Chapman?
Here.
Devin Del Palacio?
Here.
that's okay, just
It's okay.
finish the last two names.
I'm trying to remember his last name.
Miguel Ortega Romero.
I'm sorry. And then,
Dr. Lila Nahara.
Dr. Lynn Nahara.
Okay,
Three
we have,
present, right?
yeah, we have quorum, so with that said, Member Chapman, can you do the land acknowledgement, please?
The Tolleson High School District Governing Board would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, the Yakima and Pequot peoples, and pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. We recognize their connection to this land, their rich culture and language, and the invaluable contributions they have made and continue to make in our community. As we gather today for the Tolleson High School District Governing Board meeting, let us remember the significance of these lands and honor the legacy of the original stewards of this territory.
Thank you, Member Chapman. Now we will proceed with the topics for discussion, the governing board administrators retreat. Superintendent Guys.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. All right, so as I stated earlier, today's main focus is going to be on goal refinement first. I want to recap the strategic plan. We have some people in the room who, like Martine, wasn't here last year, we put it together. So we have some people that weren't in the room last year when we put it together. Then we have to get them familiar with the strategic plan. But then as a recap for everyone, especially for those who weren't there, we were forming the strategic plan, like a reminder of why we landed on the things that we did. I want to start with the values. And to make sure that we're all remembering our values, I am going to randomly call on some of you to see if you remember our different values. So start refreshing in your mind, remember what the strategic plan was. And we'll start with Travis. What's our S on our values? Safety. Absolutely. Safety.
Start safe.
Not the acronym. We're going to get to that later. You're doing the spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Yes, safety. The first, and just help everybody else out, because now that they remember the acronym, that might help them remember the rest of them. But safety. So a little background on safety for everybody that wasn't there. We originally did a couple iterations of putting values together with the team inside of here. Took it out to Stugo. We had an all Stugo meeting over at West Point. We pitched it out to the students. We told the students, hey, this is what we're thinking. This is all the values that we think are like the top priority for the district. Went through all the values. The first feedback that came up and kept coming up was, well, don't you guys think it's important that we're safe? Safety was not in our original set of values. And so when the students brought it up, it was like, we just assumed, yes, that we're always trying to keep you safe, but no, we should be mentioning that we value the safety of our students and staff. So that's how safety got added into the list. All right, we're gonna go with E. Randy?
Empathy.
Were you looking down at notes? You look like you're looking at notes. That's a great memory. All right, I'm proud of you. All right, empathy. You want so Randy, you were there. You want to share a little bit with everybody why empathy spoke to the group or spoke to you, or like it was an important value for us to acknowledge?
I don't quite recall, but I do think that it was something that was very important to the community.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Important in the community, but also important to the people in the room. We had a bunch of different words that were pretty similar to empathy, and then we came back around and landed on empathy, needing to be included in our group. All right, for R, Rosalba.
Respect.
Respect. What do you remember about when we wanted to have respect in there?
I think it's just a value that everyone should have, respect for one another, respect for our teachers, our students, our families, just working together. So it's a value that we wanted to make sure that we had that in there.
Yes, and that was actually the #1 rated when we did the community survey. on what we should value, the number one thing that came back from the community was respect. That was the highest rated thing from our community members. It was fairly well with students, but from our community members, that was the top one with respect. And then, of course, within the leadership team, that was a high one too, so we had respect. All right, for V, we're gonna go to Vicky, who I see is looking at a cheat sheet.
I really like Vicky Hot. Go ahead.
Oh, well played. I love it.
Well, I wasn't here, but it's vision.
All right. There you go.
And
she
I'll
doesn't have
let
an
Vicky
usher.
was here explaining how.
So we are preparing our students for jobs that don't even exist yet. And as we look at AI and the future of AI and how we're going to use it, we're just getting everyone ready for getting out of rows, working in collaborative structures, and being prepared for the next step, whether that be military or college, because all of these jobs, especially with AI, are all evolving. And we see that workforce changing. So we want to prepare our students.
Absolutely, we've got to stay dynamic and nimble. All right, Facilitator Bill, give us I.
I's integrity. So just doing things with high character. I remember talking about making the right decision when no one's watching you. So the idea of like transparency, but even if you can't be transparent or community members can't see what you're doing, we are telling our community that we will act with integrity and high character.
Absolutely. Now for C, of course, C has to go to Stephen
Chapman, obviously.
Chapman, obviously.
Curiosity, because I say it all the time. No, because we should be, curious in how we're building things, getting our students curious in the classroom about learning, whether it's CT, math, science, like whatever.
It was Stephen's catchphrase. Out of curiosity, we managed to get it in there.
Ted Lasso.
Ted Lasso.
Stephen's
right.
finish it. Be curious,
Not just.
not just.
There you go. Nice. All right, for E, bring it home, George. What do we got for you?
Excellence, always doing things with pride and making sure that we're able to collaborate to get the best results.
All right. Now, that all comes together in our acronym of service. And for our acronym of service, Stacy, do you remember why the discussion was we needed to land on the acronym of service?
Just because of what we do every day. We serve our kids and our service to our community, our service to our kids, our service to anybody that works for our district. And that's what we do every day. We come here to serve our community and kids and staff.
Absolutely, because otherwise it's just words on paper. If it's not reflected, if these values are not reflected in the service we provide to our students, to our colleagues, to our community, to our parents, if it's not reflected through our service, then it's just words on a paper. Like we have to actually live it for these values to actually mean it. Let's get into mission. I will allow you guys to look at, I see some of you have cheat sheets. Let me get a volunteer to read the mission. I'd be more impressed if someone raised their hand and said they already had it memorized. Stephen, is that you? You got it memorized? Stephen, fire away.
It sounds great with that.
So we cultivate the future success of all students and staff so they can enrich our community.
Absolutely, great job. It does sound better than that. Have you recorded it? Now, for some of those that were in the room, do you remember why we landed on some of those key words? Who wants to share some of the background on why we landed on a couple of the key words that we had in there? Go for it, Andy.
One of the key words of cultivating is that Tolleson originally got its start as a farming community and the roles of planting crops, and we're doing the exact same thing in the educational lens of we're cultivating these students.
Absolutely, great job. So that speaks to our history, and that's why we wanted to get the cultivate in there. Anyone else want to point out to us, Stephen, yet?
Well, I think, I guess two words, sort of students and community. I mean, obviously that's what we do, but one, I think, our previous mission, while it kind of was like geared towards that, didn't even mention students or community, and that's really basically what we're here.
Yeah. Bert, you had some more to add?
Yeah, just, I remember when we talked about this last year, we talked about our community not just being where we live, but wherever we reach, because some of our students can be all over the globe, and so we kind of integrated that into our community.
Yes, great point. We had a lot of discussion around those final few words on trying to figure out how do we acknowledge that our students will not just stay here locally. They're going to go out in the world and do great things for the world. while at the same time wanting to know that we are providing this service for our community. And that's why we landed on the word choices that we did, feeling that that would acknowledge both. The fact that we are enriching our community, but our community is also global because our students go out into the world and do lots of great things. All right, who can I get to read the vision? Oh.
Empowering a student-centered community of learners to be the leaders of tomorrow.
All right, so who wants to give some background on what they remember when we were putting our vision together? Go for it.
I remember the word student-centered and us feeling like we need to do more in that area and be striving to be more student-centered. Not that we aren't right now, but that's an area that we continue to refine. So that's why it was a vision versus mission.
Absolutely, that was a big discussion that when we were making decisions, we wanted to make sure that we weren't doing things that were just best for adults, they needed to be best for students first. If that also helps the adults, that's great, but we were getting that focus of being student-centered. Anyone else want to add about the vision?
Oh, I remember leaders being something that we discussed too, because some people said, you know what, it's all right if your kid doesn't want to be the next president of the student council, or they don't have to be leaders in that sense. However, teaching them to advocate for themselves is still being a leader. So all kids, all students, all of us are leaders in here, whether we become the president of something or we're just leading the school. So I remember that being an important part.
Yes, and that was actually a big discussion with the students, because the students had to hang up on the word leaders in there. Because they looked at it as, okay, so if we're not the president of a company, or if we're not achieving up to that level, then you're essentially telling us that we failed. And we were clarifying to them, that's not our view of leaders. You could go work in the warehouse, be the fastest order selector over there. You're leading. Like, whatever it is that you're gonna do, like, want to be the best at it. Like, you don't have to necessarily be a leader because you have a title that says you're a leader. Like, you can lead in all kinds of different aspects. And so that's why we ultimately, yes, decided on leaving the word leaders in there. Because no, we want you to be the best. Essentially, is what we're saying. All right, without looking at a cheat sheet, Christina, what's our motto?
Our motto is excellence in every endeavor. Excellence in every endeavor.
I won't make you say it 5 times fast, but great job, excellence in every endeavor. It's a great motto that we changed over to, so again, very happy with all that. I do want to go over the goals, so we're going to go a lot into how well we're achieving towards the goals, and then for our principals in the room and assistant principals, I want you to speak to, if you didn't make the goal, I want you to speak to what are you viewing as the obstacles and barriers that you still have in your way that need to be addressed to help get you to a point that you can achieve that goal. If you did make the goal, I want you to share, especially with your colleagues, what it was that you did differently that helped you be more successful in that area and achieve that goal. Now, for our first goal, the data's lagging, right? That's just the way the timing works out on everything. So we're actually talking about 2024, right? So this is how everybody fared in 2024. You may have achieved the goal in 2024, but there were strategies you put into place not just in 2024, but even in this past year that have helped you improve your grad rate. So, if you're sharing about your success, then I want you to, feel free to lump all of that together. Whatever it is that you've been doing that you feel is making you successful in this area, share that out with your colleagues, because it might be something that they're not doing that they want to adopt over at their campus. Even for those who are already achieving, they may still want to get you higher, especially when you have to keep having that 2-point game until you get to the 90. So to read out the goal, it's increase annual graduation rate by 2% at all schools in the district, and/or maintaining a 90% graduation rate. And this does go directly into the letter grade. This goal came from the letter grade system, where this is what's necessary to get your full points on the letter grade system. And so that's why we're striving to get the full points on the letter grade system under this goal. We're going to go in order. You have the whole history there, reading left to right, from 2021, where everybody's been at, where they're at in 2024. So we'll start with Copper Canyon. Bo, there you go. All right, Bo, go ahead and share out. You guys hit the goal. You actually had a pretty big jump. I mean, you jumped by almost 4 points, bouncing back after 2023. And of course, I want to thank Wendy. Wendy and Anna put all this stuff together. They've also annotated for us to remind everyone that 2023 year, that was a rough year for everyone. That was the cohort year for the COVID class. So obviously it was a tough year. But from there, Copper Canyon has managed to not only jump all the way back, but they're even higher than 2021. So Bo, share out some of the
No, just do it from here.
strategies.
Come up.
No, go ahead and do it from right there.
Okay, perfect. So there's really two things I think that stand out for us in our mind. Hopefully 21, 22, 24 are more consistent. Like Jeremy said, 23 was more of that COVID kind of anomaly, hopefully an asterisk by that year. But the biggest thing, number one, is focusing on our current students we have, so focusing on our success rate, making sure our PLTs are aligning goals so that students are successful within our current systems that we have in place at Copper. And hopefully that will in turn mimic a lot of that grad rate. So for example, this past semester in spring of 25, although that's not in our grad rate yet because we don't have that data yet, we had a success rate of 90%, so that's 90% credits earned versus credits attempted. So that should hopefully in turn mimic the grad rate. But then also too, the other approach is being a very high open enrollment campus is really trying to be in tune with your W-4s and students who are enrolled with you, but then making sure that when they do enroll somewhere else, that you have that information, or if they have not enrolled somewhere else, encouraging them to either re-enroll, to find something for them to be able to grasp onto so that they have that diploma so that they can graduate. A good example I was actually just sharing a while ago is we had a student that ended up moving and graduating from high school in Illinois. We had no record that he had re-enrolled, yet graduated. But after doing some digging, after making some phone calls, after verifying that he did graduate, that student is now off of our cohort now, which increased our grad rate. So making sure that we're not being counted in our grad rate for students who are no longer enrolled at our school. So those are the approaches kind of that we've had. We do have a phenomenal registration and counseling team that tracks students, monitors students, we're in the accountability page and the state very, very often. So looking at those students and making sure that we have contact with them. So I have to give it up to our registration team for that.
All right, we seize those opportunities. All right, we're gonna move over to La Jolla. La Jolla's data, you can see, is a little bit of up and down, but a huge bounce back, almost over 5 points right there from 2023. So Bill, what do you credit this success to?
Well, we've been committed to the PLC process and improving our Tier 1 instruction, and to Bo's point, we learned a lot about record keeping in the grad rate, because that's a lot of it, just seeing where kids come and go, so we've learned a lot of that process. But what I look at in regard to student success is more of our credit recovery sections have reduced like every year over 3 years. So I'm really excited about that, so that way we know that more students are being successful for the students that we have, and if we need less credit recovery, that means more students are being more successful on that first time around with that high quality Tier 1 instruction and the PLC process. So I'd also like to thank Wendy and the district for opening up that 15-9-15 for us. I really appreciate that. I'm learning a lot about those kind of bookkeeping things that are so critical when you're talking about maybe 2 kids impacting your grad rate a significant percentage when we all want to hit that 90 mark. So that's what I say about that.
Yeah, we had some of our schools who missed their points literally by 6 students. If just 6 students more would have graduated, and to Bill and Bo's point, it may have been, if they would have just tracked down 6 more students who had enrolled somewhere else, but we never got that information properly updated, then they would have gotten their points. So yes, the data piece, it's very disheartening if you're doing all the good work, doing all the right work, but nobody's watching the data and the data doesn't reflect it. So absolutely, you guys stay on top of the data. Appreciate that. We're gonna move over to Sierra Linda. Randy, what are you seeing as some of the challenges, and are you more optimistic about where 2025 is gonna be?
Well, first of all, I took this personally when I saw that. I mean, when we took that hit, because you can't get to an E right now, as things stand, if you lose those points. So we didn't meet our goal for one. So as we sat back and we started looking at this, we, the way we saw it is we need to attack this. There's no other way to put it. We need to attack it. So our attack is two-pronged. So first is freshman familia. So, so that is the long term, right? But to get us there, we still need to do a lot of these things that we're going to continue to do, even when we have our freshman familia group becoming seniors. But the big thing that we need to do right off the bat is we need to do this year round. It needs to be something that we are all aware of. We know where we're at. Like right now, we have our goal of what we need to make sure that for next year, we're going to get those 10 points back. And so, in fact, earlier today, I sent a text to Fernando, just give us our goal now, where are we at, how close are we? But we don't want to just meet our goal, we want to exceed it, just in the event that there's something that's unforeseen for us. So it's something that's all hands on deck that we cannot take our eyes off of. So it's something that's got to be systemic with us at every level. So that's what we're working on. Also, I think keeping our kids engaged, I think Flex again is an important aspect of this. We're intervening with academic interventions with our students, keeping them engaged, so that we don't lose them.
So it's a great two-pronged approach to attack the problem, because with Flex and everything else, you're doing let's take care of the students that we have right now that will be graduating soon, because yes, freshman familia is a great idea, but it will take you 5 years before you actually see the results of that, especially with this being a lagging indicator. You gotta wait for them to go through their 4 years of high school. So that's a great one to kick in on the second one, because one from 83, you can do some 2% point jumps, but maybe 5 years from now, you do that big jump to get over the 90 mark. If everything works out well. So that's a great approach to it. All right, for Tolleson, Martin, I know you're new, but you've had a chance to talk with the team.
Yeah,
what are they telling you your challenges?
Yeah, so I'm actually very grateful for the opportunity. We're launching a 30, 60, 90-day listening tour, and this was part of my 30-day listening tour. And one of the things, going back to what Randy mentioned, and having conversations with the team, we're optimistic that after summer school, we're in session 2, well, starting session 2, that our grad rate will increase. And I think for us, we're going to approach it in a 3-tier outreach approach, making sure that our students are, one, equipped with the knowledge, but not just our students or teachers, but more importantly, our parents. Parents have, they're very important because they need to understand how credit retrieval works, how does graduation rate works. And for us, this year, we're going to launch once a month, early release. We're going to call it Wolverines Connect. And the intent with that is being intentional with our staff, making sure that every quarter, from quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, that we're being intentional in making those connections. And it starts with us as a staff. And as an admin team, we've also made some goals for each other. With our API, for example, Ricky Garcia, for summer school, she had us in the conference room, and we were calling parents. We were calling parents to remind them of summer school. And so I think for us this next year, we're going to be very intentional in ensuring that all stakeholders are informed, and that they not just are informed, but that they're empowered with that they own their part, and that's from students, teachers, and families.
All right, and then for both Randy and Martin, I mean, you heard Bo and Bill's major strategy of make sure that you're getting after the data, because you have a lot of good work that's going to make the actual impact, but if you're not getting credit for it because the data's not accurate, also feel free to connect your teams with their teams and figure out what their strategies were specifically on how they're attacking the data, and making sure that when students leave you, that the data is getting updated to reflect hey, they've enrolled somewhere else. They should not count as our dropout rate. They are actually enrolled somewhere else. So, feel free to also add that in as one of your strategies on how you guys are going to get after bumping up those numbers.
Real quick,
yes.
New initiative, the Wolverine Connect on Wednesday. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, so thank you, Board Member Chapman. So I think for us, we're going to be intentional with the data. I forgot to add that piece to Bo's point. It's a numbers game, so we need to know we go to the data. And so Wolverine Connections, although sounds trendy, but it's going to be data driven, and making sure that we just don't look at numbers, but that we're putting a face to the number. go and make home visits, we will do that. But this year, we're gonna be very intentional. I was able to meet with, Bill over at La Jolla during our POTs. And go Lobos, yes, it was very helpful. So, the Wolverines Connect is gonna be, we're gonna be very intentional. So a lot of times, parents often get calls for not positive, they get calls for negative. So quarter one is gonna be about building connections, targeting our seniors with making sure that they understand the steps, going back to, data. So ensuring that they understand whether, if it's a student, like for example, we have a junior that he's already in our radar. Thanks to Ms. Dabby who shared that data with us. Making sure that we're reaching out like for quarter one and not come in, quarter two or quarter three, but going back to using the data. So Wolverines Connect is gonna be once a month. We're gonna have our staff meeting, and that's gonna be embedded with our staff, within our staff meeting to have those conversations. Not just on what the data showing, but actually talking about the students.
All right. All right, we go on to University High, 100% graduation rate. So Mickey, I mean, obviously you got a different student population there than a lot of the comprehensive campuses. But when you look at the Leadership Academy over at West Point, when you look at the fact that La Jolla is moving towards IB, you are dealing with students who can get burnt out because it is a very rigorous program. So you want to share like some of your strategies for keeping them motivated? Because clearly you did a great job and you got them all to make it to graduation. So
Sure.
what are some of your approaches?
So every student who is thinking about leaving or transferring out has a one-on-one with their counselor where they are motivated to stay. And some of that looks like, let's just look at your calendar and let me help you plan out. And for your executive function, making sure that you're allotting the appropriate time. It includes a strong connection with their parents because being a college prep school lends naturally to have parents who support students. And so students and parents and the whole school work together to really motivate and try to maintain students. Now sometimes students decide to leave, and we are an open enrollment school, and I will tell you that this summer we have our first dropout. He wants to join the workforce, and we are doing what we can to ensure suggesting all kinds of things like just a GED or online school or anything. So it is consistent. We know the kids well. We follow up with them as far as that record keeping goes with our registrar. She knows them well, and then when they do leave, we have them do an exit survey, providing some feedback on that. And we follow up with them and just try to make sure that education is important. And your high school diploma, no matter if it comes from University High, one of our sister schools, or somewhere else, that's a really important first step in your education, and you need to have that.
Great job. All right, we move over to West Point, a 4% jump over at West Point. And most importantly, you guys made it to the A this year. Great job. Steven, you want to share what are some of the strategies you're putting in place?
Yeah, of course. So obviously we're pleased with the growth, but we want to do better. We want to improve it. 89 is good, but we want to get to that 100%. And what we do at West Point, every single time we have like a PD, a staff meeting, anytime that I meet with my teacher initiative groups, we always have one of our goals, which is 100% of all kids will graduate. It's in everything we do at West Point. It's ingrained in every single mantra that we talk about at West Point, and I feel like that's kind of a piece that's kind of bled into like our successes in terms of our graduation as well. What we've also done this year is I'm the data guy at West Point. I love data. Unlike what Mr. Oxford just mentioned, I talk about success rates all the time. Every time we have a conversation about our letter grade, about our data, where our kids are going, I show the success rates in Algebra 1, I show the success rates in ELA 9, I show the success rates in all of the major content areas. So teachers are aware, staff is aware, but also the other admin are aware as well. And then we can have those intentional conversations about gradebook practices too, because as you guys all know, depending upon how you utilize the gradebook, that can also impact how the kids progress and are successful. And we have conversations about making sure the gradebook reflects mastery and not necessarily behavior and things like that. And I think the final thing, we might not see is this into fruition yet, is for the past 2 years I've had a teacher-led group called our Freshman Success Team, where it's just a group of freshman teachers that have noticed some trends with the freshman class regarding executive functioning, organization skills, and just understanding transcripts, understanding what credits they need to graduate. And we've made these freshman binders with lessons and advisory to kind of specifically target those skills. Like, you need these credits to graduate. You need these skills. Like, you can't just rely on your memory to remember this is when the assignment's due. Write it down, write it into a binder. We've had some pretty good success with that this year. We're going to continue that next year. We have some sophomore PLTs that are like, hey, we want to use that as well. So it's now kind of progressing. There's some sophomore PLTs. They're also going to be using the organizers. And in fact, our senior team is also now using the tracking device that we have with that binder, because they have realized, oh, okay, my seniors are also struggling a little bit with tracking their progress and, understanding this is what I need to do. So we should see some fruition of that too, where seniors are now tracking their assignments and tracking their progress.
That's great. So you implement things originally targeting freshmen, because we all know like you really got to do a heavy focus on freshmen, but then you find that the upperclassmen did some of these strategies are actually beneficial at all grade levels. Yeah, so that's great. When you're sharing the success out, are you sharing just with the teachers about what the success is, or are you sharing in front of students too, and letting students know? Like,
we try to share it with students in the advisory lessons. We share it with the teachers when we bring the parents in. When we have our community meetings for Title I, we also share that data with the parents as well. I'm also in charge of 21st Century, so I want to do some more parent engagement activities where I can talk about the data as well. I'm a parent too, so I love data.
there you go. And success breeds more success. So yeah, as you're letting everybody know that you're creating that expectation, this is a successful school, you're expected to be successful, and so they're already getting that mindset of like, we're going to be a success here. So that's great. Go over to Westview.
Yeah, so
John, there you are.
Yeah. So kind of similar to what they're talking about with success rate, we've done a lot with mark distribution and getting that information out to teachers and having those be conversations within their PLTs, which kind of helps with gradebook alignment in terms of those PLTs, and also protects against like teacher lottery and things like that, so each student's getting the same experience. And then also using that mark distribution to target students for Title I tutoring, 9th hour Saturday school, and requiring teachers, if the student's not doing well in their class, to have them in their own specific tutoring. And I know that this year we had a 5-year low during our third quarter in terms of D's and F's, so that's something that we monitor very closely and work with teachers to talk about it themselves, as well as use those programs to drive the success numbers up.
All right. Now, for all of you, a portion of your students are going to DLA, and we notice that throughout the year, DLA's numbers, they start off lower, they increase throughout the year, right? Very different than the comprehensive campus system. Comprehensive campuses is typically going the other direction, except for right now, we're going through rapid growth in our community. But normally at a high school campus, your numbers go down. DLA is opposite. They start off lower, they gear up, and like almost to a tune where they almost double in size from where they start day one to where they're finishing. So Nikki, do you want to share with the group, like when the students are coming to you, like how are you ensuring that they're also successful and staying on track for graduation?
Definitely. So as you kind of mentioned, we have sort of reverse enrollment rates and also grade level wise. So most schools start heavy with a larger freshman class, and by the time they're seniors, it gets a little bit smaller. DLA is senior heavy, junior, senior heavy, so we have the largest amount of seniors. So our approach is too strong. We're kind of twofold, I guess. We're doing a lot of monitoring with our seniors consistently all year, and it's constantly changing. So we'll start with these kids. Very rarely do students stay at DLA for 4 years. It's typically a semester, a year, maybe 2 years. So there's so much changing that happens. So we track our seniors every single week. How far are they on credits? We have weekly counselor meetings that specifically focus on senior tracking and where they're at with credits. We do have throughout the year about 70% of our seniors are severely credit deficient. And so we're able to work with them to get them caught up. And so, but we do really struggle. I will say that we do struggle. It's hard to see our grad rate compared to everybody else's because we're kind of filtered into each of these. And then we also communicate to the sites quarterly, where are your kids at? Where are the Westview DLA students as far as credit we call it our Flex Plus program, and this is for 5th-year seniors, 5th, 6th, and 7th-year seniors. We have about 50 to 60 of them that are severely credit because you're talking like 6 credits as a 5th-year senior, and they just have one teacher that works with them. So talking about executive functioning skills, it's just one person along with your counselor, so we're keeping it as simple as possible. And we did have a 7-year senior graduate this year. It took so much work. Everyone in the office knew that kid and that family. So much work, but we got him there, so that was exciting. And then on top of that, we also do success rate, just like everyone else, to really track how our kids do in all the grade levels. So Anna knows me well. I'm always like, when is the grade report coming out? But we're excited at DLA. We're finally, it always used to be, our F rate used to be way higher than the sites. We're starting to be, in almost every category on par with the sites. So I'm hoping that those little things over time will make a big difference when they graduate, so when they get their senior year.
That's great news, because Nikki's success will also help with all of your success. Because yes, those are students who typically need a lot of support to be able to make sure they get across that finish line, which is similar over with Travis. Now Travis will be having his own 2 schools this year, so his numbers are going to start to pull out from your numbers. But that will be next year's letter grades, because remember it's the lagging. So Travis's numbers are still in your numbers for 2025 when we get there, but then after that, Travis will have 2 alternative schools. We'll work on a different letter grade system. But Travis, you want to talk about some of your strategies, like when you get those students, how you're re-engaging them and helping them get across the finish line?
Yeah, I think when they come to us, it has nothing to do with grades. We got to find out the why. And so when you look at those tier 3 kids, we're able to kind of scale back and really not focus on academics when they first get here, but putting those SEL, emotional supports, things in place, because obviously there's some things going on. So just like our values, we're serving all of our campuses, and our teachers have not only responsible for academic, but the social well-being of our students. So when you look at students that are coming in credit deficient or on par, or you can see in transcripts that what happened in your sophomore year, 2nd semester, you got to be able to read that transcript, because that will tell the story as well. So I just think really just focusing in on those SEL strategies, getting to know the students, knowing the parent, and really finding those little wins, celebrating those little wins, because they come here and they might have missed 30 days in the semester, or they might have missed 75 days, but if their attendance improved with us because of the model that we have, that's a win. It's not a comprehensive school, so you're doing things non-traditional. So it's really just focusing on the why first and getting supports in place, and then bringing along the academic piece. And once you focus on the line, that they're going to thrive academically, because again, they've never, we see students that have D's and F's throughout transcripts, and then come with us, they're getting B's and C's and A's, and that's celebrated. So to me, it's just really peeling back and doing things that they can't do because it's a big campus. We're able, because we're small, we're able to really target and focus on the why. And so again, supporting the graduation rate, yes, we're going to be able to do that. Moving forward, we've already laid the foundation, so when we do get graded, it's going to be a different accountability model. So we're going to look at the 5th, 6th, 7th year grade. We're going to look at growth. So again, as long as we're growing, as long as we're doing some things, we're going to be in good shape. But it's really focusing in on that student's why.
All right, getting down to the root cause, probably doing some fish bowling over there. All right, so our next goal, when we put this goal together, it was a little bit ambiguous, but it was, decrease annual attendance violations by 5% for the 24-25 school year. We had several things that we were looking at when we were talking about having this goal in there. One of them was hall pass, that we were going to go test out hall pass, but we ended up not testing out hall pass. And so the data that we came back on, where we had something that was measurable, was chronic absenteeism, which chronic absenteeism is a big issue nationwide, right? So that's not a Tolleson issue, that is a nationwide issue on chronic absenteeism. it is definitely something we need to get addressed, so we put that as the measurement that we were using, for this goal, because some of the other stuff we didn't have sufficient data to measure. Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, before we move on, I guess this would probably be part of the answer to the question I have, but to everyone in the room, we kind of heard what you're doing in some of the pieces, but I guess collectively I'm wondering, like, with the graduation rate, you know, back to the first goal and all that, what are the struggles you're seeing that that either the district can provide supports for, or that we've not collectively addressed, or that we haven't talked about yet? You know, like I know, obviously, you know, we talk about students that are coming in, you know, below certain, you know, math and reading levels, attendance, you know, things like that. I guess, what are the struggle pieces that we should be focusing on, you know, this summer and the start of next school year to start addressing to help you, not just with graduation rates, but with, you know, students being actually prepared when they do leave? And if you don't have those answers now, let's think of something we should talk about at some point today.
Yeah, and I think Randy touched on it a little bit. So freshman familia was an extra investment by the district. Definitely one of his strategies on how he thinks he's going to address graduation rate long term. So we provided that. And similar to, you know, and Bill's going forward with IB. I know he's already achieved the goal, but so we got IB moving forward. We provided an IB coordinator. So that is something that's always open for all of them, that they do bring forward their ideas when they have a strategy on, like, if I could have this investment here, I think I can really tackle this challenge. I don't know if, you know, because I haven't heard in principals meeting anything else coming up, but I don't know if you guys are thinking of anything else where you're like, I mean, we're still ordering your cell phone lock boxes, because that's our new policy and stuff. You guys have them.
Yeah, first thing I'd like to say is generally, we're very supportive when we have ideas or things of that nature. An ask that I have, which like may be a pipe dream, and this is because I know that transportation owns everything. I know we have less kids staying for tutoring because we don't have the 3 o'clock bus, and we only have the 4 o'clock bus. So the idea of kids staying for tutoring for 2 hours who rely on that transportation are less kids than kids that would stay until the 3 o'clock bus. So I know that we have less kids coming to tutoring, and we have to do it in time, and we're doing flex, and we have to do it during the school day, so we know that. But I know that that has been a struggle anecdotally from teachers talking to us when we talk about success rates, giving those kids additional help, and a lot of those kids can't stay. And I know that bus drivers like impossible, so this is not, like, this may just be a pipe dream, and I know we pay well, I know we're actively recruited.
What is, so I'll let Bert share on that one. Bert, what is the earliest you think you would, like, they dropped off the late start schools, what is the earliest you think they can double back? Is 4 o'clock the earliest they can double back?
Yeah, 4 o'clock is the earliest, because we do the 3 o'clock schools, get them, it takes 45 minutes probably to do a route, so it's 4 o'clock, that gives us 15 minutes then to get back.
To be able to double back?
Yeah, to double back, yeah. Okay.
I have a question for Bill. So when you're asking for transportation for students that can stay after, you're saying up to 2 hours? Is that till 5 o'clock then?
No, till 4 o'clock. He's an early starter.
Okay.
Up until this year, we have a 3 o'clock bus. So we saw more kids staying. And then I think, right, I'm not sure if it's a driver or physical bus thing, then everything was for, and it was also in coordination with like the 21st Century Grant. But having I thought at some point I'd be in a 3 and a 4 o'clock bus, but maybe I'm making that up. But I just know that not having that 3 o'clock bus has been a struggle to get kids to stay.
Yeah. And then another question is, if you were to have that transportation, will you have enough staff or support for those touring sessions, as well as participation, and how are you going to get the students to participate in that? The reason why I'm asking these questions is just to look at the overall picture and just to, you know, prepare any, shortfall. Because, being a fellow board member, you can understand the concern is that if we're going to do something, we're going to make sure it becomes successful, and that we're going to have every area and every, exit, covered. Do you see any other issues that you can think that, or need that may be an issue?
We have plenty of support.
If we were able to provide the transportation, hypothetically speaking.
Yeah, from a human capital standpoint, we have more tutors than we have students right now. Typically, we saw more kids in those sessions when we had the 3 o'clock, but now that we have the 4 o'clock, we have teachers trying to get kids to stay until 4, and we'll go pop in after school. So the staff, we have plenty of teachers that want to stay, that want to do it, whether it's through Title I tutoring or just staying in general. Getting kids there, what I can tell you is we have less kids staying now than we did before. So it wasn't an intentional effort to get kids to come, just the accessibility impacted kids. And it's all anecdotal, I don't have exact numbers for you, but that's what our teachers are telling us.
Okay, thank you, yeah, thank you for sharing that.
And yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm getting at too, is like, I mean, that's something you don't control. So like, yeah, are the things like that you can't control? This is necessarily something unusual, but it's, now that we know about it, is there something we can build up, maybe not this coming year, but next year to address? So, yeah, if anybody else has anything similar or whatnot.
I think both with that and then also with our goal to try to get more of our students over to West Meg, the issue is we can't get enough drivers. I mean, we're staying fairly well staffed now. You know, thankfully because our pay's been good, we've been staying fairly well staffed, but getting enough drivers for all that extra transportation. Like we could acquire more buses, and right now we have enough in the fleet that we can do more transportation. It's the driver piece that's tough because when they're out for the late run, how many routes is that? We got 80 or something,
Yeah.
counting the sped buses and everything.
Somewhere around 65 or so.
65, so we got 65 routes running during late schools. And I think we're pretty well balanced between early run and late run right now, right?
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, so that's the challenge piece. I mean, obviously, we're gonna have to figure out how to get staffed up more transportation soon because we're gonna have a new school come online.
Well,
and that'll change the balance.
And I do think that one of the things that has helped my department is this next year we're able to offer 10 and 11-month contracts.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was a 9 months. So that's going to help us recruit and retain drivers. And I will say, for as long as I've been here, Mr. Kayas has been very supportive. He's always said, I don't care if you're fully staffed, keep hiring drivers, we're going to need them. So, I mean, we've been very well supported. I'm hoping that this next year that we'll see a boost. We're interviewing, as soon as people put applications in, we're interviewing them right away. So.
Yeah, I tell Bert it's not ABC, it's ABH, always be hiring. So like it is a nonstop hiring process back there for transportation. But once we get staffed up enough, yes, I'd like to be able to figure out how we get that reinstated to do 2 different runs for tutoring. And then after that, I want to get us more transportation West Bank to help, George keep
We
going.
absolutely want to support that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a matter of getting more staff back there for them, getting that built up. Gabe?
My maintenance team, they've been requesting if there was some type of incentive, because we do have technicians that would be interested
would drive?
on driving. So when they get out of work, because they usually clock in at 6, they get done about 2:30, they would be interested on driving, but they didn't know what type of incentive or how that would lift on their salary. Would it be overtime or,
We would give them overtime, but it would be at a blended rate between, and I don't know, because I think the techs right now are a lot higher than the bus drivers, right?
Yes, sir.
So yeah, so we have to blend the rate. They would, well, Joyce is right here. Joyce is working on it. You've had to do some blended overtime before, right, Joyce? So yeah, she would have to blend it out because she's gonna have to look at, they would have a bus driver rate, but because now they're over 40 hours, it's gonna be a blend between how many hours do they do as a bus driver versus how many hours they did as a tech, and then based on that, she applies that percentage and comes up with this is your bus driver rate, which may be higher than all of the other bus drivers, but it's because they're getting blended overtime. So, I mean, yeah, we could work something out like that, and we could train them all. So, like, yeah, if you have techs.
Yeah, we do have techs that would like to get the CDL, and they are interested in taking extra work.
And their shift would end around the same time.
And right now they're doing that 1:30 during the summer, but we can have them come in if it's needed.
Yeah.
From 5 to 1:30, or keep them from 6 to 2:30.
So you and Bert can keep working on that and work it out, and then Joyce can help you with the blended overtime.
Is that something we could maybe map out for this summer for?
Yeah.
So I was thinking, like, since the students are not back yet and we're in the summertime, I know that this is under your role or this is be for Bert, but I would like to see, a number of need, like how many drivers you need, what's the need, and then add on.
Infinite.
Right, no.
The more he can hire, the more we can do. I always tell him, keep hiring.
The reason why that number is important is that when we adjust for requests that, Principal Bill just did, that we can anticipate, that we can circle back to PR and how aggressive we are to promote, hiring, because it did work from what I've heard. So if you could give us a need number, and then add on to potentially the request that we just heard today, because we want to get that, running once the kids are back.
Yeah, I think the number would be 8, but if you turn it sideways,
You
because
know what,
So, yeah, I kind of stole my question here. Is there a mechanism where we can, train our other employees to do shuttle runs? And so is there like a?
For how long does it take you
white
guys
bus
to
or
get somebody to
vans?
CDL?
It depends on the year, the time of the year. Right now, if we had people that we could start training, EPS minimum standard says it's 20 hours behind the wheel and 14 hours of classroom time. So it'll generally take us 2 to 3 weeks to get somebody completely.
Yeah, so you can train somebody up now and have them ready for the start of the year.
Well, not necessarily the bus, but is there like a shuttle? Like,
Not for transportation home.
Okay.
So when we look at the to school, from school,
And Mr. Camacho actually came up with a good point. They don't all have to be transported with a yellow bus. If you've got team members at your school that could drive a white bus and would be willing to take some of those kids home, that would also be.
how would that impact reporting miles? Because we're reporting the to and from school miles. And I thought the to and from school miles.
That would impact it, but we're not getting the students now from away. We're not getting those.
Oh, yeah, that's true, because.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
When we have people running under roosters though, for all of our machines.
Okay, you mentioned.
Yeah.
Are any of those CDL drivers that we can pull off of those?
No, they're all non-CDL.
They're all.
Yeah.
Stacy?
Bert, would there be any concern with the amount of hours that they're working? I know that a bus driver can only work and drive so many hours.
Yeah.
Would that be the same because they're coming off an 8-hour shift, even though it's not bus?
Yeah.
And then to go into
Yeah.
another shift of 3, 4, 5 hours, and then now they're working a 15-hour day?
No more,
They do 15, they
no
do
more
10.
than 60 hours in a 7-day period.
60 and a 7-day period. That'd give them enough time though after their 40 hours to be able to do a run or an early start schools.
Right.
Sounds like we have some progress. Next week.
Yes. All right, so Gabe and Bert got some takeaway work.
Was there anything? Oh, go ahead, something.
What you got, Bert?
I'll bring up a barrier, and this is maybe controversial, but I want to make sure to bring it up just because.
Oh, we love controversy. Go for it.
So I want to preface by saying, obviously, I believe in all kids, and I want all kids to learn, and I know that we do everything that we can to make sure that students graduate on time. However, we can do everything we can at the underclassmen level, sophomore level, junior level, to make sure students are not credit deficient, but that we do take on students, juniors and seniors, who are very severely credit deficient. And we obviously cannot graduate them on time. So I do believe that we limit ourselves when we continue to take on students that are very severely credit deficient. And so there's a cap. Now, what does the opposite end of that spectrum look like? I don't know. I will continue to support all students and bring on all of our students and put them in, credit recovery programs and catch them up on credits accordingly. I do know that we are playing a different game than other districts do as well, though. So we are taking students on, and we will be capped, and we will limit our graduation rate as long as we continue to play that game.
You're talking about open enrollment kids?
Open enrollment, especially because both have the open enrollment. So taking on an open enrollment junior or senior who is severely credit deficient and knows he's not going to be able to graduate on their 4-year cohort.
So can we, like, for those kids, can we, not necessarily like require of certain things, but can we set up like specific plans, like once we get those transcripts, like you need to do these things? Like, I know we're not like a charter school, we can put in like requirements for enrollment, so to speak, but like.
So I will tell you, I haven't been a part of other districts, but I know that there are minimum thresholds that the students come in with. So if you are 8 or less credits deficient in a specific grade level, then you won't even step foot on this campus because you will be going to an alternative school. And then once you obtain your credits, then you will come back and you'll have the opportunity to go to that school. Now, again, we'll continue to work with our students, but that is a challenge that not only does it affect grad rate, but it also takes focus away from what we should be maybe prioritizing. So it's a big focus.
So to that point though, so not necessarily excluding kids based on credit rate, but could we say that if you're coming in at that credit rate, you have to do summer, like depending on when they come in, you have to do summer school before we start, or at the end of the school year, you have to sign into summer school and start getting on track and stuff.
I think you're onto something that we need to be more strategic in how we are approaching those students.
Yeah, so I think the biggest obstacle right now with that is Travis needs more space. If we were gonna move that direction, like Travis needs a lot more space, he's gonna have this building along with Nikki, they're gonna split up the A and the B building as soon as we can get the district office built, and then we're building a new building for Lighthouse. But for CEA to all of a sudden take on all the students who come to us who are severely credit deficient, and we're like, you're gonna go through CEA first, we're gonna get you back on track, and then you can go to that campus. Like, in order for us to do that, that's a lot more students.
Right.
They're not gonna fit in that building, we'd have to wait until.
But what can we do now? So I mean, we have summer school programs, we have DLA, and I know it's not necessarily intention to just throw kids into DLA. But with the existing resources, can we start kind of building that model, and then when we have the new facility for CEA Lighthouse, then yes, that's like the funnel that we, send those students to get on track. But what can we do now, to Bo's point, to address those students that are coming in?
Well, I have a question. Are the students allowed to have like delayed graduation? Is there a further timeline that?
Well, we have a
For
graduation rate, but it impacts.
so when we get to the letter rate impact, it is, did you graduate in your 4-year cohort? There is a 5th and a 6th and a 7th year, but they're lower percentages, or not full points. Like the full points is like you're graduating within a 4-year cohort. So.
And I would say too, a lot of the times, those seniors who do come in that are severely credit deficient, when we do take them on, I don't have a number, but a lot of them don't end up finishing. They become those dropouts, and then it's really like, okay, how can we help you? And they're like, I'm 19, I'm just gonna go work. And so it's those students that we're like, man, that really hurts.
And I don't have the data to show, and I'm sure Wendy could speak on it maybe more after looking at a lot of the numbers to see how much that impacts our grad rate. But I know, for example, we get a lot of students from Phoenix Union who it's their senior year, and they're like, well, it hasn't worked out at schools X, Y, and Z. Maybe let's give this a shot to Vicky's point. And maybe not. Maybe I'm just going to go join the workforce after a semester with us, a couple of days with us, even. And then now that's our responsibility.
Well, so can we? Is there a way to take like the next month and a half or so, maybe working with you and almost to build out? Again, I don't want to exclude anybody, even if they're a senior with no credits, but rather than just putting them at Hopper, putting them at West Point, that's probably not going to suit them. What can we do with the existing alternative programs that we do have until we get the facility that we need to house more of those students? Like, is there something that we can kind of build, even a pilot for August 1 for any kids that might be coming in that are that deficient?
So in order for it to not count against their grad rate, like CEA is going to be its own alternative school year.
Right.
We would need them enrolled under CEA, but managing that, I don't know, Travis, what share some thoughts you have right now?
No, I think it's going to be case by case, and I was just thinking, I was going to ask Wendy, what if a student is concurrently enrolled? What does that mean? Who takes on the
Kid for not graduating time? I think both of them do, right?
Yeah, well, you have to be very, very careful when you have this conversation. You can only officially graduate from one, but if we don't exit it from one school at the end of the year, they could be carried to both cohorts, which is not a good thing. You can only receive a diploma by law from one school. We just have to be very careful on the concurrent. And just as a reminder, guys, by state law, if they want to go to your school and you have room, you have to pay it. But I think we looked at that study already, well, I think I'll have to go back and find it, where we did look at credit deficient seniors, what were those numbers and what was the impact? I'll see if we can refresh them.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if you guys are saying that you have students that are 19 and they're dropping out, joining the workforce, can they be persuaded to go online and finish there and still, continue their work? Sort of give them some sort of incentive to go online. That way, they can continue, their education and, get the graduation rate. I am, chatting the concern that we do need to find something now. The sooner we address this, the better. And it's not controversial. I think this is a great need. And what is the percentage or the number of students that are coming in deficient in the credits? And what's the average deficiency in credits, do you think it is? Because we know there's enough that they can't graduate, but what is that number on average? Like 3 classes, 4?
Depends what grade level they come in.
Like junior and seniors is where they're focusing on.
I'll have to go back and pull that up. We haven't looked at it.
Okay.
I just have to go back and dig it up.
No,
I don't want to
it's
guess and
okay.
be wrong.
Exactly, no, that would be something I'd be interested, because we know we can't solve all, for every student, but for now, I think we can maybe help, some.
So
I
when
just
you-
don't know that number.
So I know we have to take the students, as long as we have capacity.
Yes.
But there's nothing that restricts us from saying that we're going to take you, but you have to be in this program.
Correct.
If we took the students and we said you are technically enrolled in CEA, you're going to be at CEA's satellite campus of Copper Canyon, and you're in credit retrieval at Copper Canyon full-time, your schedule is credit retrieval, which is going to be a little bit tough with the change we made on credit retrieval, and you guys are mostly running it all at one grade level. But if we're like, you're going to be a CEA student who's doing heavy credit retrieval at Copper Canyon. Like, is that something, because I know that they had, I don't think it passed, so the bill about, they were trying to say like you had to be the physical site, they were trying to do limitations on like, it can't be satellite, like the one physical site, I don't know if that one went through.
No,
But like,
it's just-
could we have CEA, like basically Copper Canyon has a satellite campus of CEA?
They could be enrolled at both.
Like she was saying.
But no, I mean like to have them purely enrolled in CEA. So like if the student does what Bo says, and after a couple of days, they say, you know what, I give up. It doesn't hit their grad rate, right? Because they would count as a CEA student. But while they're physically at Copper Canyon, they're enrolled in CEA and they're doing credit retrieval mostly at Copper Canyon to try to get back on pace.
Because from what you described before, you're saying that if they were to be enrolled in both, distant or, physical on site, we just have to be careful that once we get to that stage when they graduate, that they drop off.
End of every year.
Yeah, they drop off and make sure they stay from the distant learning. So that could be along the summer.
Well, CEA, not that
I'm sorry.
you're making
Oh my
Nikki really
gosh.
nervous right now. He's over there, I see her sweating, I mean, I was already gonna tell Gabe and he's pulling down this program.
But basically, I understand what you're saying. If we can pull that off and make sure that they're like on the timer and the system, that make sure that they drop off, make sure they're when they enroll, from the online school and not be in the physical school so that they don't get their, decreased rating. You're just saying we have to be careful making sure that that happens.
It's just tracking the system accurately.
Yeah.
Now, for Travis, their accountability is different. It's the highest graduation rate of the 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's usually at 5 or 6.
Yeah.
We can probably have them concurrently roll. That's really not the concern.
Yeah.
It's just who's gonna take the final.
No, that's what I'm saying, not concurrent. I only
don't
want them
want
enrolled in CEA, but
No.
physically over at Copper.
Well, it's
Like, can we
the
pull that out?
reverse of what we're doing now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because right now
So
they're
it's-
enrolled in
we
Copper,
can do
but they're
it.
over at CEA, so.
So we can.
Yeah, so like the same type of thing, just flipping it and saying, now you're enrolled in CEA even though you're physically at Copper.
Yeah, but now CEA is not a program anymore and it shows up on the state records. So I'll have to do some research.
Yeah,
Because
because it
I
would
think
be
the only way is concurrent.
his school, but he's running a program out of the other comprehensive
I
sites.
mean, you'd have to open a program school is what I'm thinking right off the top.
There's some gray area we could.
And I
look
hear
at.
Patty in Denver's telling me, no. But we'll look into it. I'll take notes and look into it.
All right, on that note, we're gonna go ahead and take our first break. You guys feel free to, use the restroom, grab you some more, there might still be snacks back there. We'll take our first break, and then we'll jump back into the rest of the votes.
That number.
But yeah, so we trained up Dave's text, and they were going to be away.
California weather or straight. Oh yeah, it's got a great oh yeah. So I'm still with the budget.
They said we need to have
fresh food. Use fresh ingredients.
So now we're talking about school and college.
I was expecting you to do something. Start with water. Let's talk sports.
So we don't work way no, we can't.
Did you get crap for your Milwaukee Brewers shirt? You should have worn your Razor. See? That's what I'm doing. And Razorbacks are in the World Series. Actually, their favorite is called
So one of our graduates, was in the conference with softball.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's small, small dollops.
That's cool. Mm-hmm.
You gotta try it once.
Yeah.
All right.
What's the that's easy. I mean, we do that right now. I mean, right now, we're in the process of sending the true CPA licenses to somebody what I house new school. He says, oh, it's
There's a new weapon on the market.
Yeah, it's so powerful, it can take out more than one person at the same time, and you never have to reload. It can get past security.
I heard it was so small that it can fit in your pocket. No way my parents will find out about this.
I heard it could strike at the touch of a button.
Report, don't repost.
Stop social media threats now.
It's never a joke.
The benefits of unified sports are social participation and the exposure to new activities, things that they might not have had otherwise had opportunities to participate in.
When we build our equipment and our kids who can't typically participate are able to do something independently, the joy that they get from doing that activity for the first time is incredible.
I didn't really like playing in front of people in the beginning because I thought I wasn't good at it. And then once I got used to playing in front of people, I got a little bit out of my shell, and now I'm comfortable playing with other people.
I learned that I need to be confident.
Oh, you want to be more confident?
Yeah.
You learn to be more confident?
Special Olympics has had such an impact on the Arizona community as a whole because we are really focused on community for all. It doesn't matter what kind of situation you're in, what is your disability. We are really here for everybody, making life happen for everybody, making fun happen for everybody, because sports are fun.
We've been playing like different kind of sports like volleyball, and we played this one game. It's called that. We wear these like uniforms and stuff like that. Like whoever had the ball, you stop, and we throw it to our teammate. Now we just actually legit play badminton day. Been training super hard that day.
Funnest, most happiest people I've ever seen in my life. It's just every day is just they have that positivity that can spread everywhere, like it's contagious.
Unified sports benefits students with and without disabilities in just so many ways. You see them come into the class at the beginning of the year and they're very shy, not very aware of how to act or behave, and then you just see these relationships blossom and then grow, and they truly do become like a team, and they're super close, super tight, and our students really do show really great examples of this throughout competitions, is really supporting those that do have disabilities and just having those friendships and building that support and having that support for one another.
I really enjoy dancing because I learned that when the first time I danced, I was shy, but then I realized that dancing can be not just about dancing, it can be about making memorable memories.
During these past few months of the year when we started, I feel that the most memorable moment is when we all started playing, not knowing what we were doing, but we still figured it out in front of everyone.
We love everything unified, bringing people together, athletes, partners,
giving them that normal experience of a team. And as a district, we came together and said, let's plan these events, district events.
At first, I was coming into it not knowing what to expect, and I feel like that's most cases for like things that you haven't tried before. But I definitely feel that I've grown so much with it. I've learned a lot, and it's something that I want to do more with. Like, I want to be a part of my future.
I think that you can look at the footage of students and see the smiles on their faces and know that what Unified Sports is offering those students in general is a great deal of independence, success, and joy. I think you can look at any single player and be like, this program is making a difference.
I think the partners too, like
for sure,
they get really excited to learn about our switch stuff and all the equipment we use, and then encouraging their athlete to participate. So I think it's a growing and learning opportunity for them that they really enjoy.
Join it because it's something where you're gonna not only learn how to play a sport, but you're gonna learn social skills with different people, knowing that when we go out into the real world, it's not just gonna be us, it's gonna be other people. And they're no different than us, but it's just showing that we're gonna have that type of connection with special education and just gen ed kids.
I don't know, I just think Unified is one of the greatest programs that high schools can offer, and I hope that we are able to have more and more Unified classes that not just cater to Unified Sports, but then cater to all different opportunities and interests. So hopefully our program just continues to grow.
Obviously, we need to move on, and this will probably be obviously one of the barriers. But like to the previous conversation, like if there's other things that you wanted to bring up, we didn't have time. Can you please send those to Jeremy? And so I'd like to have a future conversation on those things. It's the barriers that are holding us back. If we don't know what they are, we don't have conversations like we just did, we can't resolve them. And it sounds like we come up with some ideas to pursue. Maybe they won't be the actual solution, but I think that was a good conversation and why I'm here today. So yeah, please send those over.
And if there's any curriculum barriers, we're going to resolve them. All right, go to, Delfino's playing tricks on him. You flipped over to the PDF. Come on, sorry. All right, so go to chronic absenteeism when we were looking at, what measurement we wanted to use for measuring whether or not we're increasing attendance. This was the data point, and even with this data point, I'm gonna let Wendy give some disclosures. She has some disclosures here. Wendy, you want to talk a little bit about this data point that we were using to try to focus on attendance violation?
So the chronic absenteeism, am I starting from fresh? I'm sorry, I stepped out.
Oh, no, yeah, she's starting from scratch.
Okay, so when we look at what we can measure for all of you guys across the district, this is the one consistent measure exactly the same, full well knowing that what you may do, your goals would always feed up into this. The other reason we chose it, let me identify, because I know we have some new people in here. Chronic absenteeism is defined by missing 10% or more of the days you're enrolled. So if I was enrolled at Tolleson for 90 days, if I miss 9 days or more, I'm considered chronic. If I'm there the whole 180 days, 18 days more, we're considered chronic. So we do know, like Superintendent Kaya says, we do know this is a nationwide issue, but we also know that the research shows if you show up, you have a higher success rate when it comes to academics. We also know, and I don't know if you shared all this, the state is pushing for those 10 non-funded, those 10 days of consistent absenteeism in the first 100 will be not funded. They have written a code for 25, 26, it's supposed to happen automatically. Now, we got 5, but that's beside the point. So this is the other thing why we want to look at chronic absenteeism. So these are the kids that are unexcused that we do a 10-day drop on. Those won't count. These are the kids that you suspended for 9 days, they got mad and didn't come back for 2 days. So those are those 10-day intervals. All of that feeds out into chronic absenteeism. I worked with a couple of schools on some of the analysis we're running, and you guys know these kids. So, and I know the challenges are there, and I know it's not an easy fix, but it affects our graduation, it affects everything, and I think it's a good measure and it's consistent. When we looked at it, over the years we looked at it, a plus or minus 10 seems to be a reasonable goal that you'd be able to meet year to year. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes. And to elaborate a little bit more on what's happening at the state level, when Tom Horn was in office the first time, we used to have an excessive absence adjustment, right? So if a district if you had too many absences at your school, there was an absence adjustment that kicked in. And so when we were comparing average daily attendance, average daily membership, your funding would be reduced if you had excessive absences. Now there were exceptions you can go for like widespread illness and things of that nature, but there was an excessive absence adjustment. That was the world that Tom Horn knew back then. We also had the CUTS program. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember the CUTS program that was really popular back then. I don't know if anybody, maybe Peoria, I don't know if anybody's still using the CUTS program. But you had all that stuff back then. So Tom, back in office now, under different laws, still thinks we're back in that world and has directed the Department of Ed that he wants to see adjustments to our funding for excessive absences. And he's calling it his unfunded intervals. And so that's when they're going to look at the chronic absenteeism and they want to make funding reductions because of chronic absenteeism. So that's something they're looking at implementing for next year. I'm sure it's going to come under legal challenge because if nobody else does it, we'll probably do it. So, that's what they're looking at putting into place. Beyond the funding impact, like Wendy said, if they're chronically absent, we know that the chances of them graduating, the chance of them doing well on ACT, the chance of them doing well after they leave us, like, they're not set up well if they're chronically absent. So, when we were looking at how are we decreasing the annual attendance violations, this was the one metric that we found in that category that is something that was definitely worthy of focusing on, paying attention to, and figuring out how we're going to improve. So I know that it wasn't like an upfront thing for you guys at the beginning of the year where it's like, hey, let's specifically focus on chronic absenteeism. But still, if there's something that you're doing at your site right now to address this, like I'd like you to share out a strategy that you're using to try to address your chronically absent students. So, well, you get the lead again. We're just going straight down the list, so you're always first, so always have your answer.
Okay, I can't copy anybody's answers now. So as far as what we're doing at Copper, I think a lot of it is going to focus around the Tier 1 level. Is that maybe, I know there's a lot more things that we can do for all students to help to increase attendance. One is just the Copper connectedness, right? Making sure that students are a part of something, whether it's extracurricular or even instructional, to feel that they have a connection to the school in some way or another. So making sure that that is transcendent about all of our campus. Recognizing students who do come to school more often. I know that we can be more deliberate in recognizing those students and appreciating those students, celebrating those students. Again, at the Tier 1 level that we can do for all students, even if it's obviously for brief amounts of time. And I won't steal John's thunder because I know SU is doing some pretty cool stuff around that as well. I know at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level, we do have our SIT team that's up and running and very operational. And so if attendance is a barrier for some students and academics are a barrier and there's some other things in place as finding supports specifically for students at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level. And then, continuing the strength of our PLTs. We know that good instruction leads to good attendance, good grades, good academics, good ACT scores, and just consistency for students. So I think the stronger we are instructionally, the more opportunities, right, that we offer for our students after school, the better off that they will be, and the more connected to our campus they'll be.
All right. Send it over to Bill.
When this goal was made, based on memory, I think it was kind of broad, so it gave us some choice. So
yes.
Our efforts this year were based off of tardies and sweeps, because we felt that was more under our control when a kid's on campus, and why do they go to sweep, where do they miss class, and all of those kinds of variables. So that was our focus, and we actually had an increase of 8% in regards, and now we had 70% of kids that had 5 sweeps or less, but our overall tardies and sweeps went up because we actually have 6% of our kids that have 20 plus sweeps, and some have like 30 and 40. So we're doing a lot of that PBI, so we're trying to make connections with those kids, finding out the why, determining why they do that. So that's been kind of our tardy sweep effort. And regarding to this chronic absenteeism, you know, Wendy, when I think of absences, and I think of like, are these numbers a reflection of better bookkeeping or better student behavior? Can you tell me if that's maybe true or not true? I don't understand this. I don't understand this very well. So part of me thinks like maybe our teachers are taking better attendance, so therefore it shows that less kids are here. Whereas if we didn't take attendance as well, then it wouldn't show up as much.
From what we know in the practices we've come across doing this analysis and the other analysis, I think teachers do a really good job of this. Maybe we have some challenges of really large classrooms not consistently taking attendance. In other words, not marking anybody absent. So I only see it going the other way. As far as these attendance goes for chronic absenteeism, it won't count against us if they are officially marked chronic absenteeism through ADE, and that's an official process. So I've got some numbers I'm sending to some of the schools. I've already talked to a couple that you're marking them chronically ill, but if they don't see it at the state and we haven't done the right paperwork, it doesn't count. It will count against us. But it's pretty much every absence, not in-school suspension, not on-campus reassignment, but like I said, the suspension will count towards these days. Unexcused counts during these days, excused counts. They do it in increments, so you can have 0.25 here. That sunshine who can never make it the first and second hour, you know, but can do his classes online because the teacher has a really good platform. Those 0.25s or those 0.5s eventually add up. So it's just pretty much, you think, if they're not there, they're going in there unless they're officially chronically ill.
And it's a similar challenge to what you pointed out with the tardies and sweeps school, where it's like, you're able to address the masses and get them to kind of clean it up, but the ones you're not cleaning it up with, they're getting out of control with it. That's the chronically absent. Like, they're not just absent every now and then, like, no, they're like always absent. Like, those are the ones that we're having issues with. We're seeing more of the extreme with some of the students now. And I know they mirror what they see with adults, right? So I think you're seeing that come through with our students now, where it's like the ones who are having the behavior is more extreme on both the chronic absenteeism and then what you've seen in your sweep and tardy data.
Are we going any further and in depth to find out the cause of these absentees? I mean, it's like a multi-pronged approach, you know, with the mental health, you know, the lack of communication from home support, the atmosphere, culture of the campus from their perspective. Is there bullying involved? I mean, I just feel like there's, you know, more that we need to look at when we look at these numbers. Is that we may need to dive in a little bit deeper to get feedback from these chronic, you know, absentee students, so we can get a hold of them or get in contact and be more proactive in approaching the parents. You know, sometimes there's no support, and therefore the cause of these chronic absentees, and then taking another layer and say, how can we now be their support if they're not having it at home? Is there a transportation issue? You know, something. I think this all ends up with PERC, transportation, and you know, so I don't feel like it's going to be a one way, but I think we do need to dive in a bit deeper to, you know, figure out the cause of the absentees. And if you guys can uncover that, and then you guys can, you know, somehow figure out what you guys need in support and resources, you know, and you know, that we can, you know, move forward with. But I think we do need to go into it a bit further. You guys need more development and, mental health, with your social workers or counselors, whatever the case may be, training for all member staff and addressing, the needs of the students, of their well-being. I know that the vast majority of students that are not coming to school is bullying, and, that's another thing we need to address as well. I mean, these all sound so complicated. We're not going to solve them overnight, but find a way to move that needle, and we're going to rely on you guys to figure out what you guys need in support and resources. I mean, have you guys come across about any of those kind of concerns along your? Vicky's shaking her head, and then with other campuses, this is not about performance. This is about the chronic absentees. So we're looking at where we can bring those numbers down and to be more proactive.
Superintendent, what I can share that we're seeing in the research is it's somewhat of an impact from COVID. Because we got so good about being online and teachers are so successful about doing it, kids have gotten very comfortable about doing some of this homework online. The parents are in the same category. They've learned to work from home. So it's actually a mind shift that we have to address as well. So has the law not kept up with the mind shift, or do we have to change the mind shift? So that's one of the big players in this new trend that we're seeing across the nation.
So how do we define present?
Well, and we have flexibility there. Remember now, with the instructional time models, and we haven't even started much of the tip of the iceberg on what we can do with instructional time models. I mean, we do have our DLA program, that's an instructional time model, but there's a lot of possibilities on what we can do under instructional time models. You could define present as they've completed the project, they've done the work, and therefore we are saying that they are present for this number of hours. So, there's opportunities there. If you guys have ideas that you want to test out at your campus, you'd have to work with the OLAS team, but you could develop out those ideas, and then we could bring it to the board as an improved instructional time model. Right now, a lot of what we do is still very traditional. A lot of it is still looking at seat hours. But there's statutory language right now that opens it up and gives flexibility. We just haven't taken advantage of that flexibility yet to see how we can leverage that to better serve the students. So, yes, if you guys are working on an idea, you want to bring that idea, forward, work it out with OLAS, get that idea developed out, and when you have something you think's ready, we can bring it to the board and they can improve that as an additional instructional time model for us. Because for these types of students, that might be a strategy. It might be that you have to redefine how you're counting them, being present, if they have that mindset of, I don't need to physically be there to be able to get this stuff done. I can do it at home. Because yes, our adults have that same mentality. We've seen a big shift in workforces that people want to be remote-based for work. So, students see that, my parent works from home. Why can't I work from home? It's a different world after COVID. All right, let's go to, and then that was segueing right to you anyways, Randy, because Sierra Linda's up next. And I know, and you can talk to any of the attendance items, we had narrowed in on this one because when I tasked the team to okay, go back and see how we did on our goals. We wanted SMART goals. This is more like a VART goal because it was vague, not specific, not measurable. So when we get into how we're going to redefine some of our goals, this is one that we want definitely a lot of attention on, because when the team was trying to figure out how do I tell you if you met that or not, that was tough for them to come up with a data.
Real quick, can we kind of scroll? Was there anything else, Bill? I know you kind of posed a question. Okay.
No, sir. Thank you, Mike.
I just have a question with the years. Which year is the COVID year? Is it 2 or 3 years behind?
23 was the graduating year of the COVID class.
Okay.
So 2021, or 1920 we shut down.
Yeah.
Not everybody came back. 2021, the first full year back was 21, 22.
So 2023 is the COVID.
That's the freshman that lost a lot of time.
Yeah, what we put here is, as far as why we didn't meet our goal, and it's what opportunities continued, you know, whether they were synchronous or asynchronous. And so we also had moments, maybe I would say 5 or 6 throughout the year where we had mass absences. Good Friday was one.
That was a tough one. We're working that out on our calendar. What is that corrected for next year now?
It automatically falls. So just to give you guys a little history, in the past, Cesar Chavez Day is that floating day that you guys would get on the Good Friday. So then I started getting a lot of questions about why don't we get Cesar Chavez Day off? So I said, okay, well I can't give you 2 days off, I just need to know where you want to put it. So we put it back to Cesar Chavez Day if it landed on a Friday or a Monday of that Cesar Chavez week, so that you guys would get a 3-day holiday no matter what it was. Sometimes Easter is 3-4 weeks away. If Easter is late, it's late in April. If it's early, closer to Cesar Chavez, then we're able to make that work. So this year, Easter was late, so you didn't see it on Good Friday. This coming year, it's the very weekend after, so you'll see it back on Good Friday. But technically, it's your Cesar Chavez day that we're giving you. It's just not on Cesar Chavez Day. We're observing it on that Friday. So it's just the way the days fall. But moving forward, Mr. Kayas has asked that it's always that day, so I'll figure it out. So just keep in mind, you may lose that 4-day weekend in February, and you'll still get a 3-day weekend because of President's Day, but that Friday spring holiday, we may move that day down to make sure that you guys always get your Good Friday off, so that issue with the attendance won't happen again.
And so if the issue shifts over to Cesar Chavez Day, we're just going to extend the school year by a day. So that way you have both of them. We'll wait and see how it works out when it's Good Friday's off, but Cesar Chavez Day, nobody shows up.
So it wasn't a Good Friday for attendance.
Yeah, social media posts as well led to some mass absences. You know,
the social media threats.
Yeah.
And we do have a PSA out right now. If, you know, just maybe tell them a little bit about the PSA we're running.
Yeah, so the PSA, we've got and I'll share the link if I haven't already done it, I don't think. We have a landing page, and the campaign it's never a joke. And it's actually based on the young lady that was arrested, who said that it was a joke and she was trying to scare her classmates, which was not a good reason. So we did a PSA, we filmed it at La Jolla, and the concept was that there's a new weapon out on the market, and it's so small you can get it past security. Your parents don't even know you have this weapon. And the weapon is the cell phone. And at the end, the reveal is they're using the cell phone to share or repost a threat and not to do it. So the PSA ran in May at AMC Westgate and at Estrella Falls and here at the local parking. And then also it'll run again in August. So we want to time it so that it's running when kids are in school. Right now we're running just an enrollment campaign, the commercial that we did last year. But that was a very powerful campaign, and I sent out the link to the Ask for Listeners to all the school PR districts all over the state, and we got some really good feedback on that. When they saw that, they said, good job, great job for you and your team. Thank you for taking the lead on that, and we are promoting the report, don't repost message on the video. And it's a real cool video. I'll share that link out with everyone.
Yeah, so we know that the social media threats are worse at the beginning of the year and the end of the year.
It was also on TV.
So that's why, yeah, so it's running, the ad is running, and we had, you know, the students that put it together, but the ad is running right now, so that's one of the strategies we're trying to take to reduce those social media threats.
Well, and question for that, so for me, it sounds like something that we should also be doing like on freshman orientation day and like sometime that first week of school in one of the classes with all of our students, so that like we're making, like, you've now seen this, like we take this seriously, it's not a joke, and here's the things that will happen should you be confident.
Yeah, so it would be easy enough for you guys to incorporate into your freshman orientation day, because I know you're bringing them all together anyway. It's like 30 seconds?
Yeah,
a minute?
about a minute.
A minute, so it's a minute. So I mean, if you just run it during the minute.
Why would we do freshmen and like for all the other students come back like the next day or that first week at least, so that way everyone's on the same page with where we are as a district as when it comes to safety.
We'll let you guys work it out. You know when you have your students back, but if you guys find a time it's a 1-minute video, play the 1-minute video, just to let them know, like we we take social media threats seriously. So you don't want any student thinking like, oh, I didn't think I needed any real trouble for this. It's like, yes, you get in a lot of real trouble if you do this, don't do it.
And we even have shirts made, and it's never a joke, we had shirts made, that people were wearing, the kids, and there was a nice shot at the end with all the kids up on the stage. We worked with the drama students over at La Jolla. They were the actors and actresses in the video. So we had shirts made. It was a pretty professional, comprehensive campaign, actually. And it could be shown anywhere. I mean, I don't know if it would be appropriate to share during the parent nights even.
Might have Joseph pull it up for you guys on your next break, and then you can see it.
Yeah.
All right, Randy, do you have other options?
Yeah, I would say also freshman familia is going to be,
great strategy to try to address.
Another contribution to chronic absentees, is the political, atmosphere, the federal level with, various rates.
Yeah,
particularly for our ELL students, so I just want to bring that up and see how we can counteract that. I know we have marching orders and there's ways we can protect them, but as far as, preempting the chronic absentees, I don't really see a solution. I think they'll be afraid, if there is a rate that comes onto our district campus, or any of our campuses, I believe it will affect our, attendance, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is tough again nationwide.
Mm-hmm.
We know we have that added fear here in our community with the ICE raids, especially with what you're seeing with the protests nationwide, with the raids nationwide, that when we start school back up again, you are gonna have families that are afraid, right? And no matter how many times we keep telling them like, hey, we're gonna do everything we can to protect you while you're on our campus, we're not letting ICE get into our campus. When they see what's happening around the country, it's hard for them to take us at our word that we're actually going to be able to do that. So like, we are going to have to demonstrate that if ICE comes to our campuses, we are able to protect them from ICE before they actually start to believe us when we say, look, we're going to do everything we can to keep you guys safe while you're on our campus. I mean, they had, I don't know if you guys have been following it, but I mean, there's like videos of like, they're taking nannies away from kids while like no other adult is around, and it's like, what is the kid supposed to do? You just took away their nanny. Like it's getting a little bit ridiculous out there with the ICE raids, so obviously that's going to be a fear that we're going to have to deal with when the school year starts.
Also, I wanted to share that the Arizona School Public Relations Association, all the school districts that have school PR departments, we're working with an outside agency that is actually doing a campaign to combat absenteeism. So it'll be a year-long campaign. They will be designing graphics for social media and things that we could use as tools, and all the school districts across Arizona will be using the consistent image and the posts and everything that are being developed by this outside advertising agency, and it's available to all of us across the state. So there'll be kind of a strength in showing that all the school districts are promoting, battling absenteeism, and all the school districts will be able to use these graphics that are being designed and elements that we can refer parents and students to. So it is going to be a big focus for the next year through the Arizona School Public Relations Association, where all the school districts will be tackling that issue.
All right, Randy, did you have some more to add?
No, I mean, I think it's also important just to mention that a lot of these absences are excused. So that's something else that we should.
Which is the parents take vacations and we're still being penalized. Because you took too many vacations this year and now your child is chronically absent. It is an important metric though, because we know it's already hard enough to teach the students when we're dealing with cell phone distractions and all kinds of other distractions. It is impossible to teach a student if they're not actually there. So that's why when Wendy was looking for variables that can be measured to go towards this goal, this is the one that popped out the most. We'll move on to Tolleson. Martin, as you dove in with the team.
Yes. So this was one that I really looked closely. I did meet with Wendy extensively, and going back to what you mentioned on discipline at Tolleson Union High School, I would say we had the highest or one of the highest district-wide for this past year, and someone that alluded to what she alluded to earlier on students when I looked at the data, we segregated by location, by time, so forth. One of the things that I noticed was a pattern of students that were suspended suspended for 8 or more days, could we have done a better job with the reentry plan? Reentry plan is part of SEL, like checking in with the student, making sure that the student is ready to go back to the classroom. And the reason to me that stood out is because there was patterns of students returning from a long-term suspension and being suspended that same day. And that's concerning to me, and that's something that we're gonna look very closely by taking the similar approach that Bo talked about, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. With us, the big focus of that is gonna be our SIT team, student intervention team. Very excited that a large campus like Tolleson Union High School, from this past year, going from 1 social worker to now having 2 social workers, and then also having 2 prevention and intervention specialists. That's gonna be huge. Like I worked in discipline before in large campuses, Phoenix Union, and having those additional resources will make a huge difference. So for us now, it's just a matter of really being intentional with looking at our suspension rates and like making sure that every student has a reentry plan, regardless if it's long-term, short-term, but making sure that those students feel that they have the resources to be essentially be welcome back to the school setting. As well with like PLT, that's going to be a huge one too for us with instruction, like teaching bell to bell, and talking to Vicky. You know, I was there the last few days of the school, and that falls on us too, like making sure that students are in the classroom from bell to bell, that they're not being released 10, 15 minutes before, because that does contribute to discipline and essentially to absenteeism. That was something for me that was very helpful in working with Wendy, and we're excited to have our new assistant principal of discipline, who will be kind of working on that approach. Thanks.
Go over to, so you already mentioned Vicky, but now we're gonna move over to Vicky. You and I.
So for us, we really rely on the letters that the district sends out, and we do those at 5 days, I think it's 7 or 8 days. And when those kids hit a certain number, we call their parents in and have conversations about the importance, because to Randy's point, a lot of them are excused. So it's again, that mindset shift after COVID is that the safest and best place for your kid to be is here on our campus learning. Obviously, as a small campus, you have great relationships with your kids, parent involvement, just all of those things, and then communication, and again, calling parents in when we hit that 10% and making sure that they're aware of that. And some of our parents didn't realize that dialer comes out twice a day. They thought that just meant they were absent once. I said, no, you get it in the morning and the afternoon for both absences. So they just didn't know that. So also updating communication so that they're aware of that, like when we start school this year.
Yeah. And so some of it's going to be training the parents and letting them know, like, your student is being excessively absent. When they're chronically absent, then yeah, it's impacting their academic performance, and you know, just doing that communication now with the parents, because yeah, if they're excused, it's really not on the student. If they're being excused, that's really more on the parents. So
it is, and I do send out that calendar, and I encourage parents to schedule doctor's appointments on Wednesday afternoons and during the breaks. Those are the best time, not in the month of May, we're doing AP testing. I let them know the best times to schedule, because they are, you know, they have braces and they have doctor's appointments.
So maybe that's actually a good strategy if we develop this is your child's doctor and dentist appointment schedule. Like, you're the window.
Every Wednesday afternoon.
We understand they gotta see a dentist at least a couple times a year. This is when we want you to do it though. If you're not gonna do it all in the summer, you're gonna do something during the school year, here's when we would like you to do it during the school year. So, like, maybe a good strategy for educating our parents. All right, headed over to West Point, Steven?
Yeah, so what's that American saying? It takes a village.
That's right. Yes. I don't know. I need to know how many people does it take. So that no, we're in London. We just say it takes one good teacher.
But I think kind of, you know, it takes a village. You know, we have our attendance book, we have our counselors, we have all of our APs. We noticed last year when I was diving into this data that in the first quarter we had 29% of our kids in terms of our absence rate And then by the time we got to football, of course, it went on to the number that we see on the screen. So we made some progress, and it definitely steadily declined. What we've tried to do at West Point is we've tried to engage the families as much as we can. When we notice that there are kids having 9 or 10 absences, we bring them in, we do these reflective conference processes with the kids. We then involve the families, and we try to have conversations about, okay, this is why you need to be in school, this is why you need to be in class, this is really important. What we've tried to do this summer, and this has actually benefited us in 12 months now, is we've actually started this process now. Because our campuses are open, because we're on campus at the moment, we're calling parents in, we're calling families in of those kids who were chronically absent last year, and we're having meetings with those families about, hey, you know, what was going on? You missed, you know, 18 days, 19 days, 20 days. You didn't get these credits. It may have been because you were absent. Like, how can we work with you? What's going on? What's the problem? And what we're finding is, kind of like what all of you guys have alluded to, it's not just simply the kid doesn't want to be at school. There's other issues going on. We found out there were some family concerns. We found out there were some transportation issues, so then we can loop in, you know, the other members of our staff, our social workers, our interventionists, and try and help those families. You know, we're doing these meetings right now during the summer, so we don't know like how much success we're going to have, but we're hoping that when the semester starts next year, the fact that we've made that connection with the families, we've had those conferences with the kids, that's going to help. One of the things we also do at West Point is discipline belongs to everyone. We all deal with attendance, even me as the assistant for construction. I unfortunately suspend kids for fighting. I've suspended kids for 7, 8 days or whatever it is based upon it. But then what we do, because we're all involved in the disciplines, we now have a connection to that kid. So when I see that kid coming back on campus, I'm like, hey, what's going on? You're coming back. I reached out to your teachers to make sure you've done the work. Let's make sure you turn that work in. So we have that connection with families and the kid. What we've noticed is because we all make those connections with those kids, sometimes that kind of helps with having those conversations to encourage them to be at school. But it's a problem, and we're working really hard to try and solve this.
Thanks, Steve. And then Westview, John?
Yeah. One of the things that we've seen success with through our PBIS team is recognizing students that are here each and every day, perfect attendance, no sweep, no tardies. Those students get to leave 5 minutes early at lunchtime, they get an otter pop, and those students really like it. It doesn't necessarily help against students that aren't showing up to school, but it does encourage students that are doing the right thing to continue to do that. So that's something that we tried. And then we also have grade level teams where basically students that are credit deficient or are chronically absent, a teacher checks in and checks out with them. We've seen that with various levels of success. Obviously, it's hard to check in and out with a student when they're chronically absent. It's helped more with the D's and F's, but that's something that we've tried. And then to Ms. Sun and Dr. Martine's point, the second interventionist, I mean, that's going to give us more manpower to have these conversations, to read these letters, to have these parent meetings. So that's something that we can only utilize that person for.
So John, you went through it kind of quickly, but I know the Otter Pop idea has been Natalie's pride and joy over there. So you want to elaborate like a little bit more on that? How much of an improvement did you see once you guys started handing out those Otter Pops?
I don't have the exact numbers, Mr. Kayas, but I would say that we've become more stringent in terms of how we give out the Otter Pop. So we run it a week. It's like a lag. So if they were here the last week, the entire week, no sweeps, no tardies, on the following Friday, that's when they get it, including excused absences is something that we've added, so they have to have those perfect attendance. And I just think the social impact of the kids obviously enjoying that, getting to leave early, and then encouraging their friends, to be able to do that and that opportunity. So percentage-wise, I just anecdotally, like students get very excited about that. So that's something that we will continue. It's rewarding in the positive.
Yeah, so those strategies like that to reward the positive behavior, like especially in the middle of summer, I gotta imagine that's really beginning of the school year, end of the school year, that's a very good motivation to like want to get that Otter Pop when it's like 100-something degrees outside. So yeah, it's a great approach. Now it's different in the online world, but Nikki, what are you guys doing when you're noticing that you've got a student not connecting, not logging in?
Yeah, so we still have issues with attendance. It's a little surprising
acknowledge them when they do those things is helpful in building that. And then just, I think, from what I see at DLA, I think we should consider thinking about instructional time models district-wide, and just going back to that first word of our values, which was safety. That's the thing we're constantly hearing at DLA. It could be social anxiety. It's a lot of the societal and political things that are happening, and just thinking into the future, we can't predict what that's going to be. You know, we may think it's the ice raids right now, but it changes. If we need to learn from COVID and all the things that have happened since COVID, and we don't even know what's coming next. So the more we as a district can be flexible and ready to pivot, I think will be beneficial to us kind of moving forward into the future.
Absolutely. And so I definitely encourage all of you guys to work with your site leadership teams, work with your teachers. Like, if you can develop a good instructional time model, like include the OLAS team, like work with OLAS, develop out a good instructional time model on how you're gonna implement that practice. As soon as you have it ready, we can bring it to the board for approval. So, but you know, really counting on that, starting at the site and working up. Like, not for us to give you a model. If you guys build out a model you think is gonna work, we have a lot of flexibility now. Build out that model, come up with your idea, work it through OLAS, we'll bring it up to the board, and we can start trying some different models. Don't be afraid to fail. Like, if you have an idea and you're like, well, I'm not 100% sure if this idea is gonna work, run it anyway. Pilot it for 1 year. If it works, not only will it help your students, but you might stumble onto something that could work district-wide, right? So, you know, you gotta take some risks. So if you have some ideas, you guys have thoughts around different instructional time models, get a plan together, work with OLAS, develop it out. Even if we're just doing it at your site, because we're like, well, yeah, maybe this is gonna work, maybe it won't. Let us try it for 1 year at your site. If it doesn't work, okay, then we don't do that again. But if it does, or it just needs a little tweak after that first year, then we have something that we can run with and start to implement more district-wide. So.
Just don't make it too expensive, you know, the limit's $100 million.
We work with no limits around here. All right, Travis, I know you guys really get to know your students, so I don't know if chronic absenteeism is still something that you see when you guys have that, even that good of a connection.
Yeah, even with the modified schedule, you would think their attendance would improve. In some cases, they do, but for the students that don't, we use Loop, and it's a platform where everyone can go in and see real time. So if a student is chronically absent or 3 consecutive, our attendance clerk puts the name in the Loop and identifies the person to make that call, so they get that unit call. We also have an attendance flow chart, intervention flow chart, not necessarily if you are missing this many days, this is what happens. It's more of an intervention. So if you're missing the first 2 days and 3, social workers contact or your teacher of record or behavior specialist, and it goes all the way down to obviously the 13 absences. So just utilizing the intervention chart. Obviously, I heard PBIS, we utilize our PBIS as well, recognizing students that that have good attendance. But it's, again, going down to there's a reason why they're being absent, especially the ones that even in the modified schedule are still absent. So we need to go further and say what's going on. So it's kind of some of the things we use.
When you're having those conversations, are you finding a lot, especially for your students, it's something about what's happening at home that's really.
It is, and I know probably we'll talk about it later, but the use of Touchstone in Southwest, our school-based service has gone up, and it's gone up with me too, as far as the number of students that are utilizing that service. So again, making sure they have that help as well.
All right, we made it through 2 goals, only 6 more to go. Bill, hang in there. Now this particular goal, and we get to the end, you can see the charts up around. We're going to talk about what goals need to be modified, deleted, which ones to keep. This one I'm foreshadowing for you. Like, you see that we were struggling to find something that directly measures what we stated as the goal. So if we're thinking chronic absenteeism is the measurement that we want to go after, then we need to reword the goal so it's a little bit more explicit that we're talking about addressing chronic absenteeism. If we're thinking that we want to address more tardies and sweeps, when we get to the end, that's when you guys are going to share out and give a little bit more thought on like what you think this goal needs to evolve to. I'll tell you, the way the goal stands right now, it's very difficult. It's not working with the way goal right now, so we need to work on that one a little bit. All right, the next one we have is increase the percentage of proficiency in American College testing, ACT, for ELA and math by 2% annually. Now, I first want to let Wendy speak to how ambitious this goal may be when looking at data. So, Wendy, if you could like give people background on this data.
So what I want you guys to be prepared for is proficiency gets measured different, and you're going to see this different every time you look at it. This is measured from the raw data file, getting it in your hands as soon as we can. Then there's the A2F letter grade that only comes out of the static file, and then you can look at just your FAE kids and those proficiencies. And then there's the public file that goes through all the integrity that gets reported on the report card. So they all serve different purposes. So Anna's going to show you some numbers later. They're not going to match what you see up here because these are the raw data numbers because we get them quick. We can see how we did. When I started playing with these numbers, I'm like, we're fluctuating all over the place. You can see that there. So what would be, I went ahead and used the 2, but what would be reasonable? And in some cases, do we want to stay with the first data that comes out? So it's one of those goals we really have to define because if we don't define when and how we're going to measure it, we need to go back then and say, okay, this seems like a reasonable goal. The 2% on this data, we're about 4, how many documents do they have? There's 7 times 2 is 14, and we got 5. So I don't think 2 probably was the right number on that one. But I don't know, I was struggling with this one, I really was. And we're fluctuating. And that too, for my new people here, classes have personalities. Okay? So the class that just took the test could be a total different personality than your class coming up. I mean, where they're coming in at, where they're, you know, and just their attitude. So when we're going year to year, we just gotta be a little careful. Now at a district level, you know, you guys are 500 kids. I mean, that impact is a little less than if you were a small school. But things that I thought we needed to consider is these numbers, is that 2% reasonable? If we dropped it down to 1.5, we'd capture nobody. Oh no, we capture one more. I got 1.68 there, Tolleson. Good job. Okay. So I wanted you guys to really think about this goal. It is important. I think it's important with all tests because that's what goes public. Nobody understands A2F unless you're part of it. But this is what's published, or this is the raw version of what goes on report cards, but it's fairly close.
So a couple key pieces in there, like when you said, like a little bit more direction in the goals, so she knows exactly which data set we're talking about. And then, you know, one of the things you notice with this goal is we don't do any planning for the ceiling effect, right? So like at least in goal 1, we're like, we want you to be above 90% or increase by 2 each year, right? We know that once you hit 90, you know, imagine if this goal said we want you to increase by 2% each year and it didn't say or be above 90. What do you think the chances are that you high makes this goal next year to increase by 2%? 0. They're already at 100%. They can't graduate 102%. So like the goal doesn't plan for the ceiling effect. It doesn't have like, so this is another goal that like when we get to the end, we're talking about how do we tweak it. Like this is going to be one of those goals we're going to need to talk about how are we redefining this a little bit more to be a little bit more specific. Plan for the ceiling effect so that way it's a little bit more attainable. There's some work that needs to be done here. But in general, I want you guys to speak to what are you doing to help improve your ACT score. So again, Bo, your lead off.
Sure. It's kind of funny that's what Wendy led with because I have in my notes that we have to be a little bit careful when we're comparing cohorts of students to different cohorts of students because of some of the intricacies of classes. And for example, if we look at our numbers for 21-22 to 22-23, it looks like we are absolutely killing it. We increased by 6% and 9%. that year, but the year before was a very low bar. It wasn't going to be very difficult for us to increase that number, but our students from 23-24 to 24-25, who have actually decreased from the year prior, actually outperformed the students that were in green. So we have to be a little bit careful about that because we don't have any cap, like you said, or any way to measure where proficiency is. It's just the number of students based on year to year. So it's kind of like grad rate a little bit, that although we are increased one year, the next year could be a little bit different and we could be back up again. So we take an approach on our campus where we follow cohorts of students and we track their growth because it's easier to compare student to student, like comparing them year to year to year. So from ACT Aspire, pre-ACT to ACT. And I know Wendy has done a phenomenal job with her team as well. So we appreciate all the data that we get with that as well. So when we prepare our students for ACT, there's a lot of things that we do, but at the same time, I try not to knee-jerk by saying that looks like what we did last year didn't work, let's recreate the wheel. So we still, obviously, it's going to be a focus of our PLTs. We still continue to run ACT boot camps. We'll still be continuing to use Flex. I'm very, very hopeful with Mastery Prep next year that we will be able to use Mastery Prep at our freshman and sophomore cohorts of students to hopefully expose them to more ACT best practice and to content.
And Bo, since you're the first one who brought it up, I want you to explain Mastery Prep for board members and others who don't know.
So we had, actually, I think Bill piloted it, so I'm sure when we get to La Jolla, he could actually speak a little bit further. We just saw a presentation from Mastery Prep about some of the partnerships that they have with ACT, and it is some curriculum-based things that they do to help prepare students strategically, but also content-wise as well. So at the freshman sophomore level, for example, they have embedded bell work that can help students timed walkthroughs versus specific students. We can upload or preset some of the things that students maybe did well or didn't do well on from like pre-ACT or ACT Aspire to have a more streamlined focus for specific students. So that way we're really targeting where some of those skills and needs are, because the biggest part of this is it takes things off of our teachers, right? They're not having to find resources to find, old tests, sample tests, to then recreate a lot of these things for students. It's already embedded, and with the Mastery Prep partnership that they work with ACT, they have updates now from ACT. They have a lot of the things that are very practical when using with ACT, so that's something that I think we're hopeful about. And Bill can, I'm sure, speak to more because they actually used it last year.
Well, Bill's right after you, so you can segue on over.
Yeah, good timing. One thing I'm super proud of regarding to La Jolla is we've seen an increase in ACT proficiency overall each of the last 8 years, like every single year it's gone up. So I'm really proud about that. And what's interesting is although our math percent proficient went down, we actually had more kids move from minimally proficient to partially proficient. So as the goal is written, you only get credit if you're in those last two bands, but we know the mathematical and numeric higher return on investment for label is actually moving kids from minimally proficient to partially proficient. So I'm like super proud of a lot of the ACT metrics that we've shown at La Jolla. We've gone away this year from doing all the after-school Saturday sessions that were teacher run. We just didn't see a lot of return on investment. We tried a lot of different models. So we did outsource a review session of Mastery Prep for a specific population that we had. We're very excited on where we're going with that, or how we can use Mastery Prep when we see all the tools that we can use. But to me, it's been more of a professional learning team. Every professional learning team sets a student success goal and a high stakes assessment goal. And we had 10 teams that chose ACT. We had an art team that chose a writing goal for ACT, which we're going to use as a model for next year for some of those outside. As a principal, previously I made every team choose ACT. That really didn't work. It's like trying to fit a round peg into a square hole. So giving some of our professional learning teams autonomy, you can see it. Our teams that are focused on ACT are doing it from the jump. Like it's from August, it starts the unit planning process and the assessment process. We're excited about what Flex has to offer. So we're moving away from the teacher-run outside school ACT sessions to much more of an everyday, embedded in, do the work, along with some of the will pieces of like banners and like things you send out to community members and things you talk about with students regarding some of the PSAs to them. So although our math percent proficiency shows it went down, our overall proficiency stayed the same, and we actually moved more kids out of that bottom area. So like I'm like super excited and very proud of what we've done with ACT proficiency. But also this doesn't, just to throw one more monkey wrench in, this doesn't talk about growth, which is probably like the biggest measure of like learning, right? Proficiency usually favors socioeconomic status, and growth is really where it's at. So I'm like super excited to see where we are.
Nice. All right, Sarah Linda, Randy?
I yield the floor to Vicky.
All right.
So similar to what Bo and Bill talked about, it was really like an all hands on deck approach. Starting from August, really working with our PLTs, implementing and crosswalking those ACT skills with the curriculum that they're being taught. We utilized Flex, that was a huge help. That also allowed us to go away from those Saturdays and after school sessions where we didn't see a lot of turnout. But with Flex, we were able to specifically target 140 of our students who scored minimally proficient. We broke them into groups. We had them rotate for 6 weeks through Flex to see if we could get them over to that proficient level, and we did see an increase in that. So that was beneficial. Instructional leadership, as far as like all of the APs, understanding and knowing and working with our PLTs with instruction and ACT, our department chairs. Intentionality in the content area, so like social studies, they were supporting with like ACT writing, PE, they were supporting with ACT reading, things like that. So really just trying to hit it at all different angles, having those continuous conversations. It's not just something that we talk about, you know, in January, like, hey, the ACT is coming up, but letting our freshmen know you're going to be taking the ACT, you're taking the ACT Aspire, here's why, all of those things.
Prep early, prep often. Sounds good. All right, then moving over to Tolleson. Martin.
Yeah, so although as you can see from the slide, we're just shy away from 2% in ELA, 0.68, and we're only 0.16%, which is less than 1%. For math, at Tolleson, I would say that's like one of the strengths of the school, to be honest. The ACT team is very cohesive. This is even when I was at Phoenix Union, I know we reach out all the time, and that's our instructional coach, our literacy coach, our API. Our APR is really a whole like team approach, and some of the strategies that were implemented this last year was flex time, like being very intentional during that flex time. Teachers know exactly what's expected of them. A big part of that was a guiding coalition that emerged from Bill over at La Jolla. And Guiding Coalition was a big part of the initiatives. Parent nights, there was a few parent nights throughout the, I would say one parent night each quarter, targeting students that were on the verge of, you know, based on their ACT score from the previous school year. And then there was a targeted for small group interventions, as well as being intentional with practice test opportunities for seniors. It's interesting that Bill mentioned that they're going away from the after school. That was a suggestion that was made for us going into this next school year.
Well, he was saying that he wants the 3 o'clock bus so we could have the 2 options.
So maybe he'll share some bus drivers with us.
Well, they start, so I don't have to worry about that, because you guys get to.
Yeah, they start. But, so I think to us, one thing that I definitely look into, and I'll reach out to Bill and Bo about Mastery Prep. Although our ACT team is very cohesive, I think Mastery Prep would also be a good support.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much leeway is that district-wide, or is that?
District-wide?
Yeah, so we're going to get Mastery Prep for all the schools. Everybody will have access to that. We're still in the process of creating the PO, but with Mastery Prep, like both said, the bell word, also there's going to be something that's unique that we also implemented into the requisition PO is some data dialogue specifically to when students take the test,
looking at where they score, the skill set, and how can they support the teachers by looking at the data and what instructional needs are necessary for the students. So that data dialogue will be unique to every specific school. So that's what's in the package that we purchased, and then also the platform that students can use. Hopefully we can get everything finalized and get the training for our teachers in July when we come back. If not, we're hoping August. But it's for all the school sites, and we hope that this will also help out. We're very intentional this year as well with the OLS department to really look at this goal and to support. Something else that we're doing this year is sending some people to the ACT National Conference that we've never attended. So we want to see how we can best support the schools. And I know some of the school sites are also attending that ACT National Conference. So we're also opening it up to teachers for some local ACT training as well. Because it's the goal that we know that we can grow, and we have a lot of growth in this area. And we know the needs, and we want to really focus on that. But it's for all.
I'm sorry, what positions or folks do you say are going to that national conference?
The OLS, so Dr. Bias's team, is the origin going? The ELA, or the core subject area coordinators. And then we have some principals going and some APs that are going.
That can be for the board and help them.
Oh, yes.
Is there, you're gonna open it up to teachers?
We opened it up to anybody that they wanted to send to the national conference, but there are some ACT that are local, that are specific to the teachers' content area. That I don't know if there's teachers that. I do believe there's some teachers that did sign up.
For the principals, do you know if you have, which teachers do you have going out, or how many teachers you have
Yeah,
going?
like Sarah Linda had a couple, Sarah Linda had a couple like English teachers, math teachers sign up to attend, and they can get like a certification at the end of the course.
Yeah, there's one for each content area.
Yeah, that's really specific to the content area, the one that's local.
Right. Well,
And Steven, you had some too?
Yeah, I sent 3 of my math teachers.
To the national or to the online thing?
It's online.
Okay, what about, I'm asking about the national thing now.
No, I don't think we have any teachers.
No, because when I saw the invoices, it was some principals and some district members that came through with their travel people, so.
Is the national conference targeted at teachers in individual content areas the way the state one does, or it's more focused on the?
I think it's just, yeah.
So it's more targeted towards school.
Well, I just wonder, I mean, obviously, we have teachers that are part of curriculum development design. There would be a benefit. Obviously, we're not going to send 1,400 people to this event, but I would wonder if there would be some benefit to sending at least some, obviously we're focusing on English and math, would there be some benefit in sending, some English and math teachers across the district to go to this, to go to some sessions? Because again, as we're doing this stuff, it shouldn't just be a district office that's like building out these initiatives. We have to work collaboratively with the people on the road who know our students the best. So I wonder if we could find a way, I don't know what all the sessions look like, but if there's a way.
We don't need it, as long as it's
Yeah,
our first time going.
We're
going right now.
I'm not going, but there's some other people that are going to.
But if there's a benefit, we have now a year delay of teachers going to this. I know there's like the online certification, but and maybe that for this year, if we send some, maybe it's folks that already have that certification, like already gone through the online process. Would you like to go to this national conference because we want you to continue bolstering what you have to help us as we develop our stuff around us?
So for those of you who are going to the conference, when you go, keep under that lens, like if you were sending your department chairs or, other teachers from your site, like would they benefit from those classes too? I mean, obviously, like I expect you guys to bring back whatever knowledge you have from the training and share that with your site. But look at it under the lens of, if your department chair was sitting there with you, would they have also benefited from hearing that information firsthand?
Well, when does this go?
July.
Oh, so it's okay.
It's coming.
July.
Okay.
Yeah, but for next year, like, this is our first time going.
Yeah.
If you guys look at it under that lens of like, if I had my department chairs there, actually, I'd love them to hear like, keep it under that lens when you're out there, and then you can come back and let us know.
I mean, they have that online already, the curriculums, I mean, the scheduling and everything. I mean, you guys, I mean, we can call and just ask, you know, will be the same thing, from this time around, and things like that. But I'm looking forward to their feedback. I'm more concerned about, for me, I think, if we're gonna send teachers out to these conferences, and then having our district and our point persons in the area of expertise, I'm just concerned that if you know, if the information is going to be absorbed differently, obviously. So that's what I'm going to be a little bit worried about, because if they have something just tailored for instructors, teachers in the classroom that can be locally, you know, then I'd rather keep that separate, just because I'm just afraid of that conflict potential overlap. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm trying to say.
Well, I would argue that also teacher that's been in the classroom for 10, 15, 20 years is a subject matter expert and should be in those seats, regardless of whether they're a district office person or the site. And that's not to dismiss the experience and work from site or district administrators, but that's the teacher's the person in the room.
It really depends on the content, because if the content is stress this with your teachers, stress this with your teachers, and you're there as a teacher, like, why don't I work with other teachers? I work with students. So like, it really depends on the content. So
Because if you look at the contents in the syllabus, it's more for admin, it's more for district. I mean.
yeah, and so that's why all of our admins, they've been teachers before. They know how to put on their teacher lens, and they can come back to us and tell us, like, actually, yes, even though this is targeted for school administrators, it would be beneficial for teachers. Or they're like, no, everything that they're talking about is just about site management, like they're not gonna.
Yeah, we're open to that. We went to a conference for Solution Tree with an RTI, or it was during ACT as well. And it was our first time going into it, and we're like, oh my gosh, this is like for teachers. So we are gonna open it up, I think it's in November, if they have a different conference, that's specifically for them, that it would be helpful for them and with their teams to go with the teams. So we are going to be sending people to that conference, but we've never been to this ACT National Conference. But we are open to inviting and involving our teachers, because we know that they also are the ones that are doing it.
And yes, I think the conversation's both ways, and then I have similar conversations with, you know, local level folks, like, well, we're not completely out of touch here. Like, we have sometimes we have a bigger picture here that we have to focus on with this one classroom, but also, so it's for me, like, as inclusive as it be, if there are sessions, you know, again, it doesn't have to be tons of teachers from each campus, but, you know, so I think depending on conferences and things we're going to, the experience of an administrative teacher being brought together in a conversation for having like, all right, how can I like build this now and having that support, I think sometimes it's helpful. If it's not that kind of conference, then cool, let's find other opportunities like the online one.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll all give us that feedback when they come back from the conference, they can let us know. All right, I think we left off on Vicky, were you next?
Yeah, so I want to give kudos to our district, and I don't know any other district who does this, so maybe somebody else does, but we actually purchased the test in the fall, and that is huge to have our kids do have that opportunity. So at UHI, we don't focus much on the ACT until they get those results back, because there's drive to increase. Even if you didn't get a great score, you know, you want to improve. So then that's when we pick up on the boot camp, and they get tickets for attending sessions during flex, and then you can earn a little bag of chips. Or at the end, we raffled off this year a big Lego set of Starry Night, which
nice.
that was a sought after gift, which is awesome. So that is what we did. I appreciate what you mentioned, Mr. Kais, about the ceiling effect. Right now, English is a 91 proficiency, and we're hoping to hold 91, knowing that cohort changes a little bit. I'd love for them to be at 93, but I'm not sure that they can.
So you'll definitely have ideas on how to modify this goal.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we're looking forward to Mastery Prep as well. They currently have a little system that they use and they really like. And so anytime that you introduce something new, it could be a little implementation dip, but we're looking forward to it because at least the source is digital, and the ones that we have are the old school books. So looking forward to that.
We kind of predicted this, so on the data person, I looked at how the kids performed in the fall, and I know you can't compare cohorts of two different groups of kids, but I did compare like how the kids did in the fall compared to the previous cohort, and they were scoring almost a point lower in every single test compared to the previous cohort. So what we tried to do is in the second semester, our guiding coalition, which uses the PLC process, we put together grade level teams, and in those grade level teams, we decided to use the PLC process to unwrap the ACT standards and embed them in not just our junior classes, because ACT can't just be tackled with the juniors. We also started to unwrap the ACT standards for freshmen and sophomores and embed that into the curriculum. So moving forward next year, every month we're going to have these grade level team meetings that are going to be run by not me or admin, but by actual members of the guiding coalition. It's a teacher-led initiative where the mission and vision is to improve student outcomes in high-stakes assessments, which is ACT and other things. Those grade level teams are now going to be analyzing the data, looking at their assessments on these ACT standards, and making determinations. What do we now need to do? What do we need to improve? We start to see a little bit of that, and I think those numbers obviously don't tell the whole story. We did grow by 0.7 from the fall to the spring. Our composite scores, our math scores, and our ELA scores, which is an improvement in ACT. We're looking for a 0.5 to a 1 in terms of growth. And we did get that from the fall to the spring. I think next year when we get to have those monthly meetings, where we're looking at that data and embedding it into our curriculum, I think that's going to definitely have some level of improvement for our juniors. And I think overall, like in terms of the long scope, when those freshman kids and those sophomore kids are also doing some ACT practice with those grade level teams and the PLCs, I think that will help. And that mastery practice is definitely going to help us with that too. And I think the final thing is we're going to have flex next year. So utilizing flex time once we get those results in the fall to do some very intentional sessions on ACT skills, I think that's definitely going to benefit us a lot moving forward.
Now, Randy, you guys ran flexes last year, right? So were you guys doing targeted ACT during some of those flex sessions?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was just second semester.
Okay, during second semester. Okay. Over to John.
Yeah, very excited to hear about Mastery Prep. We have an ACT committee that on early release Wednesdays was creating old tests, and we were doing it through Microsoft Forms to track data and create interventions, which is
Try to create your own Mastery Prep.
Yes, which is difficult. You're talking about adding to teacher workload and carrying something out with fidelity is difficult. Something that we've talked about on our campus, which I know other districts do, is grade replacement for showing proficiency on ACT. So I know Agua Fria does it, where if in the current class that you're in, if you score proficient, that's a 4% boost in your current grade, or if you're highly proficient, that's a 6% boost. Deer Valley also does it, where it's more grade based. So that's something that we've been talking about, and I'm a believer in it's a motivation for students. They might not see the long-term outcomes of ACT, especially if you have a 12, 13, 14, 15, but you could get that immediate boost, immediate gratification through that. So that's something that we're talking about this summer, which I think could be a game changer and kind of a unique way to go about.
Have you floated that idea already with your teachers? Like, have they given you feedback? Because teachers are very protective about the grades, so
they are. So we have floated it with our teachers, specifically our math.
And you got our most veteran teachers, so.
Yes, so there is some discrepancy within it, but we're trying to obviously have our department chairs, buy in and understand the why. Because if they're showing that they're proficient on the ACT, aren't they proficient in algebra 2 or geometry? So that's kind of.
And they'll say, yeah, but they didn't turn in their homework.
So that's a battle that we're kind of fighting and prepared to fight, but something that we're talking about of seriously implementing this school year.
Well, I think if you can get that at your campus, I think it would be a much easier lift at the other campuses. So yeah, I think that's a.
We're starting with math.
You're starting with math.
Yeah.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. You take the biggest challenge first. You take down the Goliath, the rest of them run. That'd be good, yeah. All right, like that approach. Let's go over to ELA, Nikki?
Yeah, so all of our interventions are built into the class for English and math. It's just making sure that we're exposing them to the types of activities they'll do on the test. So from August all the way up until they take the test. The biggest obstacle for DLA is getting them to show up to take the tests. And that is a huge barrier and has significant consequences if they don't.
Is that a transportation issue too though? Like, are you seeing like, are we getting them all a ride?
They are able to hop on a bus stop.
And be able to get into
still
still go to the test.
I think communicating to them what bus stop, what time, like, we do our best, but when, you only take the bus 2 days a year, it's hard to fully know those things.
Are you doing like a public bus or like our?
No, our bus.
Yeah, so,
But yeah, just because they haven't been riding the bus and.
I think that it's a mindset of I'm an online student, I don't have to do that. And so it's a lot of our classified staff making tons of phone calls, counselors, a lot in the sites as well, of calling you missed this one, coming in for a makeup, etc. So it has gotten better over the years of kids showing up to take those tests, so we're counting that as a win, although small and it's not where we want them to be. And then making sure when they do transfer to us that the counselors are telling them, hey, you're an online student, but you are still required to come to school on these days for these specific tests. That bleeds over into ELD, which I'm sure we'll talk about that. For ELD testing, the state tests, they have to come in, and I think sometimes when they become an online student, they just take those rules don't apply to them anymore, and their families also. So that's an obstacle that we're constantly.
Have you reached out to some of the online principals from the other districts and tried to figure out like what are some of their strategies to try? Because I gotta imagine everybody's having the same problem. With online students,
I
even coming
have
first.
not done that. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, so it might be good to connect some of them, like figure out like how do you tackle this? Because like I can see that like they may not see any benefit to the ACT. So for them, if they're like, no, I only work from home.
Yeah, they think there's.
What is the leverage we're using to try to tell them like, yeah, well, we need you to hop on a bus a couple times a year and that.
And I also will echo what Vicki says. I do think that fall testing is so crucial of the practice, getting them exposure to it, feeling more confident, just because it's a specifically timed test, and that's very rare for our students to experience. Generally we give them all the time in the world, all the opportunities, not on ACT. It's specific, timed, and so getting that exposure is like a practice round.
Hey Nick, she's in a training right now, when she comes back, she was the principal of the Digital Academy. And so she dealt with it all the time, so you might wanna check with her to see how they got their kids in.
Right, Travis?
Yeah, I think the one target we had was make sure the schools getting them to test. And Wendy's done a good job where we've uploaded all the schools to Tolleson and they're getting run off.
So all of their
batch.
students are testing at Tolleson?
We're in the Tolleson batch, but they take the test with me, so obviously take the test in a familiar environment. So instead of having them go to each site like they had to do with Ames and stuff like that. I think the second part is the Master Connect. I had a presentation with another company, but then Dr. Mills had that, so I'm kind of excited with that and how to implement that. So wasn't the growth, officially wasn't our focus, is the growth, but obviously after this year, we're gonna have to start kind of seeing where our students are at. So just with platforms like that and doing things embedded in our curriculum, I'm excited to see kind of how we're measuring up. After you eliminate some of the other issues with students and put them in familiar environments and how they test. So that has not been our focus, other than making sure we have 95%. And make sure our other schools don't get penalized. But now we have to kind of invest in different things. So.
All right, so I'm gonna check with Kimberly, what time are we planning for lunch? That way I know when to make sure I break everything. 11:30? All right, so we're gonna get through 10 minutes of this next goal. We're gonna break mid-goal at 11:30 in 10 minutes. But this one, all schools will earn 9 or more points for a Zella scores. And it looks like, okay, Wendy, now you have to remind me.
So this is A through F.
Okay.
A through F, there's 5 points for
for proficiency and 5 points for growth.
Yes.
And it's compared to the state, their Zella.
And when you're marking them in green though, it was,
They
even
made
though
the
the goal says
9
9 more points, you also mark them in green if they improved by 1.
Correct, by the 1 point.
So you're giving them a suggestion on a modification for the goal to say, maybe improve by 1 or meet 9. But you can see where you guys have fared under this last one, going into 23-24. So we'll go over to Bo first.
Sure.
The strategies you're using to.
So I think that the biggest thing is that EL students are not EL department's responsibility solely. So that EL students are our whole campus responsibility. So that the supports that our EL students receive are all of our job, whether that's in science and math and art. So making sure that our students feel supported and connected and have the appropriate accommodations in those classes is something that goes a long way. That's something that we'll continue to focus on. I think the EL audit was, obviously it's an audit, but in a lot of ways it's good for us to kind of reflect on best practices, for us to kind of continue to reflect on, you know, what do we need to embed, maybe that we've gotten away from, especially post-COVID, that we know is good practice for not only EL students, but all students, SS students. And so it gives us a chance to prioritize some of our focus. And it's about what's best for all students to create a more inclusive environment. And then the last thing I'll say is Zella specific is obviously there's things we need to do to make sure that students are prepared in everything that we do is speaking, reading, writing, listening, whether that's again in cross-curricular, across all content areas. But then not losing track of our PDUPs, so our parent withdrawals who are our students who are no longer in the EL program, and being purposeful and making sure that they understand the importance of performing well on the Zella as well to demonstrate proficiency in English, because sometimes those students, although they're not in the EL program, they can get lost in the shuffle. So making sure we identify those students, coach those students, bring them in for flex, mentor those students, and make sure they have the supports they need to be successful.
And Bo, you touched on something I actually should have started with Christina. Christina, you want to talk a little bit about the audit, the non-compliance, and some other strategies you're thinking that, as a whole, we all need to be considering for improving in this area?
So the EL audit came February 3rd and 4th, and one of those days was a day that was one of those chronic absent days. And but in all, I've been working with APIs and APRs specifically to see what are like four things that were in the corrective action. PNCs, we're taking care of that district. FEPs, I met with fluent English proficient students that are being marked or monitored for the following 2 years. And then the integrated and the targeted areas of language proficiency as far as the performance indicators. So we've worked with the teachers already. We're doing some summer walkthroughs right now with the Common Forum. I've already done with Tolleson and Sierra Linda. And so we're just looking at that. But one of the things that Bo talked about was the PWs, right? So what does that one pager look like that we're going to share with school counselors of, hey, let's get them in the program. Because we can, with 78% of our data is showing that they are more likely to be proficient if they're in the program. They still have to test, but if they're in the program, we have an opportunity to meet them where they're at. And then just really looking at what are some language scaffolds in all areas. So sharing that wealth of knowledge with everyone is huge. So, that's correct.
Yeah, kind of similar to Bo's concept of like, it's everybody needs to get on board with this goal. Bill?
Yeah, echo what Bo said, we're increasing our cross-training from our other teachers. I know we have a very strong EL department at La Jolla. This year we went away from it, we're going back to it for common preps for our core content areas. I know that was really useful, especially when we start talking about how you're using your instructional assistants in that area, so it gives them time to meet weekly in addition to that release time on Wednesday, which has been very good in regard to making sure that our students do have all those resources. Something on my mind, I'm really learning a lot about EL, I'm not an expert in this, but it's the students that stay in EL, even though maybe they may have the language like acquisition and ability to get out, but want to stay in because that's their tribe and that's their group and that's their friends. So trying to expose them to success outside of those EL spaces is something that's in the forefront of my mind that I don't know how to systematize, but it's something that I want to talk to our team more about.
Christina, did you have thoughts on that? Because like, I thought after they're already proficient or something, it's not like an option, I thought they move out of the, do they not move out of the building?
So what, what Dr. Sorensen was talking about is kids that are just comfortable being in the EL program.
Mhm.
They're comfortable with Mark Parsons if they don't want to score, so they sabotage themselves to
Oh,
take
so
the
they're
test, so they can
sabotaging on
stay
the
in the
test.
program.
Okay, I got you.
Mhm.
So they're deliberately doing bad on the test because they don't want to leave the class.
And I can't point my finger to exact cases, but that's just something that in talking, and once again,
With some
anecdotally,
of
that
the
we're not
students.
sure how much that's
Yeah.
playing.
Okay.
I just have a question for clarification. I'm not really familiar with the population. Does campus varies in the number of students or and how does that play? Because I just want to hear from the principals and the volume or not so much. And I know sometimes a campus may not have the percentage volume, but they have more students because of the population. Like some campuses are much bigger than others.
Which is
Can you elaborate on
a
that?
great segue to
Okay.
Sierra Linda because they're dealing with the refugee population that's coming in.
Right. Yeah.
So, between
Yeah,
Randy
we have about 300 students in the program. We have 5 EL teachers. They also coordinate a lot with English. And so.
How many different first languages?
Well, I can tell you that's a good question.
I think it was like 17.
Yeah.
17 different
In one
first
class, I
languages.
saw 7. There were 7 different languages in one
In that
class.
same class,
In that
right?
same class, yeah.
And I don't mean to increase your PTSD, but, with the national, officials and the atmosphere, the way coming into the, school year. I mean, if you guys can think of any ideas, areas that we can counteract that, around these, let us know ASAP. Because we won't know because, you guys are in the front line, obviously. And those students are very, very vulnerable. And that goes out to all the other, campuses, although your numbers may not be as high, but not any less important. Every student is very valuable. We want them to show up every day, to contribute with these ratings in particular, but also to say, hey, this is your community, your school, you belong, and we want them to feel safe. Is there any way we can reach out to these students to ask what they need from us as a campus and what kind of resources or support system that we can provide them now before they come back to the campus?
Oh, we're counting on the schools, yes, we're working with that. And now I imagine with 17 different first languages, like, a lot of the extra challenges come into that, like, even if you're trying to walk a student, like, if the student speaks Spanish as the first language, you guys have other people who speak Spanish, like, they can use some of their native language and try to walk them through and they're not quite getting it. But like 17 different first languages, I doubt you have staff that speak those same 17 languages, like, so.
Correct.
What are your thoughts on
as far as
on
outreach too, we have a little over 100 students that are on McKinney Mental. So that means they're on McKinney Mental.
So they're the homeless students that are, they could be double bunking with someone, or they.
Yeah. They could be.
And you can always go through that and more about.
We also have a partnership with the IRC, which is a refugee organization, and they have helped a lot with, connecting with our refugee families and getting them what they need and doing like after school things with them where there are, people who speak the same language as them and can kind of help translate, so that's been beneficial as well for them.
Right. Randy, did I hear you say you had 100 students? Or what was the number?
In McKinney Mental, yes. Yeah, and that
Is it mostly refugees though? Are a lot of the refugees in
Yes,
Canada?
yes, yeah. Many are.
How many refugees are you guys? You guys have like 80, is it?
I think it's 60.
60?
So around 60.
And just the IRC, do they provide translation services for all the students you have, or are there still students that we can't communicate with through IRC?
For all the students.
Okay.
Can you guys do digital communication with translators, with AI or something along that line?
Well, we picked up a couple new apps, right? So we're saying about the.
Yeah, so
about the
we're,
stuff.
they're able to support with the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is one that when someone's talking, the kids can read it. I have a pocket top coming to me on FedEx this week, which I'm trying to pilot and see if we can have it for school counselors as well, somebody in front office, and it literally translate everything for them. So we're working on that.
No, no, that's great to hear.
And also providing hotspots for them so that they can, you know, have access to the internet as well. But also, we are the school that had 60 students that
All
were
10 points.
proficient. That was a proud moment for us, and you know, Ms. Boston, I really appreciated how you came out with that championship belt. That's right. So I think also what's important for any program that we have is to have celebrations. We have ACT celebrations, and then now we have our EL celebrations as well. And so it's community oriented, so they you know, parents get to come out as well and celebrate with their students. So that's something that's very, very positive that we're doing. Also, the instructional leadership is very strong in our program. We also have 2 administrators that were deeply involved in the EL program, so their expertise is definitely comes in very handy, with how they coordinate with our EL department.
I mean, I just want to share something personal. Most of you guys already know this, but I started my education as an EL student, coming to America. And I just remember, if someone could just ask me, what I want and what I need. And you'd be surprised what little they're asking. So I think it's so important to reach out to these, students and just to ask them, what they need. And you'd be surprised what they'll say. They're like, I don't like the lunch. I don't like the lunch, and.
If I may say, one of the things that they did stress to us that they needed was hygiene products, because culturally, that's not something that's available to them. So we did have a closet prior to Callahan Closet that really played a big role in that part of it, where our refugee students got to come in and pick what they wanted, and so that was a good thing. But that did come out of our, reaching out to them and asking, what is it you need?
That is a good and an interesting point you brought up about the lunch, because I mean, all those different cultures. I mean, like, everybody eats different food all around the world. Like, I don't know if we've looked at, so like that might be something that, yes, if you talk to those students, and then if you work with Kimberly, we can see if there's something that we can do, because they may just hate American food, so.
Right, well, it's not about.
You got some modifications going
Yeah,
for it?
some modifications.
Okay.
Yeah, just because it's not really about eating the food. It doesn't sit well in their system.
Yeah. Yeah.
And sometimes it's not just the food, it's.
Not everybody loves red dye.
Right. Well, like when students go to, like CT campus, for example, our students, from different cultures, different religions, like, I'm blanking on what it was, but like they couldn't eat during the lunchtime, throughout the day. And the district only covers lunch during that period because we pay for the conference registration. And it's also sometimes food they can't eat, so staff are like buying stuff out of their pocket so they can eat later in the evening, early in the morning, or whenever it is. So we need to be, mindful of those things too.
Many of the students were observing Ramadan, so we prepared meals for them to take home.
Okay.
So that they could eat after sundown.
Okay. Yeah, that communication piece is huge, to make sure that we understand all the different.
And with that, it's important also to provide professional development to our staff, right?
Yes.
Cultural competency, any sort of advice, training. This is all just not about politics. It's truly about serving our students and how can we best position them for success, right? Which leads us to a greater conversation of the dire need of that family resource center to welcome these families that we can serve.
Comes with the new district office.
So, it's all about, we all know this as professionals, if, those Maslow hierarchy needs aren't met, they're not gonna be able to achieve in school. It's about the basic necessities, and the recurring theme I keep hearing throughout this entire day has been relationships.
Yeah.
It's relationships with kids. It's not rocket science, it's relationships. So how do we filter that same level, that expectation district-wide, that every kid needs to feel like they are that kid, that they are important, that they matter, right? It's a mindset shift, really, right? And it's not just about compliance all the time, it's a mindset shift. And, it's a hard thing to do district-wide, but that has to be done. From graduation rates to attendance, all that is centered around how do we build a culture of belonging? The Hanover survey told us the majority of our kids don't feel a sense of belonging. That's what the data says. Yes, it was a small subset, but it was still the data we have. They don't feel a sense of belonging. So we know we have a crisis here where these kids don't feel like that relationship is established. So how do we replicate what's working well and then deploy that to all the sites, even though they all have their unique individuality, personalities, but there has to be some sort of mindset shift district-wide when it comes to creating a sense of belonging. And it's very simple. It starts with, like you build, you told me every week, you kids shake hands, high fives, right, checking in on folks. Like it's not, you know, it's a mindset that everyone has to adopt, right? You know, the toughest of days.
So remember, Nazia, what you're just saying is that we can just have you show up at every campus, a couple of hours, 5 days a week, and then you can have that all covered, because I think you can just go around and just bring up everybody's, spirit.
Now, like Steven said, it takes a village. You have a lot of students on your campus, but if everybody on campus is connecting with a handful of students, many hands make light work, all of a sudden, then you can have every student feels a connection with someone. There is an adult there, regardless of who it is. It could be a groundskeeper, it could be a bus driver, but if everybody has some adult that they're connecting to, where they like feel welcome, like, yeah, I belong here, those connections.
So we have a blueprint for something like that. A campus or a school, what they did was in their front office, they have this chart. And they started off with 10%, the bottom 10%. And they were all assigned by a teacher, staff, or admin. And their job was to reach out to those kids every day to have a 2-minute to 5-minute conversation, give them some positive, validation. And then they moved it up to the 20%, to the point where at the end of the school year, they were able to extend that to every single student on their campus. But they were all divided by assigned staff. So one incident where a staff was saying, well, this kid won't talk to me, no one give me that iPhone. And so they'll switch him out to another teacher, or even the principal will step in. So, that was monitored in their front office, and they literally have the student's name and the assigned adult that's supposed to be mentoring, reaching out, and sometimes it took longer for certain students, and sometimes it wasn't a match and they were able to rematch. Going back to what you said, guys, about family welcoming center at the district office, I would like to explore the possibility of bringing it to campus site, so that the family and the students will look at their home base in their community to go to get the assistant. I know it could be easier for processing on that, but I would like to explore that.
Well, it's gonna be a combination. So they already have the Callahan closets at their sites.
Right,
So
right,
we work to
right.
get a Callahan closet at every site. But when you look at the larger donation items, like a refrigerator or something, like that type of stuff, Angie, you wanted to share?
It's still provided through Callahan.
Yes, but I mean, but to store all that stuff, we were looking at like the Family Resource Center will be like the main place where you have everything available. We can still work with the sites, but like not all the sites are gonna have room for all the big items. And if we're only getting in one big item and we don't know which site is gonna have a family that needs it, it's then hard to figure out what site will send the big items. So it'll be a combination of they will have a local Callahan closet, but then we'll have the big Family Resource Center.
Well, I still want to explore that, because I'll be honest with you, there's other campuses in other states that have done this, and what they found out is it was easier to be on site. And if we had to build an extra facility, so be it. I'm sure some of our vendors would be happy to take on to that job. But moving forward, I just want to explore that, because I understand the logistics that you're talking about, but in the reality of it, and see best practices that has done elsewhere that we can explore.
Yes, because also the other piece of it though is also the donation supply line. So like to have 8 half-empty places or less than half-empty, as opposed to having one place where you go and you can see everything and you have all these different options, like the donation supply line that we have set up with Callahan.
Well, I think mostly the big thing we talked about too was, we were talking about it is like the resource center can't be a typical 8 to 5 because that's when families are working.
Yeah.
But this would be open in the evenings, weekends, things like that. So it will be accessible to community members. whatever the setup, but the district one for sure is not gonna maintain a typical business model because that's what our families are
I mean,
doing.
I just want to raise the concerns that our new district office is going to be very far removed from the rest of the 6 or 5 campuses. I was thinking about maybe having it in the warehouse or the another facility on this side where the transportation still remains. This airport still will be in operation. That way we can find a still a more accessible. Again, something we can explore moving. I don't always.
Yes, and that would be a topic coming up as we start to design out the new district office that we're planning Family Resource Center for. And it is time for lunch, so let's take a break for lunch. We'll grab some lunch.
Jeremy, is there lunch in there?
Yes,
Oh,
lunch is right back here, same place we have breakfast. Come on back.
Pues sit down.
Like right.
Wendy. Oh, so
That's right.
There's a new weapon on the market.
Yeah, it's so powerful it can take out more than one person at the same time, and you never have to reload. It can get past security.
I heard it was so small that it can fit in your pocket. No way my parents will find out about this.
I heard it could strike at the touch of a button.
Report, don't repost.
Stop social media threats now.
It's never a joke.
The benefits of unified sports are social participation and the exposure to new activities, things that they might not have had otherwise had opportunities to participate in.
When we build our equipment and our kids who can't typically participate are able to do something independently, the joy that they get from doing that activity for the first time is incredible.
I didn't really like playing in front of people in the beginning because I thought I wasn't good at it. And then once I got used to playing in front of people, I got a little bit out of my shell, and now I'm comfortable playing with other people.
I learned that I need to be confident.
Confident.
Oh, you want to be more confident?
Yeah.
You learn to be more confident?
Special Olympics has had such an impact on the Arizona community as a whole because we are really focused on community for all. It doesn't matter what kind of situation you're in, what is your disability, we are really here for everybody, making life happen for everybody, making fun happen for everybody, because sports are fun.
We've been playing like different kind of sports like volleyball, and we played this one game. It's called that. We wear these like uniforms, stuff like that. Like whoever had the ball, you stop, and we throw it to our teammate. Now we just actually legit play badminton day. Been training super hard that day.
Funnest, most happiest people I've ever seen in my life. It's just every day is just they have that positivity that can spread everywhere, like it's contagious.
Unified sports benefits students with and without disabilities in just so many ways. You see them come into the class at the beginning of the year and they're very shy, not very aware of how to act or behave, and then you just see these relationships blossom and then grow, and they truly do become like a team, and they're super close, super tight, and our students really do show really great examples of this throughout competitions, is really supporting those that do have disabilities and just having those friendships and building that support and having that support for one another.
I really enjoy dancing because I learned that when the first time I danced, I was shy, but then I realized that dancing can be not just about dancing, it can be about making memorable memories.
During these past few months of the year when we started, I feel that the most memorable moment is when we all started playing, not knowing what we were doing, but we still figured it out in front of everyone.
We love everything unified, bringing people together, athletes, partners, giving them that normal experience of a team. And as a district, we came together and said, let's plan these events, district events.
At first I was coming into it not knowing what to expect. And I feel like that's most cases for like things that you haven't tried before. But I definitely feel that I've grown so much with it, I've learned a lot, and it's something that I want to do more with. Like I want to be a part of my future.
I think that you can look at the footage of students and see the smiles on their faces and know that what Unified Sports is offering those students in general is a great deal of independence, success, and joy. I think you can look at any single player and be like, this program is making a difference.
I think the partners too, like
for sure,
they get really excited to learn about our switch stuff and all the equipment we use, and then encouraging their athlete to participate. So I think it's a growing and learning opportunity for them that they really enjoy.
Join it because it's something where you're gonna not only learn how to play a sport, but you're gonna learn social skills with different people, knowing that when we go out into the real world, it's not just gonna be us, it's gonna be other people. And they're no different than us, but it's just showing that we're gonna have that type of connection with special education and just gen ed kids.
I don't know, I just think Unified is one of the greatest programs that high schools can offer, and I hope that we are able to have more and more Unified classes that not just cater to Unified Sports, but then cater to all different opportunities and interests. So hopefully our program just continues to grow.
Why settle for a school that only offers you one thing when you can have a school that offers you everything? Does your school have a cafeteria like this? Or a performing arts center like this? Or a football field like this? Or an innovation center like this? Forward march. Or a path to the military like this? Or a career and technical education program like this? Or will their digital media program take you here? Or here? Or here? Or a media center like this? You can find all this and more at the Tolleson Union High School District. Enroll now.
My name is Ashley Pollock, and I am a math teacher at Tolleson Union High School. I'm here to talk about an important opportunity coming up, the ACT exam on October 22nd. The ACT is the key exam to determining how prepared you are for college, but also opens doors to scholarships and any other financial options. The ACT will also help you jumpstart any current plans you may have for the future, whether that's college, starting a career, or any other potential options. The ACT will also help you better prepare for your final attempt happening in March this year. But it's not just about you. Your performance also benefits our school and our entire district. When you perform well on the ACT, it shows how committed we are to academic excellence. It also leads to more opportunities and resources to all of us. So I encourage you to try your best, aim for proficiency, and show what you are capable of. Remember, if you are in need of any help, talk to a teacher or a counselor for tutoring or practice test opportunities. We all support you, and we want you to try your best on October 22nd.
Sierra Linda is on the rise. Whether our students dream of going to college, joining the military, or finding the perfect career after graduation, we will be there every step of the way. We believe the high school experience should be filled with unforgettable moments.
My plans for after graduation would have to be attending Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland, pursuing a bachelor's degree in psychology.
My school is my community.
My favorite thing about Sierra Linda has to be all the opportunities on campus, including the electives you can choose, the clubs, and the sports on campus.
Sierra Linda offers career and technical education options, performing and visual arts electives, 17 different sports, and more than 30 student clubs. We believe in your path, your future, your school. Join us. Let's rise together.
In Phoenix, we are the #1 public high school.
University High School has consistently been an A school and recognized as a top public school in the state as well as the nation.
Just a testament to the hard work that our kids put in, no matter what the variables are, the continuity and the continued sense of excellence is really what makes us special.
Every year is special, and every year I say I'm not going to get attached to these freshmen so someday I can retire, and that never happens.
Our students are, of course, motivated by academic achievement, but that's not the totality of who our students are. Offering them opportunities for volunteer work, clubs that give them opportunities to give back to their community. That's a big part of it too.
We are defying the odds and making a huge difference in our kids' lives. And this makes a difference in college knowing and going, as well as the future careers and even the networks that they are establishing and evolving in their future as they grow.
It changed my life coming here, from where I was as a teacher to where I am now, and to be able to give back to students and help them do whatever they want to do, that's really special. I love this place, and I'm so happy that I'm here, and I'm so happy that I get to share this with my colleagues.
I love what we do here. I love watching the students flourish and go and get to do great things. They come back for Alumni Day and they talk about how great their experience was here and how it prepared them for college.
We are enrolling now, so the students that we are looking for are highly motivated, highly talented students who want to make a change in the world. They're invested, there will be homework every night, but you will also be around this community of people who support you and challenge you, and you will grow. So enrollment is open at University High School, and we are seeking for highly motivated students who want to make a change.
Located in Avondale, Westview High School has a long history of academic excellence, athletic success, and community tradition. Our values of pride, performance, and perseverance ring true in all we do.
I love Westview because of the commitment that I see every day within the students and the teachers. We have exceptional programs here for the kids. We have these programs that can give the kids something to leave school with that might better their life.
Westview offers a great academic tradition with experienced teachers who really know how to reach our students.
My name is Clarice Miller, and I have been teaching English in the Tolleson Union High School District for 29 years.
My name is Paul Volkenberg. I've been here 31 years.
I became a teacher because I wanted to make a difference in the world. What has kept me here my entire career has been the relationships that I've made with my colleagues, the relationships I've made with my students. There's nothing like it.
We've got 4 dual certified math teachers that can teach at the community college. So we have very skilled teachers. Part of the reason that we've done so well isn't because our students are any different than anybody else, but our expectations are different.
Westview offers an abundance of career and technical education programs. Did you know that Westview is the only school in the district to offer welding? Come to Westview for leadership opportunities. Westview offers an excellent JROTC program for students looking for something beyond the traditional classroom. Westview students are star athletes, guided by caring and experienced coaches.
I have worked at Westview High School for 26 years. I've been coaching wrestling for all 26 years. Got multiple state champions. My claim to fame is I do everything the kids do. I'm 54 years old. If I say run 3 miles on the bleachers, I run 3 miles on the bleachers. If I say we're gonna do 100 push-ups, I do 100 push-ups. And when I can't do that, I probably won't coach anymore. It changes your relationship with the school and the kids.
And don't forget about our outstanding visual and performing arts programs, JAG class, and student government. There is no shortage of leaders at Westview.
I really enjoyed being involved at school. I have a lot of past experience with pushing me to just be my very best. Giving back to my school, my community, and organizations around me in any way I can just kind of pushed me to be my best and do my best here at Westview.
Senior year is a highlight for me because you get to look back and look at all your accomplishments. I'm excited to go to college. I really like school, so I feel like college would be a great experience for me.
I plan to graduate and then go to McNeese State University down in Louisiana, and I committed to play Division I soccer there. Something that really makes the school stand out to me was the teachers on campus, their education that they've come from, and everything that they bring to the students.
At Westview, we know how to get things done. Our students are determined to reach their goals. Westview has opportunities to earn college credits across multiple departments, including math, English, science, and more. Our reputation as a leader in education with caring teachers, a robust academic program, and extracurricular options for our students truly stands out. Your future is bright when you become a Knight. Join us today.
Being in a school validates from the outside what we already knew on the inside.
We knew that we had a really good shot at it this year, and so all year long we've been just crossing our fingers because we know the good work that we did last year.
We've been getting the ACT results for a long time, seeing the difference between kids when we first got them and how they are now.
Everyone on this campus sees the hard work that the students and staff, the entire staff, put in every single day. So we know we're doing great things here.
Knowing that West Point received an A or is an A school, it just brings a lot of joy to us here at the Office of Learning and Academic Success.
It's a testament to public education is doing its job. Our students are getting the education they need, the supports that they need, the extracurriculars that they need outside of academics.
What we do with our freshmen all the way through, that's what results in a strong graduation rate, or them showing strong academic achievement, or being involved in CTE and the performing arts and all the things that make them well-rounded students.
It's having that reputation of having kids who are going to amazing schools across the country, going for free.
This is the expectation now. You know, we're looking at it as we are an A school, so that's our floor, and really not be satisfied with where we're at, but continue to grow and be even better at it.
When you open a new high school and a big comprehensive high school, you are helping not only your students, but also your staff build that culture of support and making sure that everyone has everything they need to be successful with students.
This is a comprehensive high school within our district, and that's the first that we've seen get an A, which now sets the bar and lets all of our comprehensive high schools know you can all be an A.
Having these kids who have gone on to Ivy League schools or, you know, getting major scholarships even at schools like ASU and U of A locally, those kind of things to point at and say, hey, this kid did this, you can do this.
I'm really proud of Mrs. Haskins, her team. I know it's not easy. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of dedication. I'm just proud of West Point and for all that they've done for our students and for our families.
Oh, don't underestimate Principal Haskins. She already has her eyes on some other prizes.
This group of teachers, they work together, they believe in each other, they believe in these students, and they're just passionate about it. And I'm just so proud that they're getting that recognition for what they've done.
There's a new weapon on the market.
Yeah, it's so powerful it can take out more than one person at the same time, and you never have to reload. It can get past security.
I heard it was so small that it can fit in your pocket. No way my parents will find out about this.
I heard it could strike at the touch of a button.
Report, don't repost.
Stop social media threats now.
It's never a joke.
benefits of unified sports are social participation and the exposure to new activities, things that they might not have had otherwise had opportunities to participate in.
When we build our equipment and our kids who can't typically participate are able to do something independently, the joy that they get from doing that activity for the first time is incredible.
I didn't really like playing in front of people in the beginning because I thought I wasn't good at it. And then once I got used to playing in front of people, I got a little bit out of my shell. And now I'm comfortable playing with other people.
I learned that I need to be confident.
Oh, you want to be more confident?
Yeah.
You learn to be more confident?
Special Olympics has had such an impact on the Arizona community as a whole because we are really focused on community for all. It doesn't matter what kind of situation you're in, what is your disability, we are really here for everybody, making life happen for everybody, making fun happen for everybody, because sports are fun.
We've been playing like different kind of sports like volleyball, and we played this one game. It's called that. We wear these like uniforms, stuff like that. Like we ever had the ball, you stop, and we throw it to our teammate. Now we just actually legit play badminton day. We stopped and been training super hard that day.
Funnest, most happiest people I've ever seen in my life. It's just every day is just they have that positivity that can spread everywhere, like it's contagious.
Unified sports benefits students with and without disabilities in just so many ways. You see them come into the class at the beginning of the year and they're very shy, not very aware of how to act or behave, and then you just see these relationships blossom and then grow, and they truly do become like a team, and they're super close, super tight, and our students really do show really great examples of this throughout competitions, is really supporting those that do have disabilities and just having those friendships and building that support and having that support for one another.
I really enjoy dancing because I learned that when the first time I danced, I was shy, but then I realized that dancing can be not just about dancing, it can be about making memorable memories.
During these past few months of the year when we started, I feel that the most memorable moment is when we all started playing, not knowing what we were doing, but we still figured it out in front of everyone.
We love everything unified, bringing people together, athletes, partners, giving them that normal experience of a team. And as a district, we came together and said, let's plan these events, district events.
At first, I was coming into it not knowing what to expect, and I feel like that's most cases for like things that you haven't tried before. But I definitely feel that I've grown so much with it. I've learned a lot, and it's something that I want to do more with. Like I want to be a part of my future.
I think that you can look at the footage of students and see the smiles on their faces and know that what Unified Sports is offering those students in general is a great deal of independence, success, and joy. I think you can look at any single player and be like, this program is making a difference.
I think the partners too, like
for sure,
they get really excited to learn about our switch stuff and all the equipment we use, and then encouraging their athlete to participate. So I think it's a growing and learning opportunity for them that they really enjoy.
Join it because it's something where you're going to not only learn how to play a sport, but you're going to learn social skills with different people, knowing that when we go out into the real world, it's not just going to be us, it's going to be other people. And they're no different than us, but it's just showing that we're going to have that type of connection with special education than just gen ed kids.
I don't know, I just think Unified is one of the greatest programs that high schools can offer, and I hope that we are able to have more and more Unified classes that not just cater to Unified Sports, but then cater to all different opportunities and interests. So hopefully our program just continues to grow.
Why settle for a school that only offers you one thing when you can have a school that offers you everything? Does your school have a cafeteria like this? Or a performing arts center like this? Or a football field like this? Or an innovation center like this? Forward march. Or a path to the military like this? Or a career and technical education program like this? Or will their digital media program take you here? Or here? Or here? Or a media center like this? You can find all this and more at the Tolleson Union High School District. Enroll now.
My name is Ashley Pollock, and I am a math teacher at Tolleson Union High School. I'm here to talk about an important opportunity coming up, the ACT exam on October 22nd. The ACT is the key exam to determining how prepared you are for college, but also opens doors to scholarships and any other financial options. The ACT will also help you jumpstart any current plans you may have for the future, whether that's college, starting a career, or any other potential options. The ACT will also help you better prepare for your final attempt happening in March this year. But it's not just about you. Your performance also benefits our school and our entire district. When you perform well on the ACT, it shows how committed we are to academic excellence. It also leads to more opportunities and resources to all of us. So I encourage you to try your best, aim for proficiency, and show what you are capable of. Remember, if you are in need of any help, talk to a teacher or a counselor for tutoring or practice test opportunities. We all support you, and we want you to try your best on October 22nd.
Sierra Linda is on the rise. Whether our students dream of going to college, joining the military, or finding the perfect career after graduation, we will be there every step of the way.
Go Sierra Linda!
We believe the high school experience should be filled with unforgettable moments.
My plans for after graduation would have to be attending Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland, pursuing a bachelor's degree in psychology.
My school is my community.
My favorite thing about Sierra Linda has to be all the opportunities on campus, including the electives you can choose, the clubs, and the sports on campus.
Sierra Linda offers career and technical education options, performing and visual arts electives, 17 different sports, and more than 30 student clubs. We believe in your path, your future, your school. Join us. Let's rise together.
In Phoenix, we are the #1 public high school.
University High School has consistently been an A school and recognized as a top public school in the state as well as the nation.
Just a testament to the hard work that our kids put in, no matter what the variables are, the continuity and the continued sense of excellence is really what makes this special.
Every year is special, and every year I say I'm not going to get attached to these freshmen so someday I can retire, and that never happens.
Our students are, of course, motivated by academic achievement, but that's not the totality of who our students are. Offering them opportunities for volunteer work, clubs that give them opportunities to give back to their community. That's a big part of it too.
We are defying the odds and making a huge difference in our kids' lives. And this makes a difference in college knowing and going, as well as the future careers and even the networks that they are establishing and evolving in their future as they grow.
It changed my life coming here, from where I was as a teacher to where I am now, and to be able to give back to students and help them do whatever they want to do, that's really special. I love this place, and I'm so happy that I'm here, and I'm so happy that I get to share this with my colleagues.
I love what we do here. I love watching the students flourish and go and get to do great things. They come back for Alumni Day and they talk about how great their experience was here and how it prepared them for college.
We are enrolling now, so the students that we are looking for are highly motivated, highly talented students who want to make a change in the world. They're invested, there will be homework every night, but you will also be around this community of people who support you and challenge you, and you will grow. So enrollment is open at University High School, and we are seeking for highly motivated students.
Linda. So next we're going to go over to Tolleson. So pick back up, mid-goal 4. As a reminder, we're recapping the goals right now, going through the data. The second half is going to be redefining the goals that we think we need to make some adjustments on. And in between those two halves, Anna's going to go over our dashboard, our strategic plan dashboard, and show you guys all the great progress that we have on the dashboard. So I am going to move the pace up just a little bit more to make sure that we do actually finish at 3:30. All right, so heading over to Tolleson. Our Yale students.
Highlights and follow after a good lunch, but I'll do my best. So
just, I think this is important to caveat. If you look at the years, this is not just last year, 2014, but 2024.
Yeah.
Just to kind of bring us back into some context. This is a year that there was a large influx of migrant children, refugees, right around October to December. And that's important because one of the challenges, before I share that, that's awesome that the other schools did get the 10 and the chief, because that was a challenge for all schools, not just one particular school. At Tolleson, that when we looked at the data, there was a lot of mid-year, late-year enrollment of those students. And that was a challenge because obviously they came during that time, they didn't practice as much, for the assessment test. But one of the things that Tolleson is doing to make improvements, we're working very closely with Ms. Christina Boston and her team. She was actually at Tolleson last week in the principal's conference room. I almost had to interrupt. It sounded like they were having a fiesta party in there.
Anywhere Christina goes,
yeah.
there's a fiesta.
I was like, yeah, what's going on? Good. I need to check on this. But part of the initiatives that she's helping our API, APR in our school is we are going to require not just an ELD department, but cross-curricular departments, all departments to submit weekly lesson plans. I know there might be some initial pushback, but we are in a corrective action, status, so that's important. So we will be doing that at the Tolleson Union in collaboration, with support and resources. Right now at Sierra Linda, that's where we're having summer school. We're piloting some of that with our math and English department, and Ms. Boston has been working with our API, APR, and then our PWs with student withdrawals. So we're going to make sure that we're being very intentional with those specific students. But we're excited because I know that it's going to be a good opportunity to really hone in on the importance of cross-curricular communication. Bo made a good comment earlier that a lot of times it's just like us at ELD department, but in reality it should be all the departments, not just ELD. I don't know if you want to add anything, Ms. Boston.
I think we're also taking them to some professional development throughout the year, also state and national, like OL this year national for our state, and then we're going to have the department chairs attend the TESOL, teaching English speakers of other languages. So the intentionality of like what's the research, what's out there, looking at the domains, speaking, reading, writing, listening, literacy, and all content areas for all children, because that's what's best for kids. Thank you, sir.
And I like how you bring up lesson plans. For the lesson plans, for me, really, I think Co-Pilot already does a great job with doing lesson plans. I know we're bringing in something else. What's the name of the new one?
Adele is a training that we're going to provide all the teachers on July 24th. So it's basically AI and helping them create these lesson plans, and all the standards are embedded in the platform. So you can have multiple standards, and you can also have like an ALA standard focus, and then also an ELP standard also with that. And it already has those prompts, so the teachers don't have to really think about prompts. And if there's a selection of prompts for every category, let's say for the introduction, there's like 5 prompts, and you can click on which one, and then it also has an assessment at the end that it's created for them. So that's training that's coming up in July 24th for all the teachers.
So it shouldn't take them a significant amount of time to put their lesson plans together. Like it should really speed up that process. And I know we have veteran teachers out there who are like, I don't need a lesson plan, I've been doing this forever and everything. Yeah, I've been presenting budgets forever. I don't come up without a PowerPoint. Like I still need something to keep me on task and remind me and make sure I don't forget something that I wanted to say. Like I still need something to just help trigger the memory, even if I've been doing it forever. Like you still want something there. So, I mean, ideally, perfect world for me is if I'm going out and I'm observing classrooms at your sites, I would love to walk in and see a posted lesson plan, because like, yeah, in some of the classes, I'll sit there for a while and I can figure out what they're teaching. But if there was just a lesson plan there, I would be able to read the lesson plan and know what they're teaching and be like, oh, yeah, that sounds good. As opposed to like waiting to decipher it. And I don't know how that goes for you guys when you're doing observations. I mean, I don't know if they're already telling you ahead of time what they're gonna teach, or you already know what they're gonna teach, but like, I'm wondering how that works out for you guys when you go do observations and you walk into a room, there's no lesson plan posted, and, you know, do you even know, like, how long does it take you guys to get activated to know, like, hey, this is what they're doing, now I know what I'm observing, I can go ahead and evaluate. But, yeah, so I like the more movement on lesson plans, and Adele should have us rolling in the deep on our lesson plan, so that'll be great.
Can Adele sing really well?
All right, U-High, no EL students at U-High?
We do not have EL students, we do have parent withdrawals, and you heard me in my speech say that we have somebody who's quadrilingual. So our kids come to us with, and some of them come at limited proficiency. They have managed to excel without the EL program.
Yes, I remember so the one who was quadrilingual.
That's Bruce Olson's daughter.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
He gave her a hand.
That's right, I don't know why I didn't connect that then. I do remember seeing Bruce up on the stage. I didn't watch that. So she didn't have to go through an EL program?
No. He tests proficient on
That's
his
even.
And the sale by literacy.
Yeah, for their 4 languages. Wow, that's even more impressive. All right. West Point. So, we know West Point's celebrating moving to the A this year. This looks like a challenge area. What do you guys see?
Yeah, so, I mean, you can see it's kind of staying stagnant. I did a deep dive. We looked at our reclassification rate. It's at 14%, you know, which is not necessarily, it's not high enough. So one of the things that we're going to do, we have 3 ways we're going to attack this. We surveyed all the teachers about what kind of PD needs do you have, and what the teachers have asked for specific professional development on how to support their English learners in their content areas. One of the advantages we have is our department chair for our ELD department, Ms. Lechner. She works with the ADE to provide training. She's a trained professional developer person. So she's going to help us work on some PD specifically for the content area teachers. And during pre-service, we're going to have some PD for our math teachers, our English teachers, our social studies teachers, and everyone on what can you do to help those kids in the classroom. We've also restructured our ELD department. We have unfortunately lost 2 of our teachers. We replaced them with 2 more, but we're going to work very closely with Ms. Boston. Ms. Boston brought in the ADE to do some trainings. Those new teachers are also going to get those trainings, so they're going to get some additional support. But this is what it should look like in the classroom, which is going to be very beneficial. And then the final thing, we're working on this right now. We're developing a toolkit. So we've made a virtual toolkit where if you're a social studies teacher, you log on to our faculty teams. We have an ELD folder, you click on that, and there's specific strategies that you can use with your EL students in the classroom if you're a social studies teacher. If you're a math teacher, you click on that folder, and we looked at the research and found specific strategies that a math teacher could use to support those students as well. So we kind of like what you were mentioning, it's not just an ELD department, it's campus-wide, and we need to attack it campus-wide. And that's what we're going to do at West Point.
So when you guys are doing your observations, are you going to be looking, is that going to be on your list of things that you're looking for to see if they're actually using those strategies now that you've created those tools for them?
Exactly, yeah. So when, after we do our PDs, we try and do coaching cycles where we try and go in within a week of that PD. So we're going to go in and see, are you utilizing it? And if not, how can we support you? Maybe you need some additional support, maybe you need some more one-on-one coaching on how to use those strategies. But yeah, we're going to collect as much data as possible because we want to move that needle. 7 is not good enough.
Yeah, definitely one you got to get up there. Yeah. All right, John, you guys are a perfect 10 on this one. What's your success?
I think we actually hired a new ELD teacher, Maria Calderon, who kind of brought in some new ideas for us, like zealous score reflections for each individual student, and just getting some ownership for the individual student on what these scores mean and how it can impact their high school career going forward. And then we did host our first Zella Parent Night as well this year to help educate parents, just what these scores are, what they mean, and how they can impact their child.
Are you running that just once a year, or how often are you running that?
We ran it once this past year. I'm open to doing it more, but there was some good traction with that. And then, or just the education piece, I think some of the parents don't really understand, what's going on with the program, so providing that outreach is helpful.
Thanks. All right, Nikki, do you have any population for DLA?
We do. So they're all the parent withdrawals. So
anything that would, as the teacher is teaching, like, you know, for math, that it would caption in their home language? Like, is that that it shows captioning in their home language?
A lot of stuff with stream, like the language can easily be changed. I don't know how many languages, but there's quite a few languages. I don't know that I don't think this year we've taken the steps to teach the students how to put in, how do you click that button to change the language.
Because they have to turn it on their end, we can't turn it on for them from our end.
There's quite a few features that we already have access to, it's just we have to teach them how to use it.
Okay. Travis?
That's going to be an area that is close to my talking about is, you know, I've seen it to where students were in all ELO classes, ELD, and working with Derek on other options than administrative placement because, you know, it's like SPED, you got to provide service, and I would say that would be an area. I don't get as many, but that would be an area that we probably need to look at prior to any discipline action or any movement. How can we provide services at CBA like this? Because it's like SPED. I mean, that
So can you partner with Tolleson though, and like maybe the students even though they're at CBA Lighthouse, they're attending and you know these modules?
That's probably an option too, walking them over with the special. It could be something, but that's something we're gonna have to tackle a little bit, especially with the corrective action battle. But I'm seeing more and more students on transcripts that are in ELD and have people, you know, parent draws. And so, you know, it depends on the year. You might, I mean, one year, I think it might have been Boston's first year, I just feel that we had to halt and say, hey, it's not a good idea to do that. Obviously, you got to look at the severity of just the behaviors and discipline, but just working together to make sure we place it correct.
All right, goal number 5, look through this one kind of quickly. All district departments will develop and implement a continuous improvement plan that includes customer service, operational efficiency, and program enhancement. What the challenge I put out to or the task I put out to the cabinet members was to work with their various departments, and they needed to come up with 3 goals, 2 of them professional, 1 personal. On the 2 professional goals, what I wanted to see was for them to create their own goals that support the district goals. So for everything we're setting as a district goal, all of our departments do something to help make that happen, right? I mean, obviously, like it came up before with transportation, it's like, oh yeah, we never do a bunch of different things if we can increase transportation, right? They're all doing something to support all these different accomplishments at your site. So they had to each come up with their own goals that were supporting and aligning with the strategic plan. So when I did their evaluations, they brought in their evidence of that. We walked through all that with all the cabinet members, and they were all able to produce a lot of great evidence showing how they are adopting goals that are now in support of supporting all of our sites with all these various goals. So I don't know how the directors or cabinet members, if anybody wants to share some specific successes, some goals that they accomplished this year they're proud of. I'm doing it on a volunteer basis until it's voluntold, but now everybody's trying to think back. Remember, we had an evaluation, we showed lots of goals.
I'll go, guys. So one of mine was single by literacy, right? We went from 175 to 400, and that was based
more than double.
Right, and so we're moving up with the efforts of the APIs, the teaching team, Ms. Caitlin, world language coordinator, but that was brought on, so I was very proud of that piece.
And that's pumping up their CCRI. So more skills you keep
the connection.
Keep working that on to help out CCRI.
And I think for the OS department and our team, we're specifically looking at the West End recommendations, aligning that strategic goals, and this focusing on our partnership with Solution Tree with the PLTs and PLCs. So that was one of our goals, to continue to support the school sites. We're entering our last year with Solution Tree, which is really looking at the interventions. What do we do with our students that don't get those skills? So what interventions do we do? And then the enrichment pieces of it too. So a lot of
share? Go for it, George. I see
Yes,
you leading
sir.
that way. Come on.
Alright. So on the technical skills assessment, we increased the percentage point, which is, moving in the right direction, and certification, we did have that 10% increase from last year. So all that aligns to our CCRI points.
Nice. And George's working on a few other things too. One of those is, he's been out there meeting with Westmec. Westmec is doing their new school over at the Algodone Center, so that's in our boundary now. It's already, every time you drive down to 101, you see the DLR and Chase trailers out there. That's where Westmec is going. We just finished acquiring the land right next to them. We're gonna do a small school right there. So that way our students will be able to walk down the corridor back and forth to Westmec classes. That's how we solve the transportation issue, is that you can go attend our school, we transport you to this small school, now you can go back and forth to your Westmec classes, and maybe they're doing that school for 2 years, and then they're back to your campus for the other 2 years. But that helps get students their focus on CTU without us having to worry about transportation, because they'll walk back and forth. But George gave his input over there at the Westmec meeting to let them know, and of course they were leaning a little bit more towards our thoughts because it's in our boundary, but let them know some of the programs that we'd be interested in seeing there. I think we had cybersecurity, automotive for electric vehicles, and I can't remember all the other ones. But they're going to do it in 2 phases. Westmec has some new classes that are going to be coming out over there in the Algodone Center. So a lot of great stuff happening over there at CTE, which then, again, bumps up your CCRI points. The more that we can find ways to get our students into the CTE programs. One of the other things I tasked George with is with the small school, we all know that relevance matters, right? So if you are going to an automotive, right, electric automotive, you still have to take math, but your math could be teaching you how to do estimates for vehicle repairs. Your math could be teaching you how to, do business plans and everything else for that automotive business you're going to do. So like we could make our core areas relevant to your CTE category, and that would make it easier for students to want to click with that and understand the importance of that class. So I tasked it out to George. I'm like, George, figure it out, work with whoever you need to work with, but like, how do we get relevance in all of the core areas, because we're only going to teach the 4 cores, but how do those 4 cores have relevance to the CTE classes that the students are attending, down the parking lot?
We've already started working on that this year, guys, the selection over crosswalking math standards to incorporate into our CTE lessons. So this year, all our teachers, all our programs are looking at that for sequence.
Yeah, get that cross alignment right there. All right, so good things there. All right, number 6, all schools will increase college and career index points by 1 or earn 19 points by the end of the year. Doing fairly good. We at least have the majority there. We'll kick it back over to Bo to lead us off. Bo, you're doing great at 19.2. What do you credit for?
Do we not have to do other departments, or we're mainly focusing on the curriculum ones?
Oh, I opened it up to everyone. I didn't see anyone with their hands go up.
Oh, okay, sorry. I will look at
Yeah, we didn't have to go through every department, but I'll just, anyone who wants to share their goals. Remember, we are still trying to go back to 3:30. We do have another special board meeting at 4 o'clock, so the 3:30 is not flexible. Don't worry, you will absolutely be out on time. But number 6, Bo kicks off on the CCRI.
Sure. So some of the things that we are doing at Copper, casting the wide net with a number of dual enrollment classes that are offered. About a third of our points, CCRI points, come from dual enrollment possibilities at Copper. So right now we have 364 students enrolled in 26 different courses, which is near the highest in the West Valley. And so next year, every single math and ELA senior level will be dual enrollment. So
nice.
Every single senior will have the possibility to at least walk away with credit. So continuing to make that our focus, and that obviously impacts CCRI very heavily as well. Continuing with our A-Board push as well, so make sure the students meet the A-Board requirements for reported regions. Is a big one as well, so that includes 2 years of foreign language as well. And obviously the SEALs was a big one, so continuing with the seals to make sure that we scoop up any students who do not have some of those possibilities in those categories as well. And then just a quick side note, just continuing to hit bonus points. So the military enlistment one is a good one. I know it's not directly CCRI, but the percent tested, just off on a side tangent, is a big one for bonus points as well. So that's kind of our strategic piece that we kind of tie it in with CCRI just because it's strategic and it goes in with Mr. Luca assisting the registration part as well.
So when we get to creating new goals, I almost hear you advocating you might want to goal around the bonus points.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be some.
Wendy can help with that one, I'm sure.
It's like, another thing we gotta do. All right, Bill, looks like this is a struggle area for you guys. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm like, this is probably the most interested metric I've been seeing, because this doesn't capture what we did this year, right? This is in lag, so this is something that I know I've learned a ton on this year. Mr. Junk, Mrs. Oxford, Mr. Randall, and guidance has been a much more intentional practice. So if you look at the measures that we have from this year, we went from 150 FAFSA submitted to 218. We went from 16 ASVAB scores met to 44. We went from 36 work-based learning to 65. We went from 30 West Mac completers to 35. We increased the military enrollment. We have more dual enrollment opportunities. So we did a ton of work this year. I'm really curious to see what that actually matriculates out, because it has not been an intentional practice of mine. It was like one of the sidebar things was ACT, it was PLC, so that's certainly a reflection of my poor leadership. But with the help of our team, I know that number is going to go up next year. I'm like super excited to see. It's tough to determine like what it's actually going to come out to with that spreadsheet. So I'm like so eager to see all the work that the team did to make this happen. I know it will go up at least a point. I know we'll hit that goal for sure, just with that military bonus point. So.
Well, our data team's always doing projections, so Indiana, what are you guys thinking? How are they looking so far?
Everybody's looking stronger. We've got almost all the data in, so Eric will start running the spreadsheets. Should have them out early July for you guys to review. So we're right on track. Everything was good. CCRI is a strong point for this district.
All right, so CCRI trending in the right direction. So yeah, so hopefully you'll have a celebration coming soon once we get some all those numbers and get you some better projections. Sierra Linda?
Increase in dual enrollment, CTE completers as well. Increase there. By literacy seals, we had over 55 there. There was more of a FAFSA focus, although we still are lagging. So we need to continue our efforts there. Making sure that our counseling team is more intentional and aware with department goals. And then also the implementation of ASVAB.
Nice. All right, Tolleson, Martin?
Yeah, so our APR, Mr. Ken Juan Walker, he's doing an amazing job at Tolleson Union. And one of the things that he did right away and noticed was refining counseling roles. So counselors could play a very critical role when it comes to CCRI, and he was very upfront with them and just like very clear on the expectations. So there's like very clear measures of systems where they're reporting. One of them being FAFSA. This last year, the FAFSA peer coach program was implemented at Tolleson Union, and that was very successful because it wasn't just like adults leading the charge; it was actual students, which made a very huge influence. And then in partnership with Mr. Moreno, there's been an increase on strategically increasing dual enrollment in CT opportunities, but then also looking at not just, it's one thing to enroll students in CT, but there's another thing of like being certified and passing the actual exam. And so we're going to be intentional with looking at the data, because there's some teachers that they have high numbers in certification, but the exam, so there's some disconnect there. But Mr. Moreno was helpful in helping us understand that. I don't know if you want to expand on that, Mr. Moreno?
Yeah.
Boost their completers.
Definitely. So I was just kind of pulling out points, just kind of how the principals identified how can we expand on CCR high points and CTE. And one of the things that I identified is, you know, every time we start a new program, it's gonna take 2 years before we could start collecting points because those students won't be able to take the TSA, get that certification, so something to consider. The second thing is the rigor of the program. You know, some of our programs, you know, kids have a 98% passing rate. That has a lot to do with the experience of the teacher, but also to see what's on that TSA. And that goes as far as, it's really important we communicate with our counselors and how do we keep our students in the programs to become completers. Because a lot of times they take the program and we forget how important it is, those relationships, that engagement, keeping them in there so that way they can complete the program, take the technical skills assessment, and be exposed to the certification. Also, always keep in mind that certifications, you know, they change in rigors. Some programs are easier than others. And I don't want to say easier because everything's meaningful, but just something to consider. And then the amount of students in the program, so always looking at, you know, not just to balance, but, you know, we have the same program at different schools where they have 30 kids sitting in year 2 and then others have 15, so there's definitely that variance. But I look forward to meeting with all of you guys and sharing with you that data and, you know, talking about or collaborating on how we can make those improvements.
Good. All right. Vicki, you're an overachiever in this area.
So obviously, you know, the type of students that we have, and it naturally lends itself for them to excel in these categories. So we continue to stay abreast of everything that's new, like the civic seal and the language seals, and just keep pushing. So we're just maintaining.
And is a lot of it then the dual enrollment and the seals?
Dual enrollment, AP, all the seals.
Yeah.
We have increased our numbers in CTE programs as well. And so
Okay.
that was something that a lot of you my kids didn't take advantage of, I think, before I came, and that's something that we encourage them to do because those kids are going to college.
You guys are crushing it. West Point?
Yeah, so I know we don't have the data yet for this year, but it looks like we're close to hitting that 19. We had 406 kids complete the FAFSA, which was a pretty high number. Yeah, we were leading, I think we were leading for a long time, then we ended up leading the whole thing, but we had lots of kids complete FAFSA. This is the first time as well that we had kids get the seal of civic literacy as well, so we had 20 kids that achieved that. That's the first time in our history that we've got that. Our seal by literacy increased by 160%. We had a lot of kids go out and take the alpha test with the support of Christine Boston and Ms. Shaw, and a lot of our kids got that too. One of the key things for next year is, this is the first time, I'm a little bit biased, I was a science teacher for many years in this district, and I was a professor at EMCC, and they kept rejecting my application to teach science at La Jolla, because they kept saying that the labs at La Jolla were not up to their standard for me to teach a science class over there. So what we're having at West Point is we're finally going to offer dual enrollment in biology, physics, and chemistry. We finally have it approved. And it's the first time in our history, I know we're a young school, but we're finally going to offer those dual enrollment opportunities in science, along with ELA, along with math and social studies and world languages. So our dual enrollment opportunities are increasing as well. So I think all of that collectively should hopefully get us those 19 points.
Nice. Now you brought up at La Jolla, they said the science labs weren't at the par for
because I used to teach AP biology at La Jolla, and then I also taught Bio 100 and Bio 151 at EMCC.
Yeah.
It was the same curriculum. In fact, what I taught at La Jolla was a little bit higher rigor level than what I taught the college students. But they told me that the equipment and materials I had at La Jolla were not up to par with EMCC. But that was 12 years ago. Things may have changed.
Yeah. If you guys run into any challenges like that, let us know.
Yeah.
Because if it's something like we have to change something out in the lab, even if it causes, you know, like a physical change to the room, and get Gabe over there with you to assess it, we can figure out how to get that addressed. If it's equipment we need to get ordered, like if you're trying to create a dual enrollment class and there's some kind of limitation that we need to address to be able to get that dual enrollment class off the ground, you guys make sure you're voicing that so we know what needs to get addressed.
Yeah, and that was many years ago. We now have the equipment now.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys still have any problems with that over there, Bill, but if you end up having any problems with that, like let us know, we'll get it addressed. All right, John?
Similar things to what the other principals are saying, increasing FAFSA completers, increasing seals specifically in civics and art. We have no completers in personal finance, so we're gonna add that as a 21st century grant program next year to help with that. And then also adding dual enrollment and AP classes. We're gonna be offering AP Chem, dual enrollment in senior English, pre-AP Algebra 2, and both teachers that teach college algebra will be dual enrollment as well. And then we're looking to target students for the ASVAB. This year we only had about 42 students take it. So going forward next year to target that to get those numbers up.
Nikki?
So supporting the schools, we do offer CTE coding and marketing, and so we're working on establishing those programs, especially with coding. We kind of bridge some of the gap with completers and then taking the test and earning the credit, so that's getting better, especially with coding. We do have a lot of students in West Mac that go to DLA so that they, their schedule is permitting, so we try to encourage that, because we find students that are in a CTE class do better in school. If, like, take away the points, they just do better, so we try to push them into a CTE program. And then we're hopeful, probably next year would be the earliest year, but if our math teacher finishes this certification, we can offer dual enrollment math at DLA. So.
Any AP?
We don't offer AP yet. If we get more numbers, I think we could do that. It's just we don't have the numbers right now to support that, but I think in the future we could.
Travis?
No, definitely an area that we're going to look into for next year. We have students that are working, so I know that was part of kind of some of their work experience, but just listening to everybody and see what can we do starting in next year.
Are there more
See how we
opportunities?
can do
Do you
that.
have any idea what your alternative CCRI is like?
No.
I'll send it to you. You're gonna be busy.
No. Thanks.
Where you go, baby?
See that too bad.
But yeah, maybe, getting the, I mean, with your students, you can still get more involved in the ICT program. Something to work with on,
That's the goal as we get to our new facility. because
Yeah, we have more
need
space to
and
work with.
stuff like that. So, yeah.
All right, number 7, all sites will utilize our student information system to identify and track student involvement in extracurricular activities by June 2025. Any data disclosures?
Just so you guys know, it's a unique student count based on your enrollment for the year. So we take all the kids that at least did one activity in groups and all the kids that were enrolled, and that's your percentage. So at least getting them in one group.
All right, Bo, kick it off.
Sure. So in 23-24, we had a school goal of 50% of our campus to be connected to campus with an extracurricular. We were pretty close to beating that off by 1%. So last year we showed another increase, about 8%. So 57% of our students are a part of an extracurricular on campus. There's definitely been an increase in the number of obviously sports and clubs, but also a big contributing factor was the 21st century as well. And so students that are staying after being part of our Aztec Academy and connected to that piece of our campus as well. Obviously we've increased number of sports like flag football, esports has been big, so creating opportunities for students. I'd love to see boys volleyball be included in that mix and some other possibilities for students, so we can continue to find connections to obviously increase the campus experience, but also attendance and that overall experience for students. So.
Now, I know this is an area I know some of our board members are passionate about too, making sure that we can increase clubs that are available out at the sites, because, creating those engagement points for students to keep them in. So maybe you can share a little bit, what does the process look like when you guys are starting a new club? Is it just a teacher who wants to be a sponsor comes to you and says, hey, I have this great idea and I know I have these students want it?
It can be that way, but usually it's student driven. So students come to us with an idea. For example, we have a teacher this year who's doing a step club. We haven't had a step club in Copper. If we have, it's been a while. And so they asked for...
I thought that went away when those movies stopped coming out.
No, it's a sequel, yeah.
It's a reboot.
It's probably TikTok driven now. But so we have students that just came to us and said we want to do a step club, and we had kind of put it out to 6 staff members, and a staff member picked it up, and I don't know if they know anything about STEP, but they know
watching
about it
movies.
now. Yeah, that's right, they've seen the movie, so, it's usually student driven.
Okay. All right, go over to Bill.
We actually see more athletic participation, so I really am proud of that. More kids are getting involved. Something that we're lacking is tracking our club participation. So I just had my evaluation with our athletic director. That was a goal of ours, is making sure that our bookkeeping with our clubs is up to snuff, because I think that's what's hurting some of our numbers, because we have not systematized that yet. So the club side, we have a lot of area to grow, but our athletic side is really doing well. So.
And you know, Wendy and the team can always help you if you need more assistance on figuring out how you can track your data. Make sure you're getting full credit for everybody you have that's joining in on those clubs. Over to Randy, Sierra Linda.
Yeah, you know, when we came in last year, we increased participation by 5%, and then now by 1%. So, you know, still in an upward trend. So for us, we have obviously more girls participating in sports. STEM also had an increase. Systems in place. One of the things we did at the beginning of the year, we had what we call the club rush, and we did that on an advisory day. So students, they filled out, just right there online in class, they filled out the student interest form for classes or clubs that they were interested in joining. So teachers were very excited with the amount of kids that were showing interest, like in chess and things of that nature. So, you know, we're going to continue to work on that. And then we also have, you know, I know we did this at Westview, the GRP report in Synergy that lists all the clubs and how many students are in each club. You know, we just want to continue to monitor and just continue to monitor and measure our growth and participation.
Martin?
Yes, at Tolleson Union High School, I thought Pete, Dr. Perkins takes this very seriously, and from the previous year, 23 to 24 to last year, there was a goal to increase it by 5%, and that comes out to, you know, 23, 24, there was 50 clubs. This last year, it went up to 65, 68, I think. And the intent with that is to make sure that every student on campus feels valued. And there's unique clubs like the Disney Club or the Odyssey of the, I think he said Odyssey of the Mind. And so that's, you know, pretty cool, but part of that is also to like, you know, that part of that growth is to track our clubs better. And so for this next year, there'll be a focus on like, not just offering more clubs, but like being intentional with tracking, and then with improving tracking systems, and then growth of clubs as well, because it did go up. There's still other potential other clubs to be created as well.
And I think for your campus too, definitely want to make sure that your data is up to par. You want to connect with Wendy. I know they've been making efforts over there. I know on athletics, the football team was even recognized for increasing the amount of participation in football. But the club piece, just to make sure that they're getting full credit for all the clubs that we do have going on over there, and that that's actually getting moved forward.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to take a note on that. Did we, I guess, I know you and your supposed to work on that last year, so did we finish that in Synergy where
Yeah,
everyone
we're
lists the
tracking
clubs and
groups.
everything, so?
And we've already talked to Mr. Tolleson. We'll have a meeting very soon with APD and how the APIs. Our goal is to make sure if there's a Disney club, there's one Disney club.
Right.
It can't be personalized that we can have Disney Monday, Tuesday.
And Disney Plus.
Yeah, so I mean, if there's a Disney, there's a Disney. So we'll get those out, and we wanna make sure it's uniform and every school knows what's available in there. But that's how these numbers come from, it is from group. So you can track yourself all day long. And if we keep it, then Anna can add it to the dashboard, and we can track it throughout the year.
And then
But it's newer data, so like if you guys need more training, you know, for your staff, like connect with Winnie, because like want to make sure you're actually getting more credit for all the participation.
And was that the teachers that were inputting that, or the registrar? I know we were talking about like only some people might have access to tag
The
students.
registrars and the APDs can set up the group. Once the groups are set up, the teachers assign to them, they can take
Okay,
minutes.
that's cool. Thank you.
APDs, I shouldn't give it.
to be a U High kid and go to Tolleson groups, Tolleson kids go to U High. So obviously mine, that's one that went to nationals or worlds in Iowa.
Robotics?
And robotics is another great program. And so the kids, we encourage them to be a Parker Club, and Tolleson is great about all you gotta do is find a sponsor and you can have a club, and that's why there's so many of these clubs. So they're all included, but also 21st Century is included in that, and Tolleson and UI have strong members in 21st Century as well.
And maybe you should be doing, I apologize.
Oh, it's all right.
Oh, I know. Again, is that one dismissed because of the ceiling effect?
Oh.
All right, West Point, Steven?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we make significant inroads in terms of our participation, and most of that is because this is the first year that we had 21st Century. And with the 21st Century program, we were able to offer clubs that we just couldn't offer in the past. We had about 12 teachers running clubs, and we have 7 more one-on-one clubs next year. So 21st Century program is going to continue to grow. And I think the cool thing about 21st Century as well is you can offer these clubs that are unique. So for example, our Civics Action Club, they did their first ever participatory budget program at this point.
Yes.
Right, where the kids got to register to vote if you're 18 or over, and then they got to vote in the program as to what they wanted on their campus. And you know, it just gave more avenues for kids who are maybe interested in civic action or law to get involved. So we're going to continue to push that and try and push as many clubs as possible. In fact, a kid even found me on the last day and asked me to run a club, because I do fun facts all the time. I did a fun fact about fishing. So I love fishing.
A fun fact club?
Mr. Nowak, you're going to run a club for me, so I might run a club next year.
Oh.
So we'll see. And then I guess the final thing, we've really expanded our athletic opportunities as well. We had swim for the first time this year. We had chess for the first time this year. And just like you said, Mr. Carter, success breeds success. Our basketball team was very, very good this year. We got pretty far in the playoffs, and because of that, our football team started bringing their players to come watch the games. Our baseball team started bringing their players. Our volleyball, cheer, band started coming and playing at the games.
Wow.
So all of this collectively, we're a new school, you know, it takes time to build that culture, that spirit, where we started to see this is what a real school would look like when we had the playoff game, and then, you know, we have a lot of interest now in the other sports. I think the amount of interest in the other sports increased because they saw that success of the basketball team.
Nice.
Yeah.
John? Tough act to follow?
Yeah, we're doing a pretty good job.
You're doing
good. I think we're on the cutting edge of tracking and making sure that we were accurate within our groups and clubs. I know that Mr. Kramer and Ms. Natalie spent a lot of time on that. But we have added clubs as they come up, including robotics, 21st Century Grant definitely helps. And then we have increased numbers in sports, especially with baseball and softball, which those programs are coming together after kind of being down for a few years. But just ensuring that we're tracking those correctly and continuing to do so.
Nikki, strategies on how, in an online world, you're getting them involved in this extracurricular?
So we encourage all of our students to participate. They're able to participate at their home campus with all of the clubs and sports. And so my admin assistant connects with the APA's admin assistant to get everything that we know about. And then we have a counseling corner team that is by grade level, and then it's by site. So we put all the information for sites, and we're constantly encouraging students to do it. I don't have any information on how many are actually showing up or doing that. So maybe working with Wendy to get that. I don't know how we can sift it out, but I'm sure there's a way. So I don't know how many kids are actually following through, but we're definitely always encouraging them to do it.
So maybe for some of these goals, when we look at the dashboard, like even though it's a duplicated data, if we could have a DLA breakout of like, but this is DLA and it's CA Lighthouse, I think I want a separated breakout. I don't
It's
know if we
doable.
can get that.
That's doable.
Yes, yes, we got to set up. Travis?
I've definitely seen an increase. We've had students go to the book club at Tolleson, ROTC, automotives, and so just utilizing our other sites, proximity, we were able to get one of them. So, you know, they've been in choir, they've been in different clubs over the years, so just continue to have that communication with the school to see what they're offering, and then looking at their as they're transitioning back to campus, because they still want to be a part
All right, our last one, number 8, increasing opportunities for engagement with community and business partners. Some of the things that we've done differently this past year is, and really some of these over the past 2 years. We've joined the West Valley Chamber of Commerce. We're also part of the Phoenix Chamber of Commerce. We're part of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. So we're getting more involved with the chambers to help bridge the gap with the business community. We've been for a long time now with ABEC, the Arizona Business and Education Coalition. But by adding in the chambers and our involvement with the chambers, that actually led to a lot of our contacts that we use for Commitment Day. And not only did we leverage that for bringing out a bunch of businesses out to Commitment Day, but additionally, once I can get them in for Commitment Day, then I hand them to George. And I'm like, George, go see if there's some other stuff that we can do with these businesses now for internships, for other stuff. So, you know, between George and Oscar, like they've been taking all those new contacts that we're getting in from the chambers and then rolling with it. And you've seen some of these new partners like Mattel Adventure Theme Park. You know, they've helped to sponsor some of our other things that we've launched, like the Kindness Campaign and other things that we've been doing. So from the chambers right now, we're using that as a pipeline to get our connection to the business community. When we look at increasing engagement with community, you know, obviously we've been giving everybody survey fatigue when it comes to all levels of community lately, but we've had a lot of surveys this past year. We've had some focus groups. I want Resolve to speak to FACE a little bit more to enlighten anyone else who's not familiar with everything we're doing with FACE right now for FACE, so maybe you can tell everybody more about it.
So FACE is Family and Community Engagement. We've been meeting with Faith. She is our specialist, West Ed specialist. She has met with our principals to come up with what does family engagement look like here at our district. And so we came up with a mission, and I believe it was about a year ago. So we met with her again, and we revisited our mission statement, and we had some discussions about changing it and making it more family friendly, like verbiage, so all our families understand the commitment that we are making with them. But with the training that she provides she has provided some training for our teachers on how to communicate with families. We know that our teachers sometimes might not get this training in their undergrad courses, and some of our teachers are also very young and they live in a different digital world, and sometimes a phone call could be a little scary. So she has also provided training on how do you make that phone call to a family, and also trying to encourage our teachers to make those positive phone calls, trying to do them as soon as possible, because we want to make sure that our families are hearing from us first in a positive way, and then it will help out when we have to make those difficult phone calls. So she's been helping out. So she has provided training for all the teachers, but she's also working with our principals to see what are some different ways that we can increase family engagement opportunities. And as I hear about all these, our goals, I hear that to help reach our goals, we really need to partner up with our families, because they need to understand our goals, and we need to communicate a two-way relationship of this is how you can help us and this is what we can do. So it's a partnership. So a lot of the things that we're doing is awareness, and we're trying to also share this information with the OLS department. So Faith has also provided a training with our coordinators to see what can we do at the district level to also provide information to our families, like what is ACT, why is ACT important, or why is coming to school important. So we're in the initial phases of trying to have these conversations and really implementing a family engagement goal. I know we're going to be talking about if we're going to keep some goals or if we're going to add some goals. But if we really want to partner up with our families and really be successful,
drums and other stuff during that? I mean, that was
Yeah.
also a new endeavor?
Yes, that, and that's part of our Native American parent committee and some of the grant opportunities that we receive for Title VI and Johnson O'Malley, but also trying to incorporate that cultural relevant, just learning and also making sure that our families are welcomed and that we appreciate them and that we celebrate culture and we invite that. So different opportunities for our Native American families, specifically because it's grant funded, but also trying to partner up with Ms. Boston's and her team to also celebrate cultures every month. I know that her team has they have a bulletin board and they share information with our sites about like Heritage Month for every month. And we try to celebrate and share some facts and lessons as well for our teachers.
Yeah. And I want all of you guys.
The PR department as well.
Yes.
To promote, yeah. Get a pre-list.
Yeah, of all the different events. And I want you guys all to help with that effort. So like, if you're ever at your site and you're hearing a comment of, oh, so they celebrated this, but they forgot about this, share that information. In order for us to get to a point where we're actually recognizing everyone, like, you have a lot of different cultures on your campus. Like, I think Vicki said earlier, 17 different home languages. Like, we're not gonna know everything about everything. So if you hear a comment like that, share it. Like, we don't wanna miss anyone, so share it so that way, hey, sorry we missed you this year. We'll make sure we catch that on time next year. And then they'll keep building up their collection of, we know this time during the year, these are different things we wanna recognize and put stuff out there.
Do we have like a parent group, like PTA or PTO or anything like that? Is that allowed here at the high school level? I think
It's allowed, yes. Do you guys wanna talk about some of your parent groups? Any principal want to share their parent groups? Or Steve, sorry.
Yeah, we have like our site
council.
So yeah, we do that. We offer those meetings 2 to 3 times a school year. We're trying to encourage parents to come to talk about data. Unfortunately, our attendance is not always great. We haven't got as many parents involved. But now with 21st Century, we did the 21st Century night, and we had 22 families that attended our West Point 21st Century night. So 22 families came in. So I know there's ways we can promote it, but I think 21st Century is gonna kind of give us some guidelines of how to get the parents in. But we definitely have a site council that parents can be involved in.
What about like Trio? Isn't Trio like some of our most attended events by parents or
That's
families?
Trio and
We grad, well attended.
We have a
Actually-
parent night.
I'm actually talking about PTO or PTA, parent group that's more active and will take, leadership. And is that, so I just have a question for the principals and the staff. Are you guys comfortable having an active PTO or PTA organization?
At high school, they really target more on like the boosters. So like,
Well, okay, wait a minute.
I know, like,
The verbatim is, there's boosters, PTO or PTA, whichever of those, where the parents can get involved.
yeah, because like at the elementary level, like PTOs and PTAs, like that's huge. But at the high school level, like they really get targeted onto the boosters. Like, so I know you guys have a great band booster, right? Like so they do overall because of course your band wins state championships. So like they'll have like boosters, and depending on the site, they'll have different boosters that are really strong booster clubs. Not so much an overarching PTA like you would at the elementary level.
Okay, so that's not really something that is of interest, at this level.
Not at the high school level, because high school parents act different than elementary parents. So like high school parents are kind of like off your own, but they will get passionate about that extracurricular activity that their child is really good in. And so they will join a booster to try to make sure that they have all the greatest things in that particular extracurricular activity.
Okay. Then as far as the business and community opportunities, I know that Glendale has a chamber. I believe we reach out to them.
We haven't, but we'll add it to the list.
I can get that tomorrow if that's one.
Yes, send it over. We can partner with Glendale Chamber too.
Yeah, and also with West Valley Chamber, they dominate. They're going to expand into Goodyear as well, and I think Westgate they're trying to uphold
joined the West Coast?
Well, no, Glendale, has more, say, because it's on their property,
Yeah.
their jurisdiction. So I just think being with Glendale Chamber of Commerce would be another nice, addition.
Yeah, we have to look at that and the rest. All right, we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna go into the dashboard presentation. So after break, and turn over to Anna, she's gonna take you guys through the dashboard. And some of the goals with the dashboard is, it's not just tracking. This is something that we wanna continue to develop out, that eventually, to give you more than just tracking, but to give you ways to drill into strategies, to look at your data and start to get strategies out of it, and how do you improve this data point. So we're gonna get into the dashboard after the break. Take a 10-minute break, and then we'll kick right back in.
I got 2 pictures for myself.
Remember, we start starting point, so,
We know we'll modify this.
solicit their feedback, and in a perfect world, what else could you do? Where could you click and you see something else, and that's something you're using, so get their ideas, and then you guys know.
How are you doing, Alvino?
How would we actually do it, but kind of solicit their ideas. No, did they teach you a lot of good things? Yeah? I'll tell you that there is so much you can do with data visualization. It's such a useful skill set. And it even increases your own personal values. Because people are always looking for great data visualization. And Wendy can tell you, Wendy's looking for great data visualization. Data, people who can make data easy for people to digest, worth their weight in gold. It's one thing to look at a big organization of numbers, it's another thing to give us one numbers that they can actually well, when you're showing right now, it's all going to be showing accurate.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, and are you guys just gonna connect your?
Yeah, she's going to.
Yeah, you can go all the way up to the phone.
He was able to show the.
I said they see the TV in the background.
No way.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Are you going with the kids?
Our action, here's after the actual presentation. So that will change it out.
We said it was going to queue, so we're going to do this next.
Cool. Do you want to set up right? Okay.
yeah.
Maybe I'll get a tan.
That glass bottle figure?
Yeah.
Okay. But I can't see that.
Now I am feeling.
We update some of it.
It's very green.
Just great.
And you also don't like green, so that's
This one.
You're safe. Welcome back.
All right, everyone. Final seat. Joyce, you work on that back section. All right, everyone. Find a seat.
You don't even have a suitcase. I overheard you say.
Calling out my name. Or Stacy. We're
Let's get busy, okay?
Randy, Andrew. Soft finder seats. All right, guys, we got 2 pieces left. First, we're going to go through the dashboard. This dashboard, the intention is to provide these data visualizations to you to help you navigate your strategies on how to improve all these different measures. So it helps you consume the data easier, but also help you cut through to start figuring out what your strategy going to be to start addressing some of these different measures. The A to F dashboard, you'll have the data teams, best projections on where you're going with A to F, but then you can also start to look through that and figure out your strategies on where you're increasing points to get you into that area. So I know a lot of you have seen the original version of the dashboard. As you can tell, for those of you who have already seen the original version, it's already been improved. You'll be getting Anna more training, and she's putting all her new skills to use and going in here. So she's going to take you through the dashboard, but then the other piece of it is we want your ideas on what you think this dashboard could be improved to. So she'll take you through the dashboard, but then at that point, for all of you to contribute your ideas on how the dashboard can be made better. Without further ado, turn it over to Anna to get you guys the dashboard.
Hi everyone, so my name is Anna Smith. I've served the district, over the past few years, I've served the district in different capacities as a math teacher and now as the student data research coordinator. I would like to thank Superintendent Kais for allowing me to refine these dashboards with training from Hanover and other third parties. So the goal of this first dashboard is to provide metrics and or data behind the strategic plans and goals, which we've already seen a lot of that data already with the presentation, but this is supposed to be something that's going to be kind of updated on as soon as possible, essentially, so that you can get the most recent data. So I'm going to kind of start off here with the dashboard. You're going to kind of see, like through the pages, you're going to kind of see the same pattern. So we're going to, as I page through these, right, you're going to see the title is essentially the goal, and then in the middle you're going to have gauges, and I'll explain what those gauges mean. And then you'll also see some historical data as well as some comparison data from the year before to the year prior. So we're going to go ahead and start with the first strategic plan goal. There are some strategic plan goals that aren't included, and that's just because of the nature of the data. Some of it is more synergy or sys heavy, so it's not coming from the Power BI, but that's still something that we'll look into kind of providing some way somehow to you all. So with the graduation rates, you'll see the gauges. If we take, for example, LaPolla, right, when you see that 83.88, that means the 83.88 graduation rate for that 2024 cohort, and then you'll see that
the target value or goal value of 90%. But then to also tie in the 2%, that's where the difference, the difference graph comes in. So at that bottom left, right, we'll see that most of the schools are hitting that pretty well. Now this is, right, 2024 cohort compared to 23 cohort. 24 cohort data is not publicly available yet, so we're working with preliminary numbers. Our goal is to kind of get this updated kind of on a bi-weekly basis, if that makes sense. So probably when I pulled this was earlier than when Wendy pulled hers. So her numbers on the presentation were more recent than these, but then once I come back, I'll be updating these numbers. And then we kind of have a historical view on the bottom right, showing us the past 3 years, right, how those graduation rates have looked. So if we look at Tolleson, right, in 22 they had a 92% graduation rate, and then in 24 they had an 88% graduation rate. Then for the second strategic plan goal, right, we're trying to increase proficiency on ACT for ELA and math. So you'll see again, this is based off of publicly available data. So we're not seeing 2025 data here yet, and it'll be updated once the state uploads those 2025 files, and then we'll, right, as soon as I upload that data, then these visuals will automatically adjust to that new data. So that's why you're probably like seeing, right, like you're probably remembering from the PowerPoints, you're probably focused on more recent changes rather than this is looking at 24 to 23. Okay. Do you have any questions so far? And then here's what it looks like for ELA. So overall, I think we were closer to meeting that 2% goal from 23 to 24. Again, we'll be updating this as the 25 data comes out. And then we still have those same gauges. The gauges here are a little bit different because it's trying to capture that 2% increase. We didn't have a hard cutoff like we did with graduation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So guys, when I told you we need to decide what data is more important, is it the raw data right away so you can see, or do you want to wait for the public data? So these are the questions that we want you thinking about and giving us feedback on.
Here's our data for earning those 9 points for Azella. So we're seeing that we're pretty strong, almost about 1 point away for some of the sites for EL points. And then we can kind of also still see that historical view. You'll see a dashed line also on some of these graphs. That should also kind of help kind of be an indicator of whether or not we've met that goal for that year. I know it's kind of hard to see, but hopefully some of y'all have these on your laptops and you can see the numbers better.
Well, we got big TVs everywhere, so.
Yes. Okay. Then for CCRI, again, same thing. We're seeing most of the sites, right, are really close to meeting that 1 point increase target, and most of the sites are also really close to meeting that 19 point goal. And then you can also see the historical view, right, like so copper, right, kind of kept increasing their points every year. And then like you higher, they've been at a 20 pretty much every year. And then when I first presented this, there was a lot of questions as to like why I didn't drill down more into more information. When you all receive this after the session, there will be links that will tie into reports that I've done that y'all have already seen before that kind of tie into all of this together. But then with the ADREF dashboard, you'll also kind of have a better clue as to how these things tie in. So, do we have any feedback for this dashboard specifically so far?
So we will be able to look at like groups, where we can update groups throughout the year so you can see your counts live. So those are the kind of feedbacks we're looking at, you know, what's gonna make your life better? And I'm taking notes, she's running it.
So, and I mean, start all the way back to the first one, and let's see if there's any feedback going 1 page at a time. So the goal for the visualization would be that by looking at it, you should be able to tell whether or not you met the goal. You should be able to do some comparisons from your site to other sites. You should be able to look at longitudinal data. Like, if any of that, you feel is not popping out or, easy to digest for you, then like, that's the type of feedback that I would make. So that way if she didn't do any revisions to the visualizations, like, kind of need that feedback to come forward so she'll know how to tweak it and customize it. But like I just said, she's putting the lines there to show you where the goal's at. So like on the top one, you know, you have the hash mark that shows you where the goal is. The left one, the bottom left, has the dash line across, so you know if you're above the dash line, you're doing good. So, feedback. This is your tool. It's for the school. So if there's some way to make the tool better, like, need that feedback on how you'd like to see the tool. And eventually, the goal is for all of this stuff to have more drill downs too, because when they make the copy for you guys, we can allow it to drill down into like student-specific information. But then that's why we is also asking you the question of like, think about the data source. Because if you guys want this thing to be able to like click and drill down to student level, that is not the public static file. You're asking to hook to Synergy, so you can have live data that is your data. It's not the official state data yet. It's not coming off the state public file. So that's why she's asking about the data source, because their capabilities are going to be tied a lot to what is the data source that's underlying this data. So, from the sites, feedback.
Can we add notes of like specific strategies that other schools were doing? Would that be helpful?
Would it be good if,
like for example, like an intervention plan, or you know, parent engagement, or anything like that?
are you thinking like you want individual sites to have the ability to upload a note?
I was just thinking like notes that, hey, when I take this back to my team, they know what other schools are doing that's working for them. So I think someone said like
Do you have any
a
hover
re-entry
text
plan.
right now? Like where you hover over one of the widgets and like it'll show a little pop-up box?
Like a tooltip?
Yeah, tooltip.
Kind of.
So, I mean, see that tooltip box? Like,
Yeah.
to the extent that that box pops up, I mean, that could always be like if each school was submitting a strategy, saying like, hey, this is the thing I want to let people know.
Just make it clickable.
Yeah, it's
Like
either
click
that,
on
you
here,
either
like,
click it, or you can hover it and pop out the text.
Now, it's Power BI, so there will be some kinds of limitation, but what I'm hearing you say, it might be another page that then is like a document page where you can add notes or suggestions. So there'd be a graduation notes where you could put something there versus we will be confined on some of those really cool things because we're not programmers, so we're relying on Power BI.
Right.
We need a program.
She's getting pretty darn
Oh,
good.
she's gonna get there, we'll get her the training, I believe. But yeah, so if we clicked it, and it flipped to another page and gave you those strategies. Like, do you think that would be working for you?
Yeah.
So then like, that would be dependent on you guys actually submitting your strategies into here, so we have something to click and go to.
So for example, we could download once a month from ADE the actual student file and then have that sitting in the bag for the current year. So starting 2026, we could have the kids in there, the cohort 2026, we pull it every month. But the only thing about that is nothing really happens till after December and May. So it's sort of uneventful.
We want the dashboard to be something that you guys are checking on a regular basis, because it helps to let you know that you're on track for meeting the goals. So, under that context, if you guys are thinking about other things you would like to see in there to help you with that progress, you know, that would make it worth it for you to go do it, you know, occasionally, then,
Cause like 2025, you guys are gonna start handing me August, September, October. So, you know, we would definitely start updating on 2025 is probably in August.
Who will be seeing this? I mean, I know the site.
this is for you.
Just principals, assistant principals, teachers looking at this.
Especially, you know, if we're drilling down the student information, like, you know, then it's really like the principals, the APIs, like that's really the target audience. To make this a powerful dashboard where you can drill into the student level information like that, you're really our target audience. This is to help you keep on track with the goals. This is to replace having to constantly pick up the phone and call Wendy. Because you can just go to the dashboard and it already has the data that you're gonna ask.
Why can't the access be hierarchical?
Well, we could, but we'd have to suppress some data.
Well, you just, well, I mean, I make it sound easier in my head that you can give like administrator access and then sub that, like a platform, I work with, they do that.
We're gonna have to work with Tony and find out the capabilities of Power BI. I don't think we can get it down to the various levels within the actual.
I know on other programs you have more levels than that, but, yeah.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, cause like, I mean, a teacher might be interested in seeing like this data as it relates to their classroom, but then, yeah, obviously you guys wanna see like the whole school. But maybe some of this information would be beneficial for a teacher to look at least for the students that they, have in their class. And then if it's hierarchical, they're obviously not looking at other students when they're not supposed to.
And we have some.
That actually might be a
synergy.
separate dashboard, because like when we think about what the teacher wants to see, I mean, like, yeah, the teacher may want to know that their specific students are credit deficient, but maybe not like, we're gonna go down to a class note, that might be like a different name.
Superintendent Caius, as far as teachers, there are some amazing new MTS early warning systems within the student information system. And we just started rolling those out more and more, that teachers would be able to have certain access to some of those items. And there's a student profile that shows them credit deficiency and all kinds of things within that, which is already a controlled environment. But where it may not show this district-wide view, but it would definitely give them more view of their school and their class, which they're legally only allowed to see.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I mean, not a site for programs, but I would think it would be better to get like the updated percentage and like more.
Yeah, run live data,
Yeah.
not the public side file, run live data.
See that,
Yeah, it doesn't work for graduation, but it will work on some. Graduation will only ever come from the state, because as some of you guys found out, you lost a freshman who counted against you this year, because we didn't catch you, you went anywhere. So some of these, I would think we would probably want to build on the graduation file with a student file instead of just flat, and not worry about the, other than the lag data for cohorts that have locked down.
So maybe it's a hybrid, maybe some of it is, and so maybe you're just exporting and then putting it in here to update the dashboard.
So like, as soon as we solidify 2024 in December, we can open 2025, but we'll solidify just 2024 in December, lock that down, and then we're running the live students on 2025.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? As I was looking at this, I was curious I might just be missing a piece of information. But if we're checking data at the dashboard on a regular basis, would you want to know what are your factors that figure into your graduation rate? So like, I want to click on and see which kids are credit deficient, right? And drill down to that information so I could assign folks to meet with those kids and like, what are the data points that impact our graduation rate?
I think that's a great data point.
And so
Credit
if
deficiency,
you're,
maybe broken down.
it's like more we're looking at the result, but what things are affecting that. So even if you like went to math, what kids have not passed that
Now,
are
I'm gonna
for
go back
math
to the
as an
controlled
example,
environment
like,
SIS.
that's more
MTSS has that report right now, and
Right.
the cool thing about doing it in there is, because now I see that they're credit deficient.
Yeah.
Even down to the teacher level, I can look at a student profile and go into those really minuscule details that something like this for the strategic plan was never meant to
That's
do.
kind of my question.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, so this looks like, exactly strategic plan data, whereas if you want to be looking at it every week and figuring out what your action plan is to impact your data.
Yeah,
You
we
would
definitely
want,
want
like,
real
real time,
graduation the
right?
current year. And your APRs will know, and your principals in here know that we're watching those codes for those W4s, those W41s, and following up with those kids. So that's why you'd want student data for the current year for the strategic plan. The other ideas of who's falling short, that all already exists in the student information system under lock and key and appropriate access.
I like going to my credit card, online, And
See your credit score.
I like to see what my credit score is. Right? I like to see what my credit score is. And, but it'll also tell me why or what other factors.
Yes.
Right? What I'd like, if you're asking just moi,
Yes,
is I'd like to know like roughly where we're at letter grade and what is affected.
Oh, that's gonna be her next dashboard.
Yes.
All
Alright, awesome. Okay, that's what I'd like to see.
Yes. So
John,
maybe the strategic plan, then, you guys are more, maybe we should go through the APRF one now. Let's show you what's in the letter grade one, because some of the stuff you're looking for maybe in the letter grade dashboard as opposed to the strategic plan dashboard. So we'll go through that one, and then we'll talk about what revisions we made to both dashboards.
if it's okay, I'd like to ask you, Jonathan, another question.
Yes.
Did you have a question or, on the dashboard? You seemed a little confused.
I don't think I'm confused, I think that I guess I was curious as to what the intention was.
Okay.
Because it sounds to me like if we want data we can act on every week and to make decisions, then we don't wanna look at a past graduation rate, we wanna look at who's credit deficient.
Yeah.
Right, so we can take action on that. But I realize that information lives in Synergy, in particular reports that you can run. But a dashboard inside of Synergy that already gives you those data points that impacts what will come in the future was, I think, more what I was wondering, is that where we're headed?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the APRF kind of state, not strategic, this is accountability dashboard. This one, what goes behind this one is really powered behind the static files that, right, each site receives each year. And if you've ever been in the static file, it's a really messy file. Like it's not intuitive necessarily to filter or drill down to. If you look at it, it seems like it has very like technical column headers, and some of it is like, it will literally say like FYPPTT something, you know, and then it's like, well, what are we even looking at, right? So the idea behind this dashboard was to then kind of provide the data that's in the static file in a more digestible way, and then also provide kind of that historical outlook and view. So we want to kind of first take a moment to take a look at how the APRF models have changed from year to year, right? Because if you're trying to compare your scores this year to even last year, that's going to look something different, because like growth was 20% this year, but last year wasn't growth. Last year we had subgroup improvement, okay? And so just knowing that there are caveats between comparing letter grades from year to year, and then even looking at what we're going to look in the upcoming years.
So site administrators, with letter grades, I sent you an email so you can be in your file. No, we locked down because we didn't know who would be here in the public, so some of those things will get turned on later. Okay, so, and we just kept it locked down just because when it is live, it will go all the way to the student. And like Anna said, the first screens are those longitudinal looks. We're thinking about building one with CCRI so you can see your points down to counts and percentages. But she'll go through the historical one. You know that spreadsheet you guys, I tortured you with, but I kept it up to date, and is now databased it. So it'll be able to be updated. Okay.
So here initially we're looking at all the different indicators that go into the letter grade. So if I'm a principal, I can go through here and change the year, and it will automatically modify those gauges. And so you can then see, right, what did it look like in 24, what did it look like in 23. You can even go down and then change the school level. And so, like for example, Tolleson Union last year, right, they earned 11 points in proficiency, 18 in growth, and you'll see that the max points, right, should be based off of those indicator max point things. And then we'll see the traditional APRF model for 24, and then we'll have like a historical view of what those cut scores look like, and then at the top we have right, what that, how many points we earn and kind of how that seeps into the letter grade. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it to show me, like, I wanted to be able to like show that if in the red, that meant an F, if it was orange, then that was a D, but like, right, the idea is that the as you go up right into the blue, that's gonna be an A. Okay. Now we have proficiency. So this one's a little, probably gonna be a little more interactive. So we have, you're able to, again, drill down by year and school, but now you can drill down by ethnicity, FAE, RIL, EL, and SPED. What FAE is your full academic year, right? Scores only count towards proficiency if the student was full academic year. And then also, RIL, that is your recently arrived English learners, they're not included. So if they test with you, but they're a recently arrived English learner, then that score doesn't count towards proficiency. So right now I kind of have it preset to yes for FAE, no for RIL, but if you wanted to like look at all of your kids, then you could go in and change that by clicking on the drop down. And then let's say you wanted to focus on a certain ethnicity or other demographic, you could do so and it would, right, change those graphics and show you what that looks like. Here at the top left, we have the percent of students that fell within a proficiency level, both for ACT and MSAA. Okay? And then on the right, we have our average weighted proficiency. So in that middle table at the bottom, you'll see kind of the point values that are assigned. So students who are minimally proficient, right, we don't earn any points for them. We earn 0.6 if they're partially proficient, 1.3 if they're highly proficient. So the average weighted proficiency, that makes up, right, it adds up all of those points based on the student scores and then divides it by the total number of students that tested. In theory, you're supposed to be able to take that number and multiply by 30% to get the proficiency point. So at the bottom left, you'll see like your overall weighted proficiency. If you multiply that by 30%, that should roughly give you the 11.03. Okay? And then at the bottom right, we have, right, the counts of students that fall within those certain proficiency levels.
So it's really important here, guys, if you ever try to go into ADE on your accountability dashboard and go between the years, you could never get to what Anna has there, especially since it'll connect to the students. You couldn't drill down to just your EL kids. What would they look like? What would your African American kids look like? You know, what would your non-EL versus your EL? Now it's just a click away for all those years. So that is the purpose of the longitudinal part of this, is you then can have that discussion or present to your staff. Watch what's happened to our EL group in their ELA proficiency by click, 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 and it's all right there. And like I said, there's a prediction one, so all those that are getting there, never stop prediction, it's coming. Okay.
So now we have growth. So here, right, we all know that growth is based off of student growth percentiles, and the state kind of cuts that up into 3 separate categories, right? Low growth, average growth, high growth. Low being anywhere from 1 to 33, average growth being an SGP from 34 to 66, and then your high growth being an SGP of 67 to 99. In that middle graph, right, you have the percentage of students that fell within low, average, and high. This one, just because it was getting very crowded, I added a subject filter, so you're able to switch back and forth between math and ELA. Okay? And then same thing for drilling down by the separate demographics. At the top, we have, right, that same gauge that we saw before, of the 18 out of 20. And then I also break it down to, right, because SGP is based off of both math and ELA, what points were earned for each of those. And then we have a median SGP. That's, you want to do a median, right, because we're looking at percentiles, so you don't want to take an average. And then I have the 67 as like a goal to, right, to kind of get to high growth. And then we have, in that middle table, that's going to show you, right, like the percent of students that were highly proficient but then had high growth. Aspire though, so if they were, let's say, proficient, in Aspire, then you're looking at 3.02 of the entire population had high growth. Then we have those counts by category, and then on the bottom right, we have those points that you can earn. So, regardless of your performance level on Aspire, if you performed in low growth, we don't earn any points. If you performed average growth, we get 1 point, but then it changes the moment that we get to high growth. If you were minimally proficient but you had high growth, that should actually be as a higher number, but I'll go ahead and fix that. But then like if you were partially proficient and you had high growth, you get a 1.2 point, okay? And then if you were highly proficient, but then you also had high growth, you only get 1 point.
And so you guys know Anna did a data thing with your teachers that basically gave them a letter grade based on how they performed, either ELA or math teachers. It was probably one of the best feedbacks we've gotten, and we always get teachers to come to it. So this is the kind of data that you can share with your teachers, and I know Anna will keep offering those kind of workshops. She's done some at All Day PH, but she's also done them when you guys have called her out to the school. She has been going to the technical advisory committees, both for alternative schools and regular schools downtown, physically sitting there, so her knowledge base is by far expanded immensely this year. So she doesn't need me, in other words.
I appreciate how Wendy's always working on her succession plan.
Notice she didn't say no.
Then we have EL. So here we have the same kind of idea, right? EL gets kind of into proficiency and growth, and it's computed a little bit differently, right? So it's all based on how we compare to the state average, both for proficiency and growth. Growth is not SGPs. Growth in this case is based on if you changed, if you essentially leveled up to the next proficiency level. Then we still have that same graphics, right? The percent of students that fell within a proficiency, what level of growth they had. We even have those counts. So in this case, right, we're looking at Tolleson for last year. They had 5 kids who increased 2 level changes. Okay. At the top, you'll see right, like your number of proficient students, the number of students that you tested, and the percent of EL-phase students. There is a separate EL-phase, which for the most part just means that they were continuously enrolled to the first day of the testing window. And I want to see if that's all for this one. And then, as always, including those counts of proficiency levels.
So you see quite a bit more detail in this than the strategic plan, okay? So this is where you would go if you wanted to drill down, and you could eventually get to students. Because remember, your EL students are 9th through 12th grade, so you have some sunshines in there that are going to be with you for 3 more years. So every year your EL test regardless of their grade.
So this is probably the one you guys are going to be in more frequently. I like Randy's concept of comparing like how you look at the credit scores, because you guys could look at doing an alerts icon for them, and then when they click the alerts icon, it could be just an alert. You have a smaller percentage of your students participating in CTE classes this year, so your CCRI is probably going to go down. So like different little pop-outs like that. Your dual enrollment is not on pace with where it was last year. Your AP classes, your SEALs, like we can find different types of little alerts to pop for them to say, and I want to hear from you guys if that's what works. But I'm thinking like year-over-year comparisons. So compared to what you were doing last year, this is either improving or going in the wrong direction, and popping you an alert like that. And we're just looking at last year's percentage of students doing this thing versus this year's. This is where you're trending, and just popping that for you through the year. Sound good? Other thoughts on it?
Then we have a look at graduation. So that first table is really kind of boiling down to the points earned by graduation rate. So graduation rate is kind of also kind of cut up into 2 pieces, one being the 4 through 7 year grad rate, and then graduation improvement. Right, graduation improvement is looking at, did we improve our graduation rate from this year compared to last year? And then we have our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year graduation rates that also ties into that graduation indicator. So if you take all these numbers, they should add up to this final number, the 4 through 7 points, and then you'll see the total points that you've earned, and then how many you earned for the graduation rate improvement. Here you're gonna see what those graduation rates actually are, and then for the graduation rate improvement, right, you'll see what the prior years was and then what the prior year before that was. So in this case, right, ADE always does graduation rates a year in lag, so we're looking at 2024, but this, that 88.93 is the 23 cohort, and then the 91.81 is the 22 cohort.
So this is, you don't get any drill down here, guys. It's over and done and cooked by the time it's calculated.
And then at the bottom there, I have like, right, just a quick snippet kind of explaining how you get those points and what those weights look like. Here we have a look at bonus points and how we've achieved those bonus points, right? So we have CCRI, you only get 1, science we get 3, we're like 1 standard deviation above the state. The ACT Aspire, that was just based off our 95% tested, and then that special education bonus points, right, increasing our SPED enrollment, and then it also kind of shows, right, what our participation rate was, what our science proficiency was, the ACSI state average SPED enrollment, and then the state average for SPED enrollment. And here is the predictive.
As you see, it's much prettier than my spreadsheet I share with principals.
So here it's gonna look pretty much almost exactly the same as the summary page. Slight difference here is that we kind of have a subtitle under each gauge. That's gonna show you the method that was used to predict the indicator points. So a lot of these, like for example with growth is based off of all the ACT scores and ACT Aspire scores in the entire state. We don't have a way of actually calculating that. So we use a 3-year average. Same thing for CCRI. CCRI is really just student dependent and changes from year to year. So that one we're also looking at a 3-year average. For your graduation rates, that one's actually based off of pulling the information from the ADE and then getting that updated and applying those rules and codes to that data. And then for this one, like let's say if we're thinking about like the next fiscal year's letter grade, then what Wendy and I would do is look at the fall ACT, so that way you can kind of get a glimpse of proficiency that way. And then once we get those ACT scores in the spring, we would then also update it and do that.
And so what we have that we really haven't shared with you guys, we built a database of 7 years of CCRI, the counts and then the percentage overall. Once we get this one, then we will probably build you, because you guys always ask about CCRI, we will actually be able to build you one based on all those criteria. Okay, so that'll be a separate dashboard. Then we'll work on how we have you tracking your current cohort, in this case 2026. You know, I'll have to work with Eric, because he pulls the code that pulls some of those things, so we'd have to have it feed into this dashboard. We have some of the data points, you guys have some of the data points, and we can work on, because you don't get your ASVAB numbers until later, you don't get your military until later, but we can also give you a thing to check against what Eric does. So that's what we're thinking about CCRI. That'll be a build coming up in the next year.
And so as you guys are updating the data set, then that text will change
Yes.
to let everybody know we have a new data set in and this is what we're actually
Yes,
using.
like after your 15915, and you guys were calling me, it did go through,
You
We'll
can see it
just
on
put it
there.
in there and say, we posted to the, prediction board, and video link, and you can go and look.
Can you click on Copper Canyon?
I told her to stay away from that. He's your boss, you gotta use that.
I already emailed her about
Oh.
Did he seize the
Predicting them
opportunity?
lower now?
it. The five.
Which
five-
one? Where did we
five
lose the
grad rate
points?
Did we lose 5 grad
I
points?
think it might have been the ACT that
No,
was
it's a
updated.
grad rate. It's a
It's
grad
grad
rate.
rate, so like
The
So
grad
right
rate.
now, we don't look.
So we've always had full 10.
Yeah, so it's gotta be the
So I
grad
don't
rate.
know what happened.
Anna, she may not have updated to the latest numbers.
So after the 15,915 goes through, he should get up to the 10.
It's already gone through. I looked
Okay,
at
so
it.
it's
on the
already gone
spreadsheet.
through.
See, and that's the thing we gotta be careful of, because if I update and Anna doesn't, then we're gonna be a heart attack. What do you have for 2024?
This is strictly looking at 25.
Oh, 25?
Okay, with the updated data though, we're still projecting the Copper's gonna make it, because they'll get those 5 points passed.
You know I will not commit to that. When I looked at it last, they were like 82.6, and the cutoff point's 82, guys.
Right, and that's it. We have 77.
I think they're gonna have the same
there,
issue.
so-
Yeah. 8960, what do you have for the 4-year graduation on there, Anna?
Say
I
what?
don't know what is it.
What do you have on their grad rate? Can you drill down to it?
No.
If you can, yeah, we'll check, because I have them at 8960 after the 15915s, so we'll see if you updated.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just.
Okay.
I already know.
Did you?
Listen, if you give us an A, I hope this.
We're gonna be sweating it out. I
Well,
mean, like,
the pressure is
the
on.
letter grade of the whole district hangs in balance with the.
Well, Bill's right there too. Bill's right there too.
What was on the other PowerPoint? I pulled on June 5th.
I've already seen that.
Oh, you have?
And we're just waiting
On the
for
other-
numbers that aren't out yet, so
Oh,
I
I'll check.
Anna, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When you went to proficiency, ACT proficiency, I really appreciated the percent in those 4 bars. I really like that. And maybe it's just a Bell thing, so maybe people don't want to see it.
Yeah.
Something I'm always really curious on is the frequency of actual their scores. So I can compare, like, are my kids minimum proficient and getting 4s? And compare that year over year. Are my kids getting like 14 or just short of 15? So that's something that will not show in numbers, right? Because except for growth, right? Because if I was really proficient and I had 7 really proficient at the score of 2 or 7 at the score of 14, they're still at 0. Do you think there's an easy way that we can show that as part of this dashboard year over year to see exactly where those kids fell on their exact score rather than their 4 bands?
Do you mean like essentially a histogram?
Yes.
Yeah, I could definitely add that in.
I would love that year over year. That's
So
interesting.
you're looking at 136 histogram.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, aside from this, then we just have some more, information based on indicator criteria and points, but at this point, it's more up to, your guys' thoughts and ideas.
Other ideas for improvement? Want it to be a useful tool for you guys that are trying to go through the year and stay on track.
5 years of static files in there that you'll be able to drill down to the student level. And we'll load 2025 as soon as I get it, which should be in a couple months.
And there are some pages
What's the
that are.
date that the letter grades come out?
Officially, they were not released publicly, and we can't talk about until November 1.
No, when do, what's the date
He
that we
said something about
actually,
September,
what's the
that's
date
why.
that we actually?
I usually can start
The
seeing it
embargo
about
date.
August.
August?
Mid to late August, I can start seeing and calculating it myself, because all the components are in. They will not
When do they
literally
use the
point,
embargo to files?
till November 1. But
No,
what
no,
you have
no, the one that they say don't tell anybody, but this is what the file is.
that's the August one.
That's August, so in
Mhm.
August we'll know that, okay.
So, and
When in
they
August?
won't even put it in the platform until October, but we all know. Because remember, they say they're gonna reset the cut scores, so the media can't get it because it's a work in progress. If they said they're gonna use the scores from the year before, it's no longer a work in progress and the media can get it. Little background there. So that's the key when they have that October board meeting. I will be able to tell you in August with pretty good certainty
Okay.
where we're at.
Yeah, I remember for West Point, I felt like we were bottled up for a while with, not being able to tell anybody it was there in May.
It usually depends when MSAA completely gets in. Sometimes it's mid-August, sometimes we don't see it at the end of August.
Okay.
It really depends on some of the testing items.
So we got 2 schools to sweat it out with until August.
You're making me nervous on that grad rate now. We don't have 20 grad rate points until.
You might as well.
Dr. Swenson?
I had a question I think I know was not a good question.
Okay.
point seems to be in a little bit safer zone.
As you guys start using this dashboard more and more, and you start finding yourself saying, oh, I wish I had this, let them know. Like, they'll probably bring it to principal's meeting just to make sure that everybody else agrees that's a good idea, but I just let them know and they'll continually be improving it. So the idea is to have this be a useful tool to help you stay on track for your letter grade. So throughout the year, you're able to look at this and know where you need to make adjustments to stay on track for your grade.
And we still plan to add more. Well, for one thing, we do have some of the tabs hidden because it does give like task rosters and kind of more information on the student level. But then I think we're also going to start to look into kind of what was mentioned before, like the graduation rate, looking at numbers, how many more kids do we need to graduate to get that graduation rate improvement up, that kind of thing. It's just taking us time.
And we can give you W4s, W41s, W5s. And that will help you. And we can also say which ones are done, cook turkeys, and you'll never change. So don't waste your time. They do have guys. You know that. Some of you had it painful.
Do our people who are doing the work in regard to monitoring those and tracking those things, do they get information from you guys like end of August to September, once they're cut off, to make sure you clean this up and look at it? Or is that just to admin and then we talk to our people? Or do they ever, like our registrars or those?
Your APR and Vicky and Fernando, they have been looking at those withdrawal codes for all those ones that maybe fifth-year seniors get to take care of. We did the 15915. I don't know if we'll ever get to do that every single year, but you know, we're limited by that July 5th, well, June 30th is July 15th cutoff date, and then after that, the thing that's sad is the kid could have left us at the end of the year, dropped out as a W5. We close our books. Halfway through the year, he goes over to Mesa and tries their alternative school. Unless we open 15915, we can't take him off our roster. So that's what seems to be getting us, is our kids choose to go somewhere else, but we can't get them off the roster.
And I'm just thinking about like next year, when I went to AD and look at our next year's grad rate, we're like 84, right? So I just know that 51915 was big for us after to do it, but I know we're waiting for summer school in, but I'm just thinking of how we equip them to make sure that we go all the way up in the end to track all of those kids to capture what we can capture. Because I know kids will do it after the deadline, but you know, what we can control.
Yeah. Superintendent Kaya, as long as we have a really good financial guy or lady who keeps our books clean and we're not afraid of being hit with financial loss, if we do a 15915, that's our leadership's choice. But we have good books, so we don't worry to do the 15915. That's not the same for all schools. Because they'll adjust, guys. We did get an adjustment from that 15915.
Made a difference.
I think we had to pay back $100.
Yeah. What ends up happening when you do the 15915 and they rerun all your data, they will pick up that there will be some online school, charter school, whatever the kids attended in the summer who didn't have their data clean, they got their data clean, and now they have to adjust those for concurrencies and subsequent enrollments. And so it makes your ADM go down, it makes your funding go down. It's not always a significant number, but that's why some districts have reluctance to doing it, because they're worried about the finances. We are more concerned about letter grade than the dollars, so yes, we're in a position that we would do it if we know, especially when it's like, you guys are on the bubble for the year. Like, that was an easy decision. But,
you guys were really good, when we did that, you were really good about not just checking your cohort 2024, you went all the way back to your freshmen. Because again, they will be with us in 4 years, so if we exit those freshmen and they went somewhere else and we didn't catch them during the year, they would have stayed with us for 4 years, guys. So you're getting really good, the APRs and registrars are getting really good when we open that up to catch those new year ones. And we don't want to do that until like March, because we want to make sure we have a good portion of the year.
All right, so round of applause for our again, it's a continuing, developing thing, so whatever it is that you're looking at that would help you out, just share with them, and we'll keep making improvements to it. The final piece, one more break, because we're going to get through the final piece. The final piece is we are going to go through the goals and talk about which goals need refinement So, as we go through each goal, the first question for you is do we have the right goal? Should we keep it? Do we need to completely delete it? Do we need to modify it? So maybe it's the right goal, but it's not worded correctly. And so you should all have those sticky packets on your desk in front of you. If whatever you feel, we need to keep this goal, delete it, modify it, I want your reason on the sticky note, and then you're gonna put it in the appropriate category. So keep it, very important goal. Just put your sticky note under the K for keep it. If you want to delete it, like why do we care about graduate, get rid of it, put your reason there and put it under deleted. And then modify it. On the bottom piece, if we are going to improve the wording on this goal, I want you to put the letter, the portion of the SMART goal that needs to be improved, like as an example, when we get to this one, like it may be, well, I don't think that's a specific enough goal. Like, what do we mean attendance violations? Like, we need to make this goal more specific. So you write an S dash, what type of attendance violations are we talking about, right? So whatever it is you think is missing, the component that's missing for making these goals be actual SMART goals, write the letter and then your reasoning, and that goes on the bottom. So you should have 2 sticky notes that you're walking up to each one of these goals with and placing them in those categories. Keep it, delete it, modify it, that's 1 sticky note. We're going to improve it. What do we need to improve? If you think the goal is perfect the way it's written, so if you look at this first one, you're like, actually, I think that's fine just the way it is. You're just putting one in to say keep it, and you don't have to worry about putting anything on the bottom. You're like, no, I actually think the goal is perfect the way it is. Just leave it the way it is. So I want you to do that for each of the goals, and then after that, we're going to get into small groups, and we're going to talk it over about which ones we're going to actually change for next year. So take some time, write out 2 sticky notes, go around, mark up the board, keep it, delete it, modify it. How are we improving it if we're improving it? Makes it easy for your team, they don't have to update anything. Oh, yeah, I got the contact. Sometimes it doesn't always have to be just sometimes the bus driver connects to the students.
So let's see all of us. And like I said, I should highlight that.
Yeah.
Because you can have kids.
But it helps too if it's organic. Yeah, you have to connect these two. They're trying to expand, it's like, hey,
Or even
but just like, yeah, having the idea that somebody actually cares. Yeah.
Were you there too? Were you sitting in front or what?
Please, please. Make that really clear.
Okay, so I was told you should.
Well, it's like there's no yeah, that person. We're delivering
How long is that?
Ish, I know it's after.
Really? So, are there study guides? Just because we have a candidate who's really strong for
Thank you.
Has everybody got it on their calendar? Maybe like to just put it in the calendar. Maybe just do a regular email. Yeah, just do a regular email. Yeah. Do it at the power. All right, so it looks like everybody made their rounds. We got our final 40 minutes, but it's going to be the most important 40 minutes because for the ones that we're going to modify, you guys are going to write those modifications right now. So first, just looking at the board and doing the tour. Goal 1 looks solid, so I think goal 1 stays as it is. Goal 2, if you look over at goal 2, a lot of people are saying modify, and there's a lot of different reasons why goal 2 needs to be modified. So that's one of the ones that we're going to redefine right now. I didn't see a lot in delete. There's only one comment that says delete it, so we are agreeing that it's something important that we want to keep track of and measure, but it needs to work. So goal 2, we're going to have the right modification for. Same on goal 3. Everybody wants to modify it. That was unanimous, and a bunch of reasons why that needs to be modified. I saw varying strategies from just changing the 2% to 0.5% to like completely changing up the metrics. So definitely need a modification there. Goal 4, the modifications that are up there, we're simply saying instead of just getting the 9 points, can it be or increase by 1 point? That would be a small modification. I think that's a reasonable modification. Overall, the group is consensus that we, okay. So we want to have to do a sibling session is just adding that one piece of make it to 9 points or increase by 1 point from the previous year. So we'll do that modification, say, or increase by 1. Goal 5, we're all over the board. So I do want us to take a, there's only 3 that came up with delete. I was leaning more like, is this really a goal, or is this just something, an underlying strategy of what we do to support the other goals? I was leaning more towards delete, but I wanted to see where you guys all weighed in, and it was all over the board where there's a mix of delete, modify, and keep, and not a lot of suggestions on how to modify that. So we're gonna give an attempt at modifying that and seeing if we can come up with a way to make that a little more precise. When we get over to goal 6, solid, we don't need to do anything with it. Goal 7 was mostly keep. You see we got a couple of suggestions on how we can modify it, so we're gonna take a crack at that one. And then goal 8 is another one that we're just all over the board. And that is another one that's similar to goal 5, where it's like, we do need to have some discussion on whether or not that's a goal to keep. If we are keeping it, how are we measuring it? Because that is the most difficult part of that goal. We all know that it's something important, the engagement with our business community, with our families. That's important. But the way the goal reads right now, it's not measurable, it's not specific enough. So like, if we're gonna have a goal like that, we need to have a strategy on how we're gonna do it. So I want you guys to get in groups of 4. You guys can do a group of 5. And you're gonna work through, we're gonna start with goal 2. In your small groups, come up with an idea on how to rewrite that goal. And then we're gonna share out. Right now, just goal 2. You're just focused on goal 2.
What is the set target?
Yes.
If your team has an idea, ready to go, show me a thumb. Or if you don't, show me a thumb in the other direction. I can say you guys one more time. See that you guys are almost there? All right, a little more time. Do a couple more minutes. Oh, you are. All right, so let's go ahead and share out what you guys have. And Vicki wants to go first.
All right, here's our proposal for goal 2. Decrease unverified absences by 3% from the previous school year.
All right, so specifically targeting the unverified absences. All right, so we got one pitch. All right, who's ready to go next? Up here? You guys ready, Rosalba?
We actually decided to delete it and not keep it, but focusing still internally at our sites, but not making it as a district goal. Because every school's gonna have something
thing, and we figured, like, we have a couple of initiatives coming, right? Like, we have the program coming into the ISS room, we've got legislature where there are 10, so I think some of those things may play out in and of itself, and to make it a district goal might hurt us more than it help us. If you do it internally, it's gonna eventually do what we want it to do.
But still working towards it,
Yeah.
and not making it a district.
All right, so we got unverified applicants, we got an advocate for deleting it. Christina, you guys ready?
So we have decrease annual attendance violations by 2% or maintain 52% for 25-26 school year.
And so when you're saying to maintain 52%, are you guys, now what we presented earlier was chronic absenteeism. So are you guys saying that decrease chronic absenteeism by 2% or maintain 50%? Okay, so go with the chronic absenteeism. Bill, your group?
We did discuss delete it too.
All right, and the possibility of deleting it.
Yeah, I was caught on the boat if you're looking at feedback, so my group had a robust conversation. I came in the 11th hour and I voted to delete it. and they said, Bill, you're speaking. I go, I wouldn't vote this conversation, so you called on me, so unless your group disagrees, which I'm all for that, I would say delete it.
We did that chronic though. We did that.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that.
Chronically deleted.
Chronically deleted.
All right, let's go to the back. Bert?
We say deleted as well.
Deleted. All right. Wendy?
We were working on Copper's graduation.
Oh, okay. Definitely a pressing priority, Bo.
Deleted.
Deleted? All right, so the majority of the group was going with, we should just delete it. Knowing that, yes, these are different things that we're working on, but not necessarily trying to fit a goal. All right, so we're leaning towards delete on goal 2. All right, now, start working on goal 3. And you can see that there was no votes for deleting this one. Everybody's saying it needs to be modified, it needs to be approved as something. Within your small group, come up with ideas of goal 3.
That wasn't the South Park.
You guys already got it all solved back there?
Mr. Evans said that we.
That can't be the answer. This one's not silly.
We're gonna multiply.
We have multiplied.
Are you saying it with the full?
Yeah, we have.
We're gonna multiply.
Oh. Well, now we're just leaving. Yeah, split. Our mimic electric system.
Yeah, I think we still have a great.
So, are you saying you want me to ask them first?
Yes,
Yeah. Maybe you can tell everybody they can do it. All right, everyone, let's see what we're working with. We're gonna start in the back this time. So Bo, Steven, your group, want to make the first pitch?
Sure. So we looked at multiplying this goal, so splitting into the two, proficiency and growth separate. So looking at a growth goal specifically following the same cohort of students. So for an example, looking at a fall ACT compared to a spring ACT of the same students, and just how we haven't put any numbers associated with it yet. We're not, but just looking at that as one potential goal, and then looking at proficiency as well. And we still haven't landed on what that looks like yet either. We're having conversations, but somehow capturing minimally to partial in terms of proficiency, and making sure that we're capturing really what the state does as well, that partially proficient students and proficient students kind of are captured within that goal as well.
So a little more mimic of the letter grade system, but splitting into two goals where you have one on growth, one on proficiency. Still need some specific wording and target. And then Wendy would still need to weigh in on what kind of data point are we using if we were doing this in June and we know we don't have full data yet. So.
If you're talking growth.
Well, if we're talking growth from fall to spring, we would have that.
Yeah, you could do several things. You could do Aspire.
Yes.
You could do pre-ACT.
Yes.
Or you can do fall.
Anything, right.
And we would be
Okay.
able to run it as soon as the ACT scores are in, which is the end of May.
Okay, so we would have data available for dual growth, and on proficiency,
We would have proficiency.
also in.
I mean, we're not.
Oh, yeah, so we have both in,
We do.
okay.
The one thing we did talk about was if we do growth from like ACT Aspire or pre-ACT, to capture some ownership of not just junior teachers as well. So there can be some buy-in and ownership with those teachers that sort of achieving some growth, maybe even checkpoints throughout the year as well. So there's something like that.
All right. Randy, Vicky,
Yeah, we were the same.
had the exact same conversation.
Yeah, we wanted to divide it the same way, so we're on the same wavelength. And we just don't have the numbers either. No, really. Yeah, we're really at 0.5 on proficiency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So changing it from 2% to 0.5.
0.5 on the proficiency
Right.
increase, and, but then also having some measurement for growth.
Correct.
But also did not get to the number that we would attach to that yet.
Correct.
All right? Vicky?
Ours was kind of along the same lines of measuring proficiency in the same way the state does. Still giving us a tutor session and helping us understand it better. So just minor tweak in the language, increase proficiency by 0.5 on ACT for ELA and math annually. So it's just a minor little tweak.
All right.
We're just adding the word chronic to everything.
April 20th is already passed, Joseph. All right, Steven?
Well, so, I was busy chatting about a few other ones, but I do like looking at the growth in proficiency. I was concerned about dropping the percentage, but I guess from what Bill was saying, if state letter grade is looking at it in a particular way, I'm opposed to keep mirroring that so that we're kind of staying consistent with how we're evaluating the data. I guess for me, it's more important that we're increasing, reading and math proficiency, whether it's ACT or whatever. I just don't want to water down academic goals such to where we're just, everyone's doing well because we want to do well.
All right. Felipe?
Yeah, so we also concur with Bo's table over there. We're working with Anna over here, and so since her wordsmithing and her background, increase the average scores by 2 points from fall to spring.
Oh, there you go. I like you guys actually put an actual worked out goal with it.
I saw something.
You guys
All right.
repeat that?
Increase from fall to spring by 2 points.
Okay.
On average. Average.
An average. All right, up front. Courtney, they all turned their back, so.
We had
I sense some
very,
hazing going on there.
we had very similar conversations to what everyone's saying, focusing on growth within the cohort, potentially from test to test versus between cohorts. And so, yeah, conversations mirrored what's already been said. We also thought about maybe the district, goal focuses on growth, campuses focus on, proficiency instead of adding, more goals, maybe, just trying to focus in.
All right, so overall, what I'm hearing is a split into 2 goals. Seems to be a concept everybody's pretty good with, between proficiency and growth. We do need some more specific wording. But if we're good with the concept, then I'll work with Wendy on how we get specific wording, because it does need to be measurable, it does need to be attainable, so we can work out specific wording and then send that back out to the group afterwards, looking at what data is available and what we think would be realistic. We can split those apart and mostly try to stay lined up with the letter grade system. The one piece that I didn't hear that I would also like to see in the goal is we always need to be cognizant of the Silly effect. If you are getting full growth points, and we set up a goal that says you didn't achieve the goal, but you got full growth points, it's like, okay, well, the letter grade system said I got full growth points, but you're saying I didn't meet the goal because I didn't increase enough, because I'm already increasing. So, when we write it,
You don't have to worry about them hitting growth for a while. And I don't mean that negatively.
Yeah.
But. However, we need a cap because of you high.
Yes. She meant that in the nicest way possible.
Sometimes it's best if you just lay it out.
Yeah, but Wendy, we would need a growth cap, proficiency cap, no, but a lot of our growths.
Well, you're not
Growth,
gonna measure,
yeah.
you're not measuring it like the state does, because we can't, so you're gonna be doing performance level changes. Right now, we're 50 to 60% in minimally proficient.
Right.
That's not gonna, you're not gonna overnight go to 90% proficient.
No, agreed, yes. I thought, when you said growth, I thought you meant that 20-point metric that many of us are.
We won't get that, we won't get that in time. You'd have to wait to A through F if you do growth the way the state does it.
Okay.
We can wait, I mean, we do really good.
And that's why I'm saying we have to look at the data sets that we're gonna have available, because, you know, going from ACT Aspire to the spring, like, it's not necessarily matching what the state is doing, it's a concept to go with. So, I'll work with the data team, we'll further develop that out and send you guys some language. And even if it's only one school that a couple of these were worried about ceiling effect, I still want the goal written that we are addressing the ceiling effect. Because eventually everybody is gonna be performing the same as you are, so plan for it now. All right, we're gonna move on to, we already addressed goal number 4. So goal number 5, work amongst your team, come up with an idea for goal number 5. And as you can see, we are all over the board on goal number 5. No, that was the choice. We could be 7. But, I think, no, I mean originally. No, but I think that the value changes. It's not the whole. Yeah, so I'd say Paul.
I'm just like, on my copy.
It's all you guys. Alright, everybody's good on 5? I'll start with Christina saying this time. Alright.
We're gonna delete it.
Alright,
5?
yes. We got 2 votes for deleted. Bill? Delete? Delete? Okay, so it seems unanimous?
Yeah, we're all.
Alright, unanimous on deleting that one. Alright, so after adding an extra goal, now we delete a goal, bouncing all back out.
One of the comments I left though was I'm fine with deleting it, because I share with them, like, I don't know that it's something like the board needs to like measure quarterly or semesterly or whatever. I think it's something important, we need to make sure that we're doing things as efficiently as possible. Like I said before, District Ops, in my opinion, is a service agency to the site, so we need to make it as easy a life as we can for them. But like internally, we need to make sure that we're hammering those things, like we were just talking about, some of the processes they've been working on to make lives easier for staff at the site. So like, let's not lose track of it, but it doesn't need to be a board goal.
Alright, moving on to number 7. You got 7 and 8 are gonna be our final 2. 6 is already solid, so 7, and if you get to an answer on 7 early, start thinking about 8. My clicker gave up on it. It's okay, I understand. I'm gonna work with, maybe a couple of us,
Based on this?
yes. So, I'll work with Dan and, John, and they'll probably find us. We'll just be so I'm waiting for him to go and take a look, so we have our vehicle. Oh, yeah, so
Yeah, that's
it's like, we need to on this All right, we ready? We got this one written. We'll start right up front. You guys said deleted?
Internally, keep it, that's a great data for you, and it's proven, right? A kid who's involved in something does better in grades and all of that, but the more things they're involved in, I think when we tracked it in our last district, it was like up to 3 or 4, then they started to drop in grades. So it's great data, and we feel like, yes, that it needs to be tracked, but as a district goal, again, it's gonna vary from site to site, and it's something that needs to be tracked, but I don't know that it needs to be a district goal.
All right, this is team leader right here. Felipe?
We said keep it as is.
Leave it as is. All right. Bill?
Increase student involvement by 5% annually using the student information tracking system, or get to 75, the cap will be 75% or higher. Which
Okay.
we have disagreements of if that's too much or not enough, but.
All right, so either increase by 5% or be above 75%.
Percent the percentage of students participating in extracurriculars, or meet at 100 or 75%.
All right.
We discussed that we probably keep it about the same because when students decide that they want to become part of a club, they couldn't go out in school, so our chronic absenteeism is going to go down. That kind of thing's going to happen. So we'd like to see it the way it is.
Well, I think, that I think, hearing some of the feedback and kind of recalling the conversation from last time out, I like adding, because I think before we were trying to add a number, but the problem was we didn't know what it looked like. We had a feeling.
So now you can see numbers.
So I like amending, keeping this goal in place, but amending it with some percentage so now we can track what's going on. Now we can start holding ourselves to growing gains.
So that being mine, and that seems to be where most of the group is at. Show of hands, who thinks 5% is reasonable? Increase by 5%. All right, so that being annual. Now, for the ceiling numbers, increase by 5%, or we had a pitch for 75, we had a pitch for 100, like ceiling effect. Show of hands, who thinks 75 is reasonable for everybody. All right, so we only have one table saying everybody should shoot for the 100. Okay, so 75. 75. All right, so increase by 5% or be at or above 75% participation in extracurricular activities. All right, last goal, number 8. I already know where you're going. Number 8, discuss your tables. You already got it ready? Yeah. Is everybody ready? All right, we'll start in front.
So we wanted to actually change this.
Focus more on the family engagement piece of it.
All the work was paid.
Yes, and looking at a goal with parent view. like having 50% of our parents be enrolled or have the app for parent view.
I like that. You guys know we have very low utilization on parent.
And then, you know, even with 1 or 2 parents now going on the app and using it to track their students' grades. So we wanted to focus and steer towards family engagement, 50% of our parents to be enrolled in parent view.
All right. There's a good take on it.
We said keep it, but then we're nodding when Dr. LK is saying those words of wisdom.
So echoing, making a goal around parent view. So we know that we have parents checking in.
Deleted, I still think it's important, but it's addressed in like our values and things like that, so.
All right.
Delete.
Yeah, same delete.
Delete.
We didn't actually chat about this one, but I think earlier, Rosalba mentioned like adding families and stuff in there. I kind of like the idea of, you know, engaging with our business, our community, our parent partners, or our elementary partners. If it's not gonna be a written down goal, those things still need to be kept somewhere that we're actually working on year to year, that we are assessing still, even if it's not on the board. In my opinion, we didn't talk about those things.
Right, and also a lot of these Chamber of Commerce, believe it or not, is where we got the relationship to create more CTE programs. And we usually, then pass it to what you do there. So it's, it doesn't have to be upfront, but it's definitely very important behind the scenes. That's just an FYI.
All right, so just like the board, we're still all over the place. We have some deleted. We have some modified to make more about parents accessing parent view. Let me get a show of hands now. So now that you heard everybody's take on it, raise your hand if you are more leaning towards deleting. All right, raise your hand if you're more towards modifying it. Maybe modifying it to be something more about how often our parents are accessing parent view or enrolling for parent view. So pretty evenly split. That's wonderful. All right. So with that even split, let's parent view seems to be the one piece that that if we are making this into a goal, that is a measurable thing that we can use. Do we have any idea what our parent view?
I don't, but it could improve. I can get those numbers for you. Keep in mind, if we increase that, it's gonna improve how they see grades, how they see attendance.
Right.
There's nothing
But
positive to get more
I
parents
will
on.
argue, parent view is just not user friendly. And that's the issue. And that's why
I use
I've always
Parent View
said
in my
we need an
kids,
app.
yeah.
We need an actual app that is more user friendly. You know, that people can just go in. It's just too cumbersome. And it's difficult to sign people up. It's just not user friendly.
It's user friendly if you're a school person.
Yes.
Because you
Well,
know.
that's probably why, because I
you
don't
know
have
what-
these guys.
Because you know what S1 means and Cube 1 and
Yeah.
stuff, but
Yes.
yeah, if you're just a layman parent,
Yeah.
it is cumbersome, yeah.
Is that why you're hearing from families why they're not using it? Do they think it's not a?
And the
Well,
login
yeah.
procedures are also difficult.
Well, what we did in the past, like when we had WeGrad, Alex would be there and she would be signing up
signing up, so.
the parents, showing them how to use it. And I think maybe, it's just, I know, but we can make good videos and being an actual person there, helping them out.
I honestly think that we really need to come into the 21st century. You know, because parent view, I'm just telling you, it doesn't work.
Is there another app that you've seen that you think is a better?
I think Peoria has, Square, something Square,
Parent
Square.
Oh, Parent Square.
You know, I mean, there's all sorts of apps out there that are just a lot more user friendly. But we brought this up when we had our retreat in Tucson.
Yes.
But what was brought up was the security concerns.
Yes, it's always not here today.
Yeah, but you know why? I mean, I'm just telling you, I don't understand why other districts are doing things that we're not doing and vice versa, but that part has to change. So if we're ever gonna want to increase parent engagement, that part has to change.
The
So I'm gonna name off some, and these probably you guys are familiar with, because they've been around too. Remind was about
They
the
use
survey,
Remind.
for
That's
easy
not-
use. Class Dojo, that's a little bit more for younger
Yeah,
class.
yeah.
Parent Square, Blooms,
Which one?
Blooms, Talking Points.
I don't know.
So these are the ones that are really popular and they're actually very well received. So maybe we can consider, you know, updating.
And you really need to
Go into the
look
21st
at
century.
what it does.
Yeah.
Because Parent View, I mean, Parent Square, I don't think gives you the access that Parent View gives the student or parent. It might just be a
Parent Square is
communication.
more like a communication.
And
It's more like
totally different than what you're
Yeah, because you looked at Parent Square, right? Just
Yeah, we
when were doing that?
did, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have all the different components of like trash
No,
attendance.
Parent Square probably matches up more like the school messenger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 9 out of the 10 largest schools have now switched over to Parent Square.
Or they're using both.
Okay.
My guess is they're using both, because Peoria parents would never get up being able to see grades and all that stuff at the Parent View.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna need more work on this, so then we'll go to the other half of the group that said deleted, and we'll look at next year circling back, so it seems like this year, we need to do a little bit more investigation on, is there a better tool that we can use for our parents, if we're getting low participation with Parent View. I mean, I didn't have much issue using Parent View as a parent, but, I mean, yeah, I also don't remember like being able to install it on my phone, and just have a nice little easy app on my phone, I don't know if they do it now, but.
It's a security, because they have to have security to make sure it's the correct student ID and the correct guardian is using it. So it's like a little bit harder to get into than like your average app. And then our parents can sometimes figure out how to log in, but then months might pass and then they go back to log back in. And then it's like they kind of need another hand-holding situation until they kind of get, you know, logging in.
Set things up, like email me when the grade changes. You don't get an email back when the grade
Yeah,
changes.
but like the talking between
It
the
doesn't
actual
fit.
Synergy gradebook and the parent view is not there.
And maybe we just don't
So
have.
keep in mind, guys, I'm gonna give you an example today why security is important. Is we got a court order saying a parent, step-parent who had full rights, had absolutely no reason, no contact, nothing with the student anymore, and we're able to shut Parent View down right then and there. So we wanna keep, I mean, that's why Parent View is sort of a pain in the rear, because it gives you everything on the kid, the address, you know, everything you would put in registering a child is in there. So that's why the security is a little bit of a nuisance.
But maybe Parent Square should still be offered as a
Could be
communication tool.
interesting.
So that, you know, maybe that's the.
And
way
there's-
to increase,
There are competitors to Parent View, so like Strong Mind is very similar to Parent View. It has a lot of the same features, so there are other options, but it seems like that we need to do some more digging, so maybe in our future principals meeting, we'll start to dig through this and investigate some more and see, like, we don't wanna make a goal to increase Parent View participation, and then all of a sudden we leave Parent View. So, we probably need to, go ahead and work this out in principals meeting first, and figure out like, do we have the right app, before we try to encourage people to sign up for our apps.
I'm
All right.
asking Patty if she knows.
Yeah.
Granted, she's in Wyoming, but what the heck?
All right, the last thing I had, and we are already well over time, and we're doing a 4 o'clock meeting. Is there anything that's burning for anyone, where like, I wish we had a goal around this? Steven's got one.
I was kind of thinking, because I said I was kind of leaning on eliminating number 5, and Devin and I were talking, like, we probably do need another academic goal. I don't know what it is, so I'd pick it to everybody else. Not that we have to solve it today, but just something around, you know, intervention or remedial programs, things like that. We know we have a lot of kids coming in, you know, either high grade or like we talked, you know, early open enrollment. What are we doing to get those kids, you know, grade level for math, reading, whatever it is. I know we have like some of the proficiency stuff. I want to focus on those kids that we know, like coming in or struggling. Before we get there, we used to do we used to do the pre and post test for end of course assessments even when I was here. You know, there's tons of things around it. I don't know what the thing looks like, but
Most powerful and backed by research. On track freshman readiness. Did you get your 6 credits? Easy to measure, impacts graduation.
yes.
Well, then maybe that's something you guys can add into the next
I
one.
will get you data, you can make a decision on it.
There you go.
What do you do? Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, so then what do we do? Okay, so sophomore year, they have 3 credits. I guess that for me is like, that's what I want.
Research shows that if they're on track their freshman year, they have a much higher percentage to make it through to the end.
Right, but
Now, if we screw up as a sophomore after that, you mean, or they've been messing around?
well, I want, you know, I don't necessarily know what your thing is assuming, if it's assuming that kid's coming at a 9th grade on grade level, so that it's probably gonna be easier for them to pass 9th grade. I'm talking about for the kids that come in that are not ready for freshman year in many ways, but we're still putting them in freshman level classes, because that's what we have. You know, we talked about tier supports and things like that, and some of those assume that most kids in the class are on grade level, and that's not always the case. So that then creates a struggle for that tier support system if, you know, the classroom isn't that. So I don't know what it looks like. We see a lot of kids struggle. We have a high graduation rate. Some of the other numbers there is, I don't know what the goal is or the answer per se. You know, it's kind of thing you get out of the last 10 minutes, but something like that if somebody has a better idea.
And that may be something that we're developing out of the dashboard, so this dashboard we want you guys to be looking at, you know, throughout the year, because credit efficiency, things like that, like we need to start tracking that in the dashboard, to start showing you guys, like, at all grade levels, who do you have that's off track, so we'll keep developing that out throughout the year. All right, we do gotta wrap up, because we're gonna have a 4 o'clock meeting, and we need to make this look board meeting style. Many hands make light work, so, if you can. Oh, and our president has to adjourn this retreat first.
Just a quick reminder, if you guys have any suggestions, ideas, please bring them forward. As mentioned earlier, we clearly identify issues and concerns, but the solutions, the ideas, the brainstorming, we'd like to, get that from you guys. And if something comes up later on. So if there's no further questions, I'm gonna adjourn this meeting. Okay? Meeting adjourned at 3:45. Okay, motion.
Second. Stephen seconds. Roll call.
Ms. Lisa?
Yes.
Mr. Steven Chapman?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Del Palacio?
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 3:45.
All right, let's make it look like a regular board meeting.